Hello. Welcome to the series Boundless Necromancer. And first of all, I wanted to say thanks to all of you for your great support to this series. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. And special thanks to my Patreons for supporting me. If you want to support me, Patreon and Discord links are in the description. And thank you very much. Let's begin. The day of the catastrophe. A horrifying disaster called a dungeon break occurred. Because of that incident, a lot of people suffered. And my parents also passed away. The day I lost everything in an instant. I made a pledge to myself while crying tears of blood. I will definitely become a hunter, rip the monster apart and kill them. And 7 years later, on this day. After that we see that at the Catastrophe Memorial Park. Our protagonist is sitting on a bench and thinks. I was kicked out of the hunter training center. He says, damn it, a hunter. Yeah, right. We see a flashback where his director says, member Han Sung-yoon, I will be frank. You no longer need to come to the training center. He says, pardon, what are you talking about all of a sudden? For what reason am I being kicked? His director says, listen well. Those who have awakened get a few months to complete their training in the exclusive training hall. And you're aware that they usually debut as hunters. But you, sir, have already exceeded that period. It has been 7 years. Since it's come to this, I will be honest. Your talent is beyond trash. And if we let you stay here, our training center's reputation will also become shit. His director says, seeing as how you come every morning to train, you are persistent. But it's unfortunate. All the other students are making fun of him saying, unfortunate, my ass, he's stupid for not knowing his place. But can one's stats not increase even after training for 7 years? Han Sung-yoon crushes the can he was holding in his hand. And thinks, besides unlocking unique traits and acquiring skills, how could my stats not have increased at all? How? After that we see a woman asks her child that, how did your daddy pass away? Child says, I know, I remember. When the monsters came rushing in. Daddy passed away because he saved people until the end. She says, that's right, then if you're going through something though later in life, what should you do? Be strong. And don't give up. Han Sung-yoon is listening to all this. Mother hugs her child and says, you're so strong, my girl. Sung-yoon goes to them and bow down. She says, who? Sung-yoon starts to run. And thinks, that's right. How did I endure this for the past 7 years? I can't just stop here, no. I won't give up. He knocks the door of his director's house. Director comes out and says, please go back, sir. He says, director, just once. Please help me take the hunter exam once more. I can't give up like this. Director gets really angry and says, hey you fucking bastard. Why don't you freaking get it? Did you come here because the money you spend was for nothing? Alright, you bastard, I just need to refund you half the membership fees, right? Sung-yoon says, that's not. This isn't about the money. Director punches him. And says, bullshit. Sung-yoon goes flying and hits the trash bins. Director smiles and says, what do you mean it's not? You failure of a bastard. Sung-yoon is bleeding and thinks, if, I also has a unique trait. No. If I had even a little talent. Then, a message popped up says, the Tower of Trials, is praising you for your iron will. Sung-yoon thinks, praise. Who's that? The ground under him turns into water. He gets scared and says, what's this? And screams save me. Director comes out running and says, seriously you bastard. How dare you cause a. He is confused to see that Sung-yoon is not outside. Sung-yoon is going deeper and deeper into the water and is not able to breathe. He comes out from the other side. System says, the Tower of Trials has selected all suitable candidate from Earth. Sung-yoon thinks, Tower of Trials. Did a second catastrophe occur? System says, please select your difficulty. The rewards you get will be directly proportional to your chosen difficulty. Sung-yoon thinks, I don't know what's happening. But, my instincts are telling me this. To seize this chance, he selects a difficulty. System says, we hope that you will obtain satisfactory results at the end of the suffering. You will enter the first floor of the Tower of Trials shortly. All the challengers' stats and status abnormalities will be restored. You are entering the first floor of the Tower of Trials. The trail will begin soon. Prepare yourself, challenger. He is standing in a desert. He thinks, this is the desert. System says, a weapon will be provided. A sword falls from the sky right in front of him. The subject of this trail is survival. Reward for completing the trial releasing a unique trait. Sungyun sees that and thinks, unique trait. I'm going to get something I've worked so hard for over the past 7 years. A unique trait, as a reward. He get really happy and says, this is insane. He walks toward the sword and says, first, the sword. Something comes out of the ground from underneath him. System says, the tutorial trail will begin. Tower of Trials chosen difficulty hard. A sand golem has appeared. The sand golem is really big and looks really strong. Sungyun sees that and gets really scared and says, this is crazy. System says, please survive the sand golem for the allocated amount of time. Remaining time 9 minutes 58 seconds. Sungyun picks up the sword and start to run. System says, penalty for failing the trial, death. He thinks, can I really escape the sand golem by running like this? Although that thing might look slow, it's actually faster because of its size. In the first place because of the desert biome. It's impossible for me to run away for 9 minutes straight with my stamina. The world gave me a sword and told me to survive. Anybody can tell what you're supposed to do. Either I die trying to run away, or I die fighting. Damn it. How am I supposed to win against that thing? He thinks about the other students making fun of him. He thinks damn it. He thinks of a really big man running behind him saying, you're nothing in this world. Sungyun thinks, am I going to die a pathetic death just by trying to run away? No. 1 year of trying to be a hunter. When it comes to theory, I can now confidently say that I know better than most hunters on the field. There's no answer if I keep running away. At the very least, I need to find another way to survive. Monsters like golems will stop moving if I can destroy their core. However, their cores are usually in places that are hard to reach. If that's the case, I'll just make it easier to reach. Sungyun runs toward the top of a mountain. He reaches the top of the mountain. Golem tries to punch Sungyun. Sungyun does a backflip dodge the attack of Golem. Golem slips falls at the bottom of the mountain. Sungyun starts go down. To increase his speed, he controls his using his sword. As he reaches near the golem and says, now, and jumps. He thinks, I can reach it. He did not manage to land on the golem correctly but quickly stands up and attack the core of golem. And thinks, there. His sword bounce off the core. He managed to crack the core. And thinks it's harder than I thought. Golem starts to get up. Sungyun gets really sacred and says, damn it. If I can just hit it one more time. He gets ready to hit the core. Golem grabs him. He screams with pain. He again think of the giant saying, I knew it. You are nothing. Unfortunate, my ass. He's just stupid. Not understanding his place. Sungyun starts to bleed and says, stop it. Shut up you bitch. He throws the sword toward the core. Sword hits the core and destroys it. Golem starts to scream and break. System says, you have destroyed the core of the sand golem. Remaining time 7 minutes 8 seconds. You have completed the tutorial trial. Golem turn into sand. Sungyun is covered in sand and thinks did I do it? Did I kill the sand golem? Me. Even then, I barely won against it. System says, congratulations. You have cleared the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Sungyun stands up and thinks, I survived. System says, as a clear reward. You have earned, unlock unique traits. As a clear reward you have obtained 1,000 points. As an additional clear reward, you have earned the skill, Fast Recover rank E+. As an additional clear reward, you have obtained 500 points. Sungyun thinks, I can't believe it. I really put in a lot of effort for the past 7 years. The only thing that I got back in return were scorn and mockery. System says, you have unlocked a unique trait. You have been titled with the unique trait Necromancy. He thinks, I can become a hunter too. However, all of this can only happen if I survive. He sees something and gets really surprised. Some kind of black fog appears in front of him. He says, what is this? There's a black fog appearing where the sand golem died. He touches the black fog. System says, your unique trait, Necromancy Rand F has been activated. Would you like to absorb the sand golem spirit? Sungyun sees that and thinks, spirit. Absorb. Is this black fog my unique trait? He presses yes. All the black smoke goes inside his body. System says, you have absorbed the spirit of the sand golem. Your proficiency has increased by 7%. System says, number of spirits 1 out of 5. Sungyun thinks, I can feel the spirit. Does that mean I can store the spirit if I absorb it? I try to use it like this. System says, you can permanently increase your stats by the spirits you have obtained. Your strength increased by 3. Your health increased by 2. He thinks I can feel it. It feels like energy is filling my body. My stats have really gone up. I haven't been able to raise my stats for the last 7 years. I'm finally able to permanently increase those stats. A skill window appears saying, unique trait. Necromancy rank F. Proficiency 7%. Basic effect, you can absorb the spirits of the dead and use them as you please. Additional effect 1, you can permanently increase your stats. The increase is proportional to the rank and quality of the spirits used. Additional effect 2, you may store and use the spirits. The number of spirits you can store increases with your rank. Sungyun gets really happy and thinks, if I return with this skills, I can become a hunter too. A portal opens in front of him. System says, please move to the waiting room. Sungyun starts to walk toward the portal and says, I guess I have no choice but to go now. As soon as he goes through the portal he falls to the ground. And says, damn it. My injuries are worse than I thought. He immediately gets all healed up. He stands up, looks around his body, and he is confused. He says, my injuries are all healed. Does my body get healed when the trial is over? I think I split too much blood. Forgets that, how could they put just a single bed in a big room like this? He put his sword against the wall and lay on the bed. And thinks, what am I supposed to do now? Can I really escape the rower? This tower, for what reason did it call me to this place? System says, you may use the following 5 commands below. Info, store, community, inventory, trial. Saying the following command words will activate the commands. He gets up and thinks, 5 command words. He slaps his face and says, alright, let's focus on surviving for now. He says, trail. System says, time until 2nd floor trial, 23 hours 21 minutes. You cannot select the trial yet, please wait. Sungyun thinks, I knew it. There are more of these trials. After that he says, community. System says, you have entered the community difficulty hard. There are a lot of hunters talking to each other in community. Sungyun sees that and thinks, this is what they meant by community. Sungyun thinks, everyone in the chat is confused. On top of that, it looks like people who aren't hunters got fragged here too. System says, admin has entered. Chatting has been disabled. Sungyun is really surprised to see that and says, an admin. Admin says, we have important information to share with those who have cleared the tutorial trial. Sungyun thinks, important information, I don't know how to return, though. I need to memorize all this information. Focus. Admin says, we will teach you how to use the points you have earned during the tutorial trial. The points are used as currency within the Tower of Trials, and are most commonly used in the shops. You may also use the community to give or receive points from others. Within the Tower of Trials, you cannot get even a single drop of water without points. Sungyun is really surprised to see that. Admin says, points can only be earned through trials. Sungyun thinks, points can only be earned in trials. In other words, I need to do everything I can to get used to the rules within the tower. The fact that I can't even get water without points means that, in order to earn points, I need to keep entering and clearing trails. Admin says, that is all we have to share. Admin exits the community. Chatting has been unlocked. Sungyun gets angry and thinks, I thought I could be a hunter if I just returned. He sees his sword and thinks, I can't do much with just a long sword. He opens store. He buys a shield, and tests it out with his long sword, and starts to train. He thinks all the hunters lost all their stats when they entered the tower. But it should be easier to learn skills that they've learned before. That's why I can't forget that I'm on the same starting line as them. If I don't train, there's no way that I can catch up to them. He gets tired and falls to the ground. He instantly gets healed up again. He stands up and says perfect. Thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, I can train easily. I should be able to train for the next trail. Easily. He gets hungry and thinks, what am I supposed to do about my hunter? We see at his inventory he has bought a lot of stuff from the shop, some daggers and water and bunch of the random stuff. Sungyun thinks, I only have 40 points left after buying some stuff. If I didn't get the additional rewards, wouldn't have been able to even dream about getting a shield. System says, time until second floor trail. 17 minutes 17 seconds. He thinks time went a lot faster than I thought. Even the chat that was confused. Is pretty quiet now that it's almost time to clear the second floor. He thinks, can I manage to survive again? No. I will survive. System says, time until second floor trial 10 seconds. System says, would you like to accept the second floor trail? He presses yes. He goes through the portal and reaches a forest. System says, you have entered the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Tower of Trials selected difficulty hard. He thinks, I guess it's a forest this time. The subject of this trial is assassination. Assassinate the orc tribe leader within the given time limit. He thinks, an orc tribe leader. He is standing on the edge of the cliff. Right outside the orc tribe. He sees that and says, an orc tribe. So, we see that there are a lot of strong-looking orcs guarding the tribe. Sungyun says, they want me to go into that swarming with orcs. And defeat the tribe leader. He is hiding and watching them from a distance. He thinks, normally, in dungeons, if there's a guard amongst the orc tribe, you can also say that there's a hunter. It's difficult to say that you can against one orc hunter. But the problem is that there are a lot of orcs. In order to defeat all the orcs, you need at least party of E-rank hunters. To make sure that you don't die. What should I do? He thinks, I'll retreat for now and come back later with a plan. He suddenly thinks of something and thinks, there is a way. A way to complete this trial. He makes a fire torch and says, nice, I can make enough firewood. He says, now then. Sungyun puts the torch in his inventory. He gets really happy and says, this works. After that we see that a lot of birds are flying above the forest. Orcs see that. Sungyun says, although orcs look like lazy pigs, they're quite a diligent race. The hunters always hunt in the morning. They'll come back when the sun starts to set, so I have plenty of time. The only way to complete this trial, which is of maximum difficulty and numerical inferiority, is with fire. He thinks according to the Hunter Association, the orc guards aren't always standing guard. They return to the village to eat or take a break. He starts to run and throw around the fire torches in forest outside the orc tribe. Forest starts burn. There are really fires around the world. He thinks, if I close off the village with fire, I don't have to worry about facing the orc hunters that are coming back from their hunt. Before that happens, I need to kill at least 2 orc workers. An orc is filling a buck with water. Sungyun appears behind him and stabs him in the neck. And kill the orc. System says the unique trait Necromancer rank F has been activated. System says, do you want to absorb the orc spirit? He presses yes and says, yes, this is what I was waiting for. System says, you have absorbed the orc spirit, your proficiency has risen to 9%. A guard orc appears behind Sungyun. Sungyun turns toward the guard orc. He gets scared and thinks a guard. Guard uses a really powerful attack. He blocks the attack using his shield. He shouts and says, absorb. System says, using the stored spirits, your stats will permanently increase. Strength has increased by 4. Agility has increased by 2. Sungyun kills the guard. System says, the skill fast recovery has been revitalized. Orc guard's soul goes in Sungyun's body. He thinks, it would have been dangerous if I was careless. System says, using the stored spirits, your stats will permanently increase. Stamina has increased by 4. Sungyun thinks, the guard also increased my stamina. System says, strength has increased by 2. Agility has increased by 3. He thinks, nice, if it's like this, then the danger of fighting a guard will go down significantly. The whole forest is burning and he is walking out of it. Sungyun thinks, 3 workers, 1 guard, and old clan head, a total of 5. If I'm careful with the guard, then I'll have no problem defeating the clan head. He kills the worker really fast and thinks, thanks to absorbing the guard, the workers aren't threatening at all. Guard hits him a really powerful attack. He blocks the attack using his shield. He thinks, the guard has separated from the clan head, seems like it gave up on guarding it. Then that means this guard is the last obstacle. He stabs the guard through the chest. Guard dies. Orc Chief attacks Sungyun using a powerful fire attack. Sungyun blocks the attack using the shield. Chief starts to laugh. System says, the skill Fire Resistance rank F has been created. Sungyun gets angry and says, you're dead. Chief uses fire attack again. Sungyun cuts both of Chief's hands. Chief screams with pain. Chief runs toward a house. Sungyun goes inside and surprised to see what is inside. He sees that Chief is hold the child orcs. And they all are really scared. One of the orc child grabs Sungyun's leg and starts to cry. Sungyun thinks, so you guys also value family. He thinks about his parents says, Sungyun, hurry and run away. If it's you, you'll survive. Orc child bring out a dagger and attacks Sungyun. Sungyun hits him with the back of his sword. Says, how stupid, seriously. He thinks even if I become a ghost, I will. Cut your monsters, bloodlines. Chief and the other child also attack him. He cuts them down with a single attack. System says, congratulations, you have completed the second floor of the Tower of Trials. After that see in the waiting room he says, I can't use this shield anymore. I'm alive thanks to you. He says, this time, it was close. He opens the community and says, did half the members die? How brutal. He is really surprised to see something. We see that Kim Shihoon says, look at him kill half the members. Yun Sokjin says, with my question voucher, I found out the way to return to Earth. He thinks, there's a way to return to Earth. He thinks, information one of the 5 commands that can be used within the Tower of Trials. An information window appears saying, please write down your questions. The questions that are written have been completely sent, the moderator will send a reply. Every time you enter a new floor, you will receive 1 question voucher. He thinks, I can use my question vouchers there. By sharing the information that they've found out through the question vouchers, the chatroom's atmosphere has naturally turned into a place to share what you've found. Taking out all the minor details, this is the main point. There's a temporary return stone of Slay that you can use to return to Earth for a couple OD days WHN you complete the 5th floor. There's also information that beyond the 7th floor, an extensive system expansion will occur. And that items that can make you permanently return to Earth are sold. He thinks, if I return to Earth with the abilities and current performance, I can become a rank hunter. His necromancy skills proficiency is 65%. He thinks, if I had this ability on Earth, that would be a complete scam. I want to go to Earth. I just barely completed the 2nd floor. The 8th floor is a stretch. Let's stay positive. My stats which were nothing, are now averaging and heading towards 20. His status window appears saying, Han Sungyun. Strength 18, Stamina 15, Agility 14 plus 5, Magic Power 7, Unique Trait, Necromancer rank F. Skill, Fast Recovery rank E+, Fire Resistance rank F, Pain Resistance rank D. He takes of his shirt and says, first. I got 5 spirits by putting my life on the line. Let's absorb all of these first. He absorbs all 5 spirits. His strength goes from 18 to 27. Stamina goes from 15 to 25. Agility goes from 14 plus 5 to 28 plus 5. And magic power goes from 7 to 13. He sees that and thinks, I'm overflowing with strength. Is this what I've heard of? The realm beyond humans. He tests his new stats. He jumps around and run really fast. He was not able to stop and hits the wall in front of him. He falls to the ground and his nose starts to bleed. He says, because of my unexpected growth, the gap in my physical body is insane. He starts to laugh. He opens the shop and buys a new shield. System says, you have purchased the Big Dead Tree Shield rank D-. 2,100 points have been deducted. Big Dead Tree Shield rank D-. A shield that a black mage created from a big, dead tree. When your stamina drops, a buff is triggered. He opened the inventory and says, it'll be perfect if I use the reward items from the previous trails. He gets a block steel dagger rank E+. Reaction speed plus 5%. Attack speed plus 10%. A dagger made from block steel that has absorbed dark magic. And also gets the assassin's cape rank D. All senses minus 10% when the agility stat is under 50, the applicable stats will increase by 5. Magic effect. Movement speed will increase for 1 minute. There is a cooldown of 24 hours. He takes a deep breath and thinks, I'm going to get used to all my items and stats before the next trial. He starts to practice and thinks I'm going to become so strong that no one can approach me. After that we see that he goes through the portal of 3rd floor. System says, you have entered the 3rd floor for the Tower of Trials. Tower of Trials. Chosen difficulty hard. The subject of this trail is a duel. He is standing inside a cave and says, a cave. System says, after 10 seconds, the Guardian of Darkness will enter. He thinks like the sand golem, it can come from any direction, let's be prepared. System says, the Guardian of Darkness is entering. We see that a shadow appears behind him. He feels something. Shadow attacks him with its weapon. Shadow gives an evil smile and looks toward Sungyun. Sungyun feels a lot of pain. System says, please defeat the Guardian of Darkness, doppelganger. Sungyun kicks the Guardian. Guardian goes flying. They are standing right in front of each other. Looking toward each other. Sungyun activates fast recovery. He thinks, if I hadn't moved, it would have cut my spine. He sees him and thinks, wait, that position. That bastard, is he copying my moves? Guardian is standing exactly same as him. He jumps toward the Guardian and says, I'll figure it out once I clash with it. Sungyun stops right in front of him and jumps behind him. And cuts the Guardian in 2 pieces. After that he increases the distance as Surprise sees what is happening in front of him. The Guardian regenerates. Guard gets really angry. Sungyun smiles and says, guess it can use a healing skill. Guardian jumps toward the Sungyun and uses the same moves as him. As soon as Guardian appears behind him to cut him, Sungyun kicks him really hard and thinks, I knew it, this monster is copying me. As Sungyun kicks hits him, Guardian swings the daggers. Sungyun dodges it. Sungyun jumps toward the Guardian and thinks, if that's the case, I can exploit the weaknesses of my own swordsmanship to take him down. The starts to trade sword blows with each other. Sungyun thinks, perfect, just like that. Guardian uses an expected attack. Sungyun barely dodges it, and thinks, wait, what was that? They start to fight again. Sungyun thinks, that wasn't a coincidence. It managed to grow stronger in such a short amount of time. He activates Assassin's Cape's innate effect. His movement speed increased by 15%. He thinks, I can't drag this on. I need to finish this in 1 minute. Sungyun jumps toward the Guardian with super speed. Guardian swings his sword to attack. Sungyun dodges Guardian's attack and stabs him in the neck. Sungyun gets happy and says, it worked. Guardian heals up. Its arms stretch out and cuts one of Sungyun's arms. Sungyun screams with pain. And thinks, it's not over yet, pay attention. Guardian stop moving. Sungyun sees that and thinks, it's not moving. Even if the thing has an insanely good healing skill, it should still take some time for it to heal. This is my chance to kill it. He thinks, however, what am I supposed to do without a sword? Only 11 seconds are remaining for movement speed effect. He starts to run toward the Guardian and thinks, yeah, this might be an insane thing to do. But it's better to die trying than to die in vain. He jumps towards the Guardian with super speed. Guardian is ready attack. Sungyun screams. And hits the Guardian in stomach in his shield. Guardian goes flying, all the bones in its body are broken. Sungyun keeps hitting it with his shield. And says, die. And cuts its head off. System says, congratulations. You have cleared the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. After that System says, you have entered the 4th floor's waiting room. You have been healed of all debuffs and injuries. And also his grows back. He touches a wall and punch it will full force. A huge creator appears on the wall. He thinks, looks like I healed perfectly. He has number of spirits 1 out 5. He thinks, the spirit of the doppelganger I earned in the cave after clearing the 3rd floor trial. I wonder. Compared to the other monsters I faced, the density of the spirit is incomparable. System says, the unique trait Necromancy has reached 100% proficiency. The rank of your unique trait Necromancy has improved by 1 rank. Necromancy rank E. Proficiency 0%. Additional effect 3. When absorbing the spirits of the dead, you can randomly obtain one of the awakened skills of the spirit with equal chance. He sees that and thinks, I can absorb their skills. It's just like how I managed to obtain fast recovery after experiencing near death. Skills aren't easy to get. He gets excited and says, I never thought I'd get to have a broken trait like this. Of course. There's a chance involved in the trait. Well, I guess we'll just have to test how good my luck is. He opens the 4th floor community. There are 880 people out of 1,508. He says, since it's my 3rd time now, the waiting room is starting to feel like home. He sees the information about the next trial. Next trial is integrated trial. He thinks, an integrated trail. Seems like we're going to have to work as a party. Kim Sungjun says in chat that, I might be over-exaggerating this point, but I managed to find out that the theme of this trail is competition. A competition amongst hunters, that would just mean killing each other. He is really surprised to see that. And thinks, in this trail, I might have to kill someone else. System says, you have been matched with another challenger. The 4th floor trial will now begin. Reaming time 1 day. Common trial clear condition, defeat the Goblin King within the remaining time. Challenger team dies or remaining time elapses. Trail failure penalty. Death. 2 more hunter appears. There a male and a female. He thinks, this is awkward. I've only seen monster up until this point. Girl says, now that we're a team, why don't we start with introductions? She says, my name is Lee Haeyeon. I specialize in helping the team, and I was an E-rank hunter. Man says, a hunter. Well, I guess our hunter isn't that bad. I'm Lee Sunghoon. I'm a hunter specialized in close combat, and I was a D-rank hunter. Sungyun sees him and thinks, why is he acting like that? I guess he was a big shot if he used to be AD rank. Sungyun says, nice to meet you, I'm Han Sungyun. I also specialize in close combat outside. I wasn't a hunter, but I was hoping to become one. Sungyun says, what? You were an aspiring hunter. Just don't fucking bother me. Sungyun says, I'm confident I can play my part. Sungyun says, sure you can. Let me warn you now. If I determine that you're detrimental to the team, you're out. Sungyun thinks, yeah, I'm used to this. I forgot about that. Sungyun says, hey, newbie. Just stay in the back and take care of the mobs. Sungyun thinks, although I don't like him, I can tell he's skilled enough to back up his words. The Tower of Trials is where skills are all that matters. They reach the castle gate. System says, the theme of the trail is 3v3 competition. Work with your teammates and complete the trial before the other team. The castle doors will now open. 3 goblins jumps out and starts to attack them. Sungyun managed to block them. And says, how are all the goblins moving in such an organized way? Newbie, what are you doing? Hurry up and fight. Sungyun gets angry and says, you're not even paying attention to what's happening. I can't believe it, seriously. Haeyeon says, I'll complete the spell soon. Just wait until can. Sungyun says, shut up, hurry up and buff me. Now. She says, I've already used all of my supportive spells. Sungyun says, Hunter Lee Haeyeon. Looks like he needs some help, excuse me for a moment. She says, wait. He jumps with super speed. She says, Han Sungyun. She says, if you break positions, who's going to watch my back? She sees behind her. Every single goblin that was behind her is dead. She is surprised to see that and says, there's no way. Goblins are attack Sunghun. He has barely managed to block their attacks. One of them attacks him with a metal ball. It hits his sword and his sword goes flying. A goblin jumps ready to attack. Sunghun screams and says, if only I didn't have the newbie on my team. Sungyun appears there and split the goblin half. Sungyun stands in front of Sunghun. Sunghun says, newbie. Sungyun says, Lee Sunghun, please stay back. You're a fucking bother right now. Sungyun kills a lot of goblins really quick. System says, you have obtained the accomplishment Goblin Hunter. Sunghun is surprised to see that, and his mouth is open because of the shock. Sungyun starts to absorb all the goblins that are dead. He thinks, it looks like they can't see my unique trait, sword energy. I should be able to comfortably absorb them, right? System says, using the stored souls, your stats will permanently increase. Strength has increased by 3. Agility has increased by 4. Stamina has increased by 2. Endurance has increased by 7. One of the skills possessed by the Goblin Ranger will be absorbed. He is surprised to see that. A skill window appears saying, Skill Ranger's Knowledge Rank F. Proficiency 0%. Effect, your overall field of view will widen, and it will be easier to see approaching enemies. He thinks, my field of view Is this what it feels like to have your field of view widened? He smiles and thinks, jackpot. Sunghoon starts to laugh and says, seems like you were lucky, applicant. Going against the weak goblins. But you did well. Sunghoon says, I will take the lead and give out commands from now on. I think that'll be better for the party's efficiency. Do you perhaps have a problem, Lee Sunghoon? Sunghoon says, I got it. What's there to do besides that? Sunghoon says, you just need to protect Hunter Lee Haeyeon. He says, Lee Haeyeon, you just need to continue what you were doing before, guiding us from the back. She says, yes, I understand. I ask for your cooperation until the end. She says, then, we will resume the search. After that we see that, Sunghoon starts to kill a lot of goblins. System says, all goblin souls will be absorbed. Proficiency has increased to 11%. Proficiency has increased to 12%. Remaining time is 14 hours and 37 minutes. Haeyeon says, I was certain that goblins appears periodically. But now it's strangely quit. Sunghoon feels Soma thinks. And jumps with upper speed. They are surprised to see that. She says, what's happening? She sees something and says, that's. There are a lot of dead goblins scattered around. Sunghoon says, I think other challengers have gone through her before us. Sunghoon says, that, crazy. This quick. He checks the blood and says, it's still warm. If we hurry, we can catch up to them. He thinks, if the other team gets the boss before us, we will receive the penalty of failing to complete the trail. Everyone will die. He says, we better hurry. We see that goblins are attacking. A hunter hits his sword with his shield to make some noise. All the goblins are running toward him. Second hunter jumps on the shoulder of a goblin. He says, I'm slowly starting to gag at killing goblins. This is the last of them, right? All the other goblins jumps toward the second hunter to attack. He starts to cut down the heads of the goblins. And gives an evil smile and says, fools. One of them says, good work, Lee Sion. Sion gets angry and says, I'm doing all the fucking hunting by myself. Hey, Lee Jinhoo. Are you happy because you're getting carried? Jinhoo says, no. Sion says, whatever. Go and open the boss room's door. So we can hurry and go back. Jinhoo walks toward the door and says, yes. I'll open it right now. System says, conditions have been satisfied. All members of the challengers team will enter the Goblin King's Spiral Tower. The boss battle will begin. Only one of the two teams remain. No one can leave the current location. A barrier surrounds them. Sion says, what's this? Jinhoo says, Sion over there. Sunghoon and his team is walking toward them. Sion smiles and says, it's getting annoying. Sunghoon says, I will go against them myself. Lee Haeyeon, please give me only the agility buff. You can give all the remaining buffs to Lee Sunghoon. She says, I know you're strong because I saw your strength with my own eyes. But human hunters might be more frightening than monsters. Sunghoon says, I understand. If it gets dangerous, I'll let you know. I'll leave the backup to you if that happens. She uses her ability and says, I got it. System says, agility has increased by 2. The effect of the increased agility will last for 10 minutes. He starts to walk toward them. Why am I getting Assassin's Creed vibes? MC is so cool. Sunghoon thinks I've confirmed that I'm better than the average hunter. And I've killed more than 30 goblins. Here. Sion says, he's coming, get ready. Sunghoon jumps toward them and says, it's the current me. Then I can do it. A big explosion happens behind Sunghoon. Because of his speed, Shin gets really scared. Shin jumps back and says, Lee Jinhoo, use your shield with all your power. Right now. Jinhoo says, yes. Jinhoo opens his shield. A triangle barrier appears. And covers them all. Sunghoon jumps and hits the barrier with full power. Barrier breaks into millions of pieces. Jinhoo goes flying. Sunghoon goes really fast and attacks all of them in flash. Sunghoon and Haeyeon are surprised to see how strong he is. Sunghoon and Sion starts to trade blows with each other. Sion is being overpowered by Sunghoon. Sunghoon thinks, something's strange. I'm definitely more skilled, but he's blocking my strikes in a strange manner. I should use more strength. Sunghoon disappears in front of his eyes and appears behind him. And attacks. Sunghoon thinks, this is the end. Sion blocks the attack. Sunghoon attack. Sunghoon is surprised to see that. He sees Sion's eyes and thinks, it's his eyes. He can see the path of my sword. Sungyun throws the shield in front of his face to block his vision. Sion says, shit, my vision. Sungyun stabs Sion in the stomach. Sion cough out blood. System says, congratulations, you have accomplished a special task. Additional rewards will be given for the 4th floor trail. The both comes near Sungyun. His hand and sword are shaking and covered in blood. They are watching him with really surprised look on their faces. She thinks, he's shaking. She says, excuse me. Are you okay? He has emotionless look on his face and says, yes. I'm fine. She thinks, he might be in shock after killing a person. I thought he was strong and cold. Sungyun says, I'm planning on proceeding with the boss fight straight away, is that fine with everyone? Sungyun says, I'm good. She says, same. Sungyun kills the boss really quickly. System says, you have defeated the trial's goal, the Goblin King. Sungyun sees him and says, he's a monster. System says, congratulations, you have completed the 4th floor of the Tower of Trails. The toward for completion is an increase in all stats by 4. You have obtained the skill Instant Acceleration rank D, as an additional reward. You will be moved to the lobby. Sungyun says, I'll go first. Sungyun says, Lee Haeyeon, I wish you a safe return. She says, I might be overstepping by saying this. But you only did what you needed to do. It was something someone had to do, and if Sungyun couldn't do it, I would have. Sungyun says, I'm glad you think so. System says, Challenger Lee Haeyeon has sent a friend request. She says, we finished the 4th floor's trial all thanks to you, but it's a little upsetting that I didn't get any rewards. When you return to Earth later, please look for Lee Haeyeon of the White Silver Guild. He says, now that I'm alone, I need to make a decision. If I'm going to absorb a human soul or not. When I first found out I can do this, I put if off because I knew that if I did it, then I would have crossed a line I couldn't go back on. I've made up my mind. I must get stronger, but I won't kill people to achieve that. However, if the situation demands it, then I will. My dream of becoming a hunter has brought up my other internal desires. The Tower of Trails gave me a chance. And I'm going to seize onto that chance. I want to keep progressing through the Tower of Trails. System says, you have entered the lobby of the 5th floor. The system has expanded. Trial totalization, a system that will grade every challenger's rank has been created. He thinks, challenger's ranks. System says, please enter an alias. He puts in the alias and says, this should do. System says, your alias has been changed from Han Sungun to Hunter. A leaderboard. He says, it's very intuitive. M is also in the rankings. Sungyun is on the 16th place. And his rank is a minus. Time taken 11 hour 14 minutes 51 second. Progress double S+. Result B+. Totalization a minus. He says, my rank is a lot higher than I thought. System says, challengers in the top 50 will be called pioneers. Those who are called pioneers will obtain benefits on the 8th floor. If you remain a pioneer until the 8th floor you will obtain a privilege called a halo. He says, a halo. He says, I'll know what happens when I get to it. Please choose the soul that you would like to absorb. He has 4 souls out of 15. Player Lee Sion. Player Lee Jinhoo. Goblin King. He absorbs all of them. System says, using the stored souls, your stats will permanently increase. He thinks, now I really feel like I've surpassed the limits of a humans. He purchased a return stone rank F+. System says, return stone F+. You will be able to return to where you came from for 3 days. He thinks, it'll be good to test and see if I can bring my equipment with me. System says, you have used the return stone. You will now be returning to Earth. He smiles and thinks, I'm returning to Earth. System says, Challenger Han Sungyun's wish to return has been confirmed. You have consumed a return stone and will now return to Earth. Challenger Han Sungyun has returned to his residence. In 3 days, you will return to the Tower of Trials. He is laying on his bed. He sees around and thinks, I'm really back. He says, first off, I'm going to sleep. Compared to the bed in the waiting room, this is heaven. He gets up and says, I can't stand this smell. I'll wash up. He sees his shield and cape are on the ground. He says, I tried it just in case. But taking items from the tower back to Earth really works. He thinks, then. That means the other challengers can also bring items back to Earth. I'd better move quickly. When more people start returning to Earth, items will also become plentiful. And the price for hunter supplies could plummet. I need to sell it as soon as possible. The problem is that only people with hunter qualification can sell items. Originally, I was intending to just apply for the hunter exam, and take the test when I next return to Earth. He bring out his phone and thinks, I'm going to busier than I thought. After that we see that director receives a call and says, hello, this is the director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center, Wang Manhwa. Sungyun says, it's Han Sungyun. You remember me, don't you, Director Wang? Director says, of course, I remember you. If you wish to request a refund of your membership fees, you could have done it online. Sungyun says, you don't need to give me a refund. He says, are you serious? You can't change your mind later. Sungyun says, I won't change my mind. However, I have a favor to ask of you. Director says, if you want to use the Lotus Training Center more, I can't allow it. Sungyun says, help me take the hunter test. Director says, are you forgetting what your overall ability test results were? You were ranked F, the lowest possible score. Sungyun says, I know. Director says, you don't have any unique traits, or any skills, so if you ask. Sungyun says, so even if I pay the membership fee, you're saying you can't. Director says, well, if you give me money, then I don't have any intention of refusing. Sungyun smiles and says, then we have a deal. Help me take the hunter test today. He takes a bath and sees himself in the mirror. He says, my body has changed quite a bit as I've progressed. Now's not the time for this. The hunter test has been scheduled, so I'd better get going. He sees his neighbor and thinks, the neighbor. The ordinary life that I longed for. Even just seeing my neighbor pass by feels great. He says, hello. She thinks, it looks like. The neighbor is an older guy trying to become a hunter. She says, hello. He starts to walk and says, see you again next time. She says, but was that person always this tall? He tries to get a taxi. He says, it's hard to get a taxi today. He starts run and jumps from one to another really fast. He smiles and says, running there is also a pretty good method. I'll be there in no time. He reaches the Hunter Association. Sungyun stands in front of the director. Sungyun says, long time no see, Director Wang. Director says, it hasn't been that long, though. Sungyun says, I've been dealing with some regular things recently, so I guess that's why it feels like it's been a long time. Director says, peculiar things. Sungyun says, something like that. A person comes that and says, hello. I am Inspector Kim In-hoo. I will be responsible for grading the hunter test. As you already know, for this hunter test, Han Sungyun is exempt from the theory test and the interview due to Director Wang being an observer. Do you have any questions about the test procedures? Sungyun says, I'm familiar with the test procedures. In-hoo says, excellent. Then, let us start the test immediately. Please follow me. Sungyun is ready to take exam and standing inside a room with a sword in his hand. Director says, Inspector Kim, as I told you, make it so he fails as soon as possible. Kim In-hoo says, there's no need to worry about that. I've prepared the most difficult opponents for a sword user. He says, Han Sungyun, if you're ready. Please select the difficulty of the test. You can choose between difficulty level 1 to 10. Sungyun thinks, in the previous tests, I always did the level 1 test. As I always lost to a goblin. Because I was weak. He says, I choose. Director says, of course he's going to pick level 1. Sungyun says, I will choose level 10. Director is surprised and says, what? Sungyun looks toward the director and smiles. Director says, crazy bastard. System says, the test will begin. Hunt down the phoenix. A really big fire phoenix appears. System says, your movement has been decreased by 25% due to the ability Predator's Roar. We see that his sword is about to break as well. Director says, there's no way this bastard could pass the test. But I messed with his weapon too. Just in case. I'll brutally show you what happens when you don't know your place. And start acting up. Sungyun is standing in front of the phoenix completely fearless. He looks so awesome. Sungyun smiles. After that we see that director thinks of his flashback where he says, wow, I passed. When I first became a hunter, I felt like I was the best. However, the gap between my colleagues gradually started to grow. And in the end, I couldn't catch up, so I gave up. In the world of hunters, being born with talent was everything. I accepted that reality and stopped working hard. Humans give up when they run into a wall they can't overcome. It's no just me. Everyone does that. So, Han Sungyun. Just give up. 2. Phoenix attacks Sungyun, and his sword breaks. Sungyun thinks, no matter how low of a grade this weapon is, it shouldn't break like this. No way. Director gives an evil smile and thinks, what are you going to do with a broken sword? Sungyun thinks, well, it turned out better than I expected. This situation is perfect for testing out the skill I got in the trail on the 4th floor. He activates instant acceleration. He jumps really high, and hits the roof. He thinks, this seems to be a lot better than the movement speed buff from the assassin's cape. Phoenix prepare a fireball. Sungyun jumps toward the phoenix with super speed, and stabs it in the eye with the broken sword. Sungyun jumps, falls to the ground and says, as expected the blade was too short. Sungyun pick up small concrete plate from the ground, and throws it with full strength toward the phoenix, and splits it head in two. Plated hits the wall behind Director and Kim In-yo. Director is really surprised to see that and says, what's this? System says, the test has F-nishid. Congratulations. Sungyun says, you're okay, right? I didn't know that would end up there. A woman gives him his hunter ID card. His rank is C. Combat class. She says, congratulations on becoming a hunter. You have been registered in the Hunter Association. So you're an official hunter, now. Sungyun says, entering a dungeon and selling items are all possible, right? She says, yes. Director says, please explain to me what's going on, Director. I told you to make sure he fails in 10 seconds, not pass him. He says, that's funny. We did the best we could. As you requested, with Han Sungyun's abilities. We made it so he couldn't pass. Director says, you couldn't lower his rank a little. He says, how could I lower it any more? He killed a monster, in a test that would at least set him AD rank, in 10 seconds. If I gave him AD rank, I would have gotten a complaint from the association. Director says, you should have done whatever. Sungyun come to the room and says, I got my hunter license. Kim In-ho says, congratulations, Han Sungyun. Sungyun stands in front of Director and says, you don't look too well, did something happen? Director says, congratulations, member. No, I should be calling you Hunter Han Sungyun. Sungyun says, now that I think about it. Director Wang Manho's rank before you retired was AC, right? Director says, what is it that you want to say? Sungyun says, well, remember when you called me a failure to other time? To be honest, I think that you're the failure. Director gets really angry. Director tries to attack him and says, this bastard. Sungyun thinks, as expected the provocation worked well. Sungyun dodges Director's punch, and punch him in the stomach. Sungyun says, this is self-defense. And this is payback. Director thinks, how can this be AC rank's power? Sungyun says, you want me to be an exclusive hunter for the Hunters Association. Kim In-ho says, that's right. The salary is at a minimum of 1 million won, and if you would like more, you can negotiate. It's an offer that you won't be on the losing end of. Sungyun thinks, 1 million, that's quite high. Kim In-ho says, it's because we saw Hunter Sungyun's potential. Sungyun says, Director, I think you manipulated the test difficulty. Well, I won't make a problem out of it. But I can't be in a contract with someone I can't trust. Sungyun throws Director Kim's ID card and wakes away. After that we see that 2 days later. A news reporter says, recent rumors about a strange phenomenon where hunters have been summoned to the Tower of Trials. Sungyun thinks, now, everyone knows about the Tower of Trials. Sungyun says, I sold the equipment at a decent price, and used the 3 days very productively. Sungyun is holding a wooden box in his hand and a rook. He says, it's almost time. System says you will soon return to the Tower of Trials. Sungyun says, nice. System says, your time is up. You will be returning to the Tower of Trials. He thinks, I'll finally feel the pleasure of being able to grow again. I'm gonna get busy when I return. He back in the waiting room. He says, I'm back at the tower. Sungyun thinks, as expected, I can use my items freely both in the tower and in the real world. I'll put these in my inventory. He jumps off of his bed and says, let's get warmed up into the 5th floor's trial. System says, you have received the achievement, the first returner. Skill Eyes of the Truth rank A has been created. Skill Eyes of the Truth rank A. Proficiency none. Effect using magic power allows you to view the details of anything and determine the truth of a person's words. He sees that and says, not only can I view the details behind items and people, but I can also determine if someone's lying. He thinks this is great. What unexpected luck. System says, you have purchased Thunder Sword rank C. 5,500 points have been deducted. You have purchased Secretive Hunter's Shield Rand D+. 3,800 points have been deducted. Although it's expensive, the sword's bonus effects are good. When you hit an opponent, they will have a 10% chance of being paralyzed. I'm sure it'll help me. He says, trial. System says, do you wish to challenge the 5th floor's trail? A portal opens up in front of him, and jumps toward the portal and says, okay, it's been a while, shall I get going? System says, you have entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Tower of Trials, select difficulty hard. The title of this trail is Hunt. Remaining time 1 day. Pass condition, defeat the wolf person, the boss of the Wolf Gorge. Feign condition, challenger's death or time running out. Trial rewards wolf person's headband rank C-. Penalty for failure, death. He is standing in front of a mountain. He says, a wolf person. A lot wolves surround him. All the wolf jumps toward him. Sungyun easily kills all of them and kicks a wolf in the face. He thinks, what? It's so weak. Some really big white wolves appear there. All the wolves uses some kind of red aura. They surround Sungyun. Sungyun says, yes, this is how the trial of towers should be like. All the white wolves jumps toward him. He jumps toward them. He gets excited and says, this situation has become more fun now. He starts to cut down the white wolf and says, am I gradually becoming insane? He cuts a lot of them down in a super fast chain of attacks. System says, you have reached 100% proficiency on Skill Hunter Dagger skill rank E. The rank of Skill Hunter Dagger skill has risen to E+ rank. The tank of Skill Fast Recovery has risen to D rank. He thinks, the Hunter Dagger skill I got from the 3rd floor is slowly growing. I should get a new sword skill. 2 wolf attack him from behind. Sungyun says, yes, keep attacking me. He kills them. He absorbs them and thinks, with this, my 3rd hunt is over. The sword's paralysis effect doesn't happen as much as I thought it would. He absorbs a lot of crazy wolf spirits. His proficiency has increased to 16%. He says, nice, my necromancy skills proficiency in increasing nicely. If I keep it, I might be able to grow my unique trait. I think I'm slowly getting closer to the center of the Wolf Gorge. He see that a lot of wolves are dead. He says, what's this? Was there a territory fight? No, if I look at their injuries. They were made with a sword. These traces. He uses Eyes of the Truth. System says, traces of aura. Rank D-, a trace made from a very proficient aura which created a clean slice in the wall. He thinks, aura. Is that a skill? There are a lot of things that I don't know. This is a little unsettling. He feels something and says, it's close by. He runs toward it, and sees there is a cave. He thinks it's here. A monster comes out flying. System says, pass condition have been met, the wolf person has died. Analyzing the cause. He is confused and thinks, the goal, the wolf person, has died. System says, analysis complete. An intruder has been detected in Challenger Han Sungyun's trail. The trial's goal has been modified. Kill the interdimensional intruder. A big armor-wearing man comes out of the cave. Sungyun sees him and says, an intruder. They came from another dimension. The Tower of Trials exists in other dimensions. What on earth is going on? Intruder says, you're still alive. For measly barbaric challenger from another dimension. Well, is it because you're the owner of this trial? Intruder says, why aren't you saying anything, you barbarian? Are you scared of the horror of death? This guy's not normal. He thinks, I didn't think that a situation where another challenger would steal my trail's objective would happen. But I'm glad that a message saying I failed the trial didn't appear. Intruder says, are you so scared that you can't reply? Well, I'll just attack you then. Intruder start to run toward Sungyun. Sungyun thinks, he's coming. Sungyun kicks the wolf man toward the intruder. Wolf man goes flying toward the intruder. Intruder cuts the wolf man in half. Sungyun appears behind intruder and attacks him. Sungyun says, "I got you." Sungyun tries to stab him but his dagger doesn't go through intruder's armor. He is surprised to see that and thinks, "What? I was planning on slicing his armor into two." Intruder says, "That's right, I got you." Intruder covers his sword with purple aura and gets ready to attack. Intruder swings his sword with full power to hit Sungyun. Sungyun blocks the attack using his shield. His shield breaks and Sungyun goes flying. Sungyun hits the mountain behind him. His hand breaks and he starts to bleed. Intruder says, "To think you blocked my aura. It might have actually been less annoying as it was fully severed." Sungyun screams and says, "What did you mean by intrude? I've never heard of something like before." Intruder says, "So the barbarian doesn't know about class invading." Sungyun says, "Why? Why are these things happening to my trials?" Intruder says, "Don't be resentful, the Tower of Trials is usually like this. I'll finish this now and stop dragging it on." Sungyun says, "Wait, could you perhaps tell me what class invading is?" Intruder says, "Well, I guess I could, since you're going to die soon. From the 8th floor, there's a system expansion called class invading. In the store, you can purchase the invading ticket and you can interfere in other people's trails." Sungyun says, "And, seeing as you called this a barbaric dimension, does that mean you came from another world?" Intruder says, "Where else did you think I came from?" Sungyun says, "Never mind." Sungyun uses Eyes of Truth. System says, "Skill Eyes of the Truth has been activated. The targeted person is telling the truth." Sungyun thinks, he's not lying. Intruder says, "You're doing something that pisses me off. How dare you judge me?" Sungyun smiles and says, "Well, what are you going to do about it?" Intruder gets angry and says, "What? A barbarian dares to?" Sungyun says, "Since I got the information I needed, I'll tell you something amusing. The pain in my arm is quite bearable due to my pain resistance skill. In other words, I'm not holding it because of the pain. If I let go of my arm like so, his skill fast recovery activates and heals his arm." Sungyun says, "My skill fast recovery will automatically heal it. I had to act helpless so you'd give me information." Intruder gets ready to attack him again. He says, "So you're a healing type swordsman. However, if that was you full strength, then the fact that you will die won't change." Sungyun pick up his sword by kicking the ground. He says, "What should I do? My full strength will keep on increasing." System says, "You have used all you possessed evil spirits. Your stats have permanently increased. Strength has increased by 2. Agility increased by 3. Stamina has increased by 3. Magic power has increased by 5. Durability has increased by 7. Intruder is surprised to see his power increase. He says, "Your healing has strengthening traits, too." He activates Assassin's Cap's exclusive effect. His movement speed increased by 15%. Remaining time, 59 seconds. He gets ready to attack and also uses instant acceleration. Intruder gets scared and says, "That's crazy. How can a 5th floor challenger have so many skills?" Sungyun jumps toward him with super speed. They starts to tread blow with each other. He thinks, "Damn it, since I'm in the 5th floor, the restrictions on my stats are severe." He gets really angry and says, "You annoying barbarian." He starts to use more aura. Sungyun sees that and thinks, "Aura." Sungyun dodges his attack. Intruder attack him multiple times. Sungyun dodges all his attacks and thinks, "It'll be dangerous if I get hit by the aura skill since it's of high rank. But my stats are better than his. So I'm confident that I can avoid a critical hit. The real issue is that armor. It's a high-rank equipment that I can't destroy with my current abilities." However, Sungyun starts to hit him on multiple different locations. He thinks, "If I continue to hit it, Intruder gets electrocuted." Intruder throw up blood and screams with pain. He says, "What is this?" System says, "Thunder Sword rank circa. When you hit a target there is a 10% chance they will be paralyzed." Sungyun smiles and says, "Yes, this is it." Intruder falls to the ground. Sungyun sees him and thinks, "It would have been a pain if that armor had paralysis resistance. But I'm glad this gamble paid off." Intruder tries to get up but he wasn't able to. He thinks, "In normal circumstances, I should have won. How can a mere 5th floor challenger have that many skills. Sungyun says, you're the careless one for trusting in your armor and your high-ranking skill. Let's finish this. Sungyun jumps toward the intruder. Intruder says, wait, I can give you answers to what you want to know. Sungyun says, I don't need it. You damned barbarian. Sungyun stabs him through the gaps of his helmet. Intruder dies. Sungyun thinks, I'm gradually becoming numb when it comes to killing. However, if I felt uncomfortable every time I kill someone, that's a bigger problem. System says, congratulations, you have completed the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Intruder's body starts to disappear. Sungyun surprised to see that, and immediately absorbs his spirit. System says, you have absorbed the soul of the challenger Kata Drax. Proficiency has increased by 15%. He thinks, I almost couldn't absorb his soul. If you die in another dimension, will you disappear? Sungyun says, but why isn't the reward message popping up? System says, the difficulty of the trial is not proportional to the rewards. All the rewards will be modified. System says, you have obtained the skill 3 lacerations. Rank A-. You have obtained 7,500 points as a completion reward. You have obtained an additional 3,500 points. He thinks, the C- rank reward was replaced by a minus rank reward. Sungyun thinks, seeing just how much the original difficulty of this trial was changed. Shows how strong the intruder knight truly was. But to get an A- grade skill. Amazing. System says, you will enter the lobby of the 6th floor. All injuries and status abnormalities will be restored. Challenger Han Sungyun's information has been filled out in the leaderboard. Sungyun puts his cloths and sword in the inventory. He sits by a wall and thinks, to think dimensional invasion exists. You can't let your guard down in the tower trials. I really wanted to save my question voucher till I reached the 8th floor. System says, please write down what you wish to ask. An administrator will answer your question. Number of possessed question vouchers is 5. Sungyun says, I should ask what a floor invasion exactly is, and whether or not I can be alerted as soon as an invasion occurs. This should be good. System says, your question has been sent. After that immediately System says, a reply has arrived. Sungyun says, already. System says, a floor invasion is a system where you can invade a challenger's trial when it's within the first 10 classes. However, you cannot interfere with special trails such as a combined trial. This is a system you acquire on the 8th floor, meaning you cannot currently use it. He says, this is a climbing breaker. He scrolls down, and System says, you cannot receive information about this in your current floor. Only the first part of your question received a reply, so a question voucher will not be consumed. Sungyun is surprised to see that and thinks, what? A question voucher isn't all-powerful. But I'm glad it didn't use up a question voucher. He says, let's use the awesome items I got on Earth. He bring out his broken shield and a wooden box and a stone that he brought with him from Earth. System says, you have used Kroken's Magic Tower's restoration box to restore Secretive Hunter's shield. How have used all the number of uses of Kroken's Magic Tower's restoration box. The performance of this box is better than I thought. He uses a cleaning stone. He gets all washed up and says, I thought a cleaning stone was a waste of money. But now that I've used it, it's really not a waste. System says time until the 6th floor trail 1 hour 12 minutes. He says, since there's still time, should I take a look at the trial leaderboard and the community board? He opens the leaderboard. He is at the 3rd place on the 5th floor's leaderboard. And his rank is S. He sees that and thinks, I'm 3rd. From the 16th. I've gone up a lot in rank. He says, am I getting closer to obtaining the benefit of a continuous pioneer? Well, I need to see what I get when I reach the 8th floor. He enters the community tab. First post says, selling a psychological resistance skill that will help a lot with murder and pillaging. If you have a psychological resistance skill, you will be able to achieve things related to murder, pillaging, and betrayal, as well as receive great rewards. Sungyun says, the current chats. Chaos. Sungyun thinks, like it says, the place is just chaotic and disorderly, just what is happening. A psychological resistance skill which is being sold actively right now is the same as a double-edged sword, although the effect of it negating psychological shock is enticing. You'll never have any problems if you just keep using the skill to erase psychological pain. Someone says, everyone, did you all know that the bastard who gave us information about the 4th floor changed his nickname to Princess Sudi? Sungyun thinks, he was the challenger that screwed up the mood in the 4th floor's lobby, right? I remember feeling like he purposely made everyone feel competitive. Sungyun says, don't tell me, this time too. He closes the community tab and says, Princess Sudi. I'll remember the name for now. System says, will you accept the 6th floor's trail? Do you wish to challenge the 6th floor's trial? Difficulty hard. The objective of the trail is conquering. Time limit 50 minutes. Pass condition. Capture one of the surrounding tiles within the time limit. Fail conditions, challenger's death or time running out. Trail rewards. Randomly picked box rank B. Penalty for failure death. We see that he is standing in middle of the ocean with a lot paths connecting with a lot of portals. He says, so it's the ocean this time. System says, your teammate allocation has been completed. Cooperate with your teammate and complete the trail. He waits a bit and says, wait, hold on. Why isn't my teammate coming out? Don't tell me they're sleeping. A spears comes out of the portal really fast. Sungyun grabs it and pulls out the hunter with it. Sungyun says, to think you're attacking your own teammate. What are you doing? He says, you'd know what's going on if you looked at the community board. Murdering is the easiest way to obtain achievements. Sungyun says, so, killing a teammate doesn't matter as long as you can obtain power. He screams and says, this bastard's acting all hypocritical. Before you pretend to have a conscience, look around you. We see that all the hunters are fighting against their teammates. Every is acting crazy and killing each other. He says, now you understand. You hypocrite. After that we see that everyone is killing each other without any hesitation. Two girls shake hand and girl 1 says, at times like these, we need to combine our strength. Girl 2 says, I'm really glad I met someone who thinks the same as me. Girl 1 says, a horrific betrayal like that. Girl 2 says, they should have paid attention. Girl 1 stabs the girl 2. Girl 1 says, I know, right, you should have paid attention. If you cluelessly shake my hand without a second thought, how are you going to grab your sword? System says, you have acquired the achievement Dirty Murderer. Durability has increased by 1. Sungyun see all that. His teammate says, let's be honest, now. You also want the achievement, don't you? So stop being a hypocrite. His teammate sees an opening and attacks Sungyun saying, die. Sung appears behind him and stabs him with his own spear. He throws out blood and thinks, how can he move like that? System says, you have acquired the achievement Traitor. Strength has increased by 1. Sungyun thinks, weak. A special trial, combined trial. Although these words are broad. This trial is no different from an event to me. On top of that, an unique traits proficiency, and if I'm lucky, an amazing event where I can get a skill. I won't go out of my way to kill other challengers. But I also won't ignore the ones who attack me. We see a hunt-activated Iron Dome. He give an evil smile and says, this trial is made for someone like me who knows how to use water attribute magic. Sungyun comes running toward him really fast and jumps. He thinks, who's this crazy bastard? Sungyun kicks his Iron Dome. He starts laugh and says, this is a bulletproof Iron Dome, you son of a b. Sungyun breaks the dome and kicks him in the face. He goes flying and throws out a lot blood. Sungyun thinks, that was a little cruel, but if I do this. Some other hunters were coming toward him, they starts to run back to their area, and says, is he a ranker? I'm going somewhere else. Monster-like bastard. He sits there and everyone is running away. Sungyun thinks, to be honest, I do want achievements, but I don't want to commit unnecessary murder. System says, capturing the tile is in progress. If a member from another team steps on the tile, capturing will be stopped. Prevent your enemies from capturing you tiles. Time remaining 9 minutes 59 seconds. He says, I just need to endure them minutes of this tile. The high-ranking challengers who didn't use a return stone on the 5th floor must have already finished the 6th floor since they challenged this floor immediately after, right? Most challengers around me are of low rank, so that might be the reason why this is easy for me. The 6th floor's trial made me think about a lot of things. Distrusting others, the reality of low-ranking challengers. The Tower of Trial's gloominess. But misplaced compassion is real hypocrisy. Even if I spared the challengers who came at me and sent them away to another tile, someone will die. System says, someone has invaded your tile, so capturing has been halted. A 4-man team comes on his tile. One of them says, what stunned expression. You're thinking why are 4 people here when it's a 2-person team trial, right? Sungyun says, it's obvious just by looking at you. 4 gangsters have created a murderer party to get achievements. He says, correct, you're aware. As you've said. Die. You bastard. 2 of them jumps toward Sungyun. Sungyun gets up ready to fight. Their mage uses heart solidarity. A purple cube appears on Sungyun's heart. System says, due to the unique trait, heart solidarity, Kim Jinhyun's pain will be shared with Han Sungyun. Kim Jinhyun brings out a dagger and stabs his hand. Sungyun feels the pain and throws the sword. He activates pain resistance. System says, all types of pain have been reduced by 15%. One of them throws the water on him. He says, see water. System says, you have touched the water from the trial. Strength has decreased by 10. Agility has decreased by 10. Stamina has decreased by 10. Penalty time 2 minutes 59 seconds. Sungyun thinks, there was such a penalty for touching the water. Sungyun thinks, this is the worst. Sungyun gets really excited and says, if I was a normal challenger that is. One of them swing his sword with full strength. Sungyun dodges it. Sungyun says, the plan of stealing the weapons to lower their stats as much as possible was quite good. However, you guys made a grave mistake. Sungyun grabs his face and rams him into the ground. Sungyun says, you chose the wrong opponent. They are really surprised to see that. System says, you have acquired the achievement, 1 hit, 1 kill. Skill extinction of the weak rank F has been created. A skill window appears saying, skill extinction of the weak rank F proficiency 0%. Effect, if any of the user's stats is higher than the opponent's, the user's strength will increases proportionally. Other gangster attack him from behind and says, die, you son of a b. System says, that enemy's stats are lower than the user's. Skill extinction of the weak has been activated. Strength has increased by 1. Sungyun disappears, and hits him in the face with his knee. And instantly kicks him in face. System says, you have acquired the achievement merciless murder. His agility increases by 1. There are 2 really scared gangsters remaining. Sungyun walks toward them. Mage gangster says, to the other gangster that, what should we do now? Shall we attack him together? The other gangster bring out the sword and cuts one of Mage's legs. Mage screams with pain. Sungyun also feels the pain. And gets down on one of his knees. Sungyun thinks, we're basically sharing pain, but thankfully, it doesn't deal me actual damage. The only issue is that pain is restricting my movements. Mage gangster screams and says, you bastard, can you still call yourself a bloody human? The gangster stabs the mage in the stomach. Gangster shouts and says, if you come any closer, I'm going to slit this idiot's throat. Sungyun thinks, thanks to the pain resistance skill, I can still move. But it's still hard to maneuver. As expected, this is the only way. With the heart solidarity, I'm going to kill the other challengers quickly. Sungyun throws his shield with his full power. It cuts the head of the mage. Sungyun feels a lot of pain in the neck. The gangster says, if I don't do it now, there won't be another chance. He jumps toward Sungyun, really fast. And swing his sword. Sungyun grabs his sword in between both of his hand. Sungyun says, the feeling of slitting the throat is so thrilling. Would you like to experience it too? Gangster smiles and says, I'm screwed. Sungyun breaks his sword, and cuts his head off with that. System says, you have acquired the achievement Iron Blood Climber. You have obtained 1,500 points. Time limit has been reached. You have captured the tile. All the remaining hunter are really happy and says, we survived. We did it. Sungyun says, was it the instigation of someone, that so many people started to get murder achievements in the beginning of the trail? In the end, those who won were the ones who remained a team. Sungyun sees some other hunter and thinks, of course. There were exceptions. In other people's eyes. Do I look like a monster? System says, congratulations. You have completed the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, a random gacha box rank B has been sent to your inventory. As a reward you have obtained 8,000 points. You will be moved to the lobby. He absorbs the souls all the hunters that he killed. System says, unique trait necromancy has reached 100% proficiency. Unique trait necromancy has increased in rank. Necromancy rank D. He enters the lobby of 7th floor. System says, achievement viewing function has been activated. Sungyun says, achievement viewing. He opened the achievement list. There are a lot of achievements that he got. Sungyun sees that and says, S rank. I knew the first returner wasn't an ordinary achievement. He starts to check the details of the achievements. He thinks I got a lot of achievements because I murdered people. And when you get them, you also receive a variety of rewards like skills, stats, points, etc. He bring out the Rand Gacha box rank B. System says, a box with a yellow ribbon which contains a random item. When you open the box, you are guaranteed to get an item in the range from F to B rank. He says, a random gacha box, the reward from the 6th floor is a bit ambiguous. I should expect much since the item will be in the range from F to B rank. He start to open the box and says, let's just get whatever there is and proceed with absorbing the souls. A light starts to come out of the box. A small goblin, a dog mix locking monster jumps out of the box. Sungyun is confused to see him. Sungyun says, what's that? Am I supposed to catch it? Sungyun starts to run after the small monster. He tries to catch it but was not able to. Then he suddenly jumps and grabs the monster. Sungyun get happy and says, I caught you. Monster bites him on his hand. Sungyun screams with pain and release the monster. Sungyun gets really angry and says, I was going easy on you because you're cute. But now I'll go all out. Sungyun jumps really fast toward the monster. Monster jumps upward. Sungyun jumps higher than the monster. He spins around and get ready attack. Sungyun hits the monster on its head with a really powerful punch. System says critical hit. His head turns red, and monster popped like a balloon. System says, congratulations. You have obtained an item of the best rank from the random gacha box. Sungyun thinks, if it's the best rank then. A B rank item. An item window appears saying, a wrought iron pendant rank B. An iron pendant imbued with the soul of a blacksmith who had worked with iron their whole life. Increases metallurgy and sword skill effects by 7%. Using magic power will activate the exclusive effect. Iron's protection. In return for continuously using magic power, there is no cooldown for the exclusive effect. He grabs the pendant and says, Iron's protection. Let's try it out. System says, the exclusive skills of the wrought iron pendant, iron protection, has been activated. Your skin develops a property that absorbs 10% of all physical damage. Sword skill effects have been increased by 7%. 10% of all physical damage will be absorbed. Sungyun thinks, this is much better than most A rank items. It's an OP item with both attack and defense properties. He smiles and says, I didn't expect much. But I got a freaking amazing item. He wears it. System immediately says, all your magic power has been consumed. The exclusive skill of the wrought iron pendant, iron protection, has been deactivated. Sungyun thinks, this exclusive effect that drains magic power like crazy. I should save my magic power and only use this during important moments. Now, next, should I check the unique trait that has advanced to D rank? System says, will you enter the trail on the 7th floor? He gets surprised to see that and thinks, what? Don't I need to wait in order to challenge the next trial? If I can challenge the trial more quickly, then I'm all for it. But is that the same for everyone? He checks the community tab. Tower's spirit says, guys, do you know that the waiting time for the trial is gone? He sees that and thinks, I knew it. Everyone's wait item has disappeared. Sungyun thinks, it seems like no one's fussed about the fact that the wait time has disappeared. They aren't really interested in the pioneer benefits and just seem to want to go home. Is it because they're mostly low-ranking challengers? Besides, the atmosphere here is completely different from the 6th floor. The murdering maniacs are probably all staying quiet. Since the next trail is an individual one, there's nothing to gain by standing out. He thinks I should be careful of the murdering maniacs, who killed their teammates without hesitation. And more importantly, no matter what, I need to increase my unwavering skill. He says, now, let's have a look at necromancy, which is now a D rank trait because of the 6th floor. Skill window appears saying, unique trait. Necromancy rank D. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect, you can absorb the souls of the dead to either enhance or recover the stats and magic power. Additional effect 4, you can use a soul to protect your physical body, however, the amount of damage that the soul can absorb is proportional during the time of use. He sees that and thinks, did the basic effect become a little more specific? Previously, it felt like only my basic stats were being enhanced, but now I can also use souls for magic power of a shield. He says, I expected the probability of absorbing a skill to increase, but it didn't happen, I guess. I did need a defense ability though. He bring out his dagger and throw it upwards and says, let's test how great the soul shield. He says, well, even if my arm gets cut off, I still have the lobby's revering effect. His dagger is about to cut his arm. A red shield appears on his hand and stops the dagger. System says, the soul has absorbed the user's injury. The soul of player Song Jinwook has disappeared. Number of possessed souls 3 out of 30. He smiles and thinks, it's better than I thought. I shouldn't absorb all the souls, it's better to leave some to use as shields. He checks the trial leaderboard. He is now at the 4th place and Princess Sudi is on the 5th. He says, Fouth, I ranked down by 1. It's a shame, but that's not important. I just need to be within the top 50 to be a pioneer. Sungyun says, testing things in the lobby is getting boring. Since the wait time is gone, shall I go to the next trail? He goes through the portal and system says, the 7th floor's trail will start. Difficulty hard. The subject OS the trial is verification. Remaining time 40 minutes. Completion conditions, complete 3 trials before the time is up. Failure conditions, challenger dies or the time runs out. Reward for completion, skill wins grace rank A-. Penalty upon failure, death. He is standing inside a corridor. He says, a corridor. This is completely different from the previous trials. It's annoying that I can't feel anything. He see light at the end of corridor. System says, you have entered the area of the first trial. Please prove that you have overcome your fear. He is standing in the desert from the tutorial trial. He is surprised to see that and thinks, this is. I knew it. Something really big come out of the ground. Sungyun thinks, a sand golem. This area is a reproduction of the tutorial trial. Then it means that this trial is making me go through 3 trails of already passed. To be honest, I can defeat the sand golem with my eyes closed now. Does that mean I'll be able to go to the 8th floor quickly? Sand golem is really big as a building. He looks like an ant in front of it. He says, has the sand golem always been this huge? He smiles and thinks, I thinks it's 3 times as big. Sand golem gets ready to attack Sungyun. Sungyun bring out his weapon and shield. Sungyun gets really excited and says, yeah, let's fight. Golem's punch comes toward Sungyun. And Sungyun jumps toward the golem. Sungyun starts to run on golem's hand. Sungyun steps on golem's head and jumps really high. He thinks, how strange. I don't see the core stone, which is the vital point of the sand golem. Is it deeper within its body because of its size? Golem turn around really fast. Sungyun is surprised to see its speed. Golem grabs Sungyun. Sungyun cuts the hand of the golem into million pieces. Sungyun stands on its arm and says, if that doesn't work, then I'll just slice you up. He cuts the sand golem at multiple spots. Sand golem starts to regenerate. Sungyun sees that and thinks, I knew it. Slicing sand with a knife. I need to find the core stone no matter what, and destroy it. Sand golem gets really angry. Sungyun says, I just made it angrier, shit. Golem takes the stands to jumps. Sungyun is really surprised to see that. Sand golem jumps really high. Sungyun starts to run says, that's crazy. Dodging isn't the problem. If it falls like that. Sand golem hits the ground. A huge wave of sand appears behind Sungyun. Sungyun gets half buried in sand. He says, I'm pissed. Sungyun gets up and gets ready to fight. Skill activates 3. Lacerations. Skill window appears saying, Skill 3 lacerations rank A-. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect using magic, the 3 following sword type attacks will be enhanced. Details of effect, when the skill is used, the sword's cutting power will be multiplied by 1.5, 2, 2.5. After every attack, Sungyun cuts the arm of golem. Sungyun thinks, I cut it in once go. He thinks about the intruder and says, I was frustrated when my floor was invaded. But should I now thank the knight that invaded my floor? Although the golem can regenerate its parts with sand, I still need to continue slicing it up in order to find the core stone. Golem runs toward Sungyun. Sungyun also jumps toward the golem and says, okay, keep regenerating. I'll cut you. Again and again. As many times as it takes. Sungyun cut him into a lot of small pieces. Sungyun thinks, it's persistent. Where the hell is its core stone? Sungyun realizes something. He says, when did you get this cute? Sand golem starts to blush. Sungyun says, while sand is the golem body's main resource, it doesn't seem like it can continuously use it in this environment. So that's why it's this small now. Then, that means. Sungyun gives an evil look and says, alright golem. Want to go on a diet with me? Golem screams. Sungyun jumps toward the golem. Golem punch comes toward Sungyun. Sungyun spins around, and kicks the hand of golems. And cuts its arms and legs. Golem gets smaller and smaller. Core starts to come out of its body. Sungyun sees that and thinks, it found it. He thinks, it's on its back. It was hard to lice his body because it was too thick, but to think it's there. Did it take me then minutes to get to this point? The duration of the 7th floor's trial is only 40 minutes. I should hurry. Golem's punch appear right in front of his face. He barely dodges. Golem tries to punch him again and again. Sungyun dodges all the punches and says, you've gotten quicker after going on a diet. How amusing. I wanted to play with you for a little longer. But I don't have time. Sungyun appears behind the golem. And stabs the core. Core breaks into pieces. System says, you have proved that you have overcome your fear. The first trial has ended. A really bright light appears behind him. He sees the golem's soul and thinks, nice, the golem's soul. He goes through the light and was not able to get the soul of the golem. System says, you have failed to extract the soul. He gets so annoyed and says, my proficiency. System says, you will now be entering the area of the second trial. Prove that you have overcome your own wisdom. He get to the second trial. He sees around him and thinks, this place is the orc village from the second floor's trial. As expected, it's materializing the trials from the previous floors. He comes out of a house. There are a lot of orcs in front of him. He thinks a hunter orc. During the second floor's trail, I destroyed the orc village. Is this what happened after that? All the orcs are really angry to see him. They all start scream really loud. Sungyun thinks, berserk. A phenomenon that occurs when the monster are enraged. A berserk orc is no measly E-rank monster. I'm so freaking unlucky. All the orc runs toward Sungyun. Sungyun gets ready and says, but, come to think of it. You monsters can't make it obvious that you're hurting from losing your family. Sungyun activates, skill instant acceleration. And skill 3 lacerations. Sungyun jumps toward them and says, at least not in front of me. After that we see that one of the orc hunters is sighting on its one knee. We see that all the other orc hunters are dead. Sungyun says, how's that? Right. You have to stand by and watch as your family's dying. Or jumps and attacks him. Sungyun easily dodges the attack. And cuts his head off. System says, you have proved that you have overcome your wisdom. The second trial has ended. He thinks, I can't delay this anymore. He absorbs the souls of all dead orcs. System says, you have absorbed the soul of the hunter orcs. Proficiency has increased by 6%. Number of possessed souls, 19 out of 30. He gets happy and says, nice. System says, the hunter dagger skill rank E+, has reached 100% proficiency. Skill hunter dagger skill, has leveled up to D rank. Skill instant acceleration rank D has reached 100% proficiency. Skill instant acceleration has leveled up to D+ rank. You will now be entering the area of the third trail. Prove that you have over your hesitation. He sees something and says, this trail is all over the place. We see that he is back at the 6th floor area. He says, this is. Capture the area, from the 6th floor. The trials WHERE on the 1st and 2nd floor, so I assumed this trial would be a replica of the 3rd floor. The arrangement of the tiles are different. Well, seeing as that the tower used that stupid trial for wisdom. I'm the idiot for expecting logical things from this tower. He bring out a health potion rank D- out of his inventory. A special recovery potion that's rich in vitality. When the potion is consumed, stamina and magic power will be restored by 20%. He drinks the potion and says, "That's better." He throws the bottle in the water and says, "Polluting the Tower of Trials." The path starts to blow up from one side. He sees that and says, "Just because I threw that." He activates the effect of the Assassin's Cape rank D. His movement speed goes up by 15%. He starts to run and thinks, "I've succeeded in fulfilling the rules of all the trials up until now. Then, that means in order to pass this trial, I need to find the red captured tile. Until then, I can't touch the water." He thinks, "I'm a lot faster. At least it won't catch up to me. Nice then with this pace." The water under his tile blows up. System says, "You have touched the water of this trial." All his basic stats goes down by 10. He thinks, "I thought the tiles would burst in order." He goes flying and thinks, "That's what I get for expecting the Tower of Trials to be logical." He activates instant acceleration. He starts to jumps from one tile to another. And says, "Do you think I'll die in a place like this?" He see the red tile and thinks, "Over there. The red captured tile. Is this annoying trail going to end soon?" A lot of water tornado appears around him. Sungyun sees that and thinks, "Now it's just following me with no tact." He smiles and thinks, "Just a little more." A water tornado hits him from behind. System says, "Wrought Iron Pent Rank B exclusive effect Iron's protection has been activated. 10% of all physical damage will be absorbed by the skin. The soul has absorbed the damage harming the user. The Orc Hunter's soul has been destroyed. The Orc Hunter's soul has been destroyed." He thinks, "I'm sure I felt the shock. The shield protected me just before I took damage from the shock." Sungyun starts to run again. System says, "The exclusive effect of Assassin's Cape has been deactivated." Sungyun is really tired and thinks, "I have no man now. I'm done for if instant acceleration gets deactivated too." He eats one of the Orc Hunter's souls. System says, "Magic power has been replenished by using an Orc Hunter's soul." He thinks, "Nice, my strength is coming back." He is about to reach the red tile. The last tile blows up. He says, "Shit, I don't know anymore." He uses his shield and jumps with his full strength through the water. And uses one of the Orc Hunter's soul has been destroyed. He goes really high. And about to fall on the red tile. He get really scared and starts screams. He uses 2 more Orc Hunter souls. He only has 12 souls left. All the water tornado stops. System says, "You have proved that you have overcome your hesitation. The third trial has finished." All the water tornado turns back into the water. All the water falls on him. He thinks, "This damned trial. Pissing me off till the very end." System says, "Congratulations. You have completed the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward the skill wins grace rank A- has been obtained. As a reward 15,000 points have been obtained. As an additional reward the item Fast Boots rank C+ has been sent to your inventory. Please proceed to the lobby." He walks toward the portal and says, "This trail. Honestly, it is the same as failing it. At this rate I'm very uneasy about the 8th floor's trial. Luck won't work from now on." Lobby starts to shake. System says, 1,000 people have completed the 7th floor's trail. System expansion has started. A skill shop has been created. A trail junction has been created. A permanent return is possible. A floor invading system has been activated. He sees that and thinks, a skill shop, permanent return, and even floor invading. They're all things I've been looking forward to. But the most important thing is, System says, "You are a challenger that has been appointed as a pioneer in all floors. Please select Halo." He thinks, "This Halo. The benefit that you can get from being appointed a pioneer in all floors." System says, "A challenger with a Halo will be given unique traits, skills, and effects. Please choose carefully." Sungyun sees that, he is really surprised and thinks has the Tower of Trials ever given advice like this before? That means this halo has a special meaning behind it. System says, "Please select a halo. There are 3 options: ruler, hunter, monk." He says, "So these are halos. Let's look at the description first. Ruler. A halo that changes based on the person's performance. It's more of a universal type than a specialized type, and has a close connection to unique traits. It will greatly increase potential in abilities like combat, growth, support, and creation. Unique authority, skill synthesization. This is currently the most suited halo for Challenger Han. Sungyun. Sungyun sees that and thinks, it has an effect on all abilities and unique traits. On top of that, the Tower Trials is clearly telling me which halo suits me the most. Then, what about the other halos? System says, Hunter, a halo that anyone can adapt to. It has a deep connection to the improvements of abilities and skills. Through the halo's effect, the proficiencies of abilities and skills will increase exponentially. Unique authority level up. This is currently a halo that is somewhat suitable for Challenger Han Sungyun. Sungyun thinks, this isn't too bad. And the last halo. Monk. A halo that is greatly influenced by talent and perseverance. The longer you invest your time, the stronger you'll become. However, it requires time and talent. If you are talentless, then your abilities may become useless. Unique authority. Path of training. Sungyun says, it's bad. He says, let's dismiss this halo and choose between the other two. The one I'll choose is. System says, you have chosen ruler. Through the unique effect of the ruler's halo, evolution of the unique trait has started. Choices are categorized based on the challenger's current ability. Summoner. Using the absorbed souls, you can raise powerful undead skeletons. Magic swordsman. Both swordsmanship and magic will increase and any related skills can be learned 3 times faster. Creator. Skills based on item creation will increase and any related skills will be learned 3 times faster. Sungyun sees all this and thinks, is this the effect of the ruler's halo? This is easy to choose from. System says, unique trait necromancy has been added as a trait for summoner. Some effects will be adjusted with additional effects being added. Unique authority, skill synthesization, has been created. His status window appears. Han Sungyun, Halo Ruler. Strength 55, Stamina 51, Agility 56, Magic Power 43. Durability 43. Unique trait necromancy rank D. Unique authority skill synthesization. Skill view more details. He thinks I finally have a halo. Sungyun says, let's. He activates unique authority, skill synthesization. Effect. You can synthesize any 2 skills. When skills chosen differ in rank, the skill with the higher rank will become the core skill. I can combine 2 useless skills and make a new one. This is freaking awesome. System says, opening the skill list. Please choose 2 existing skill to synthesize. He sees the list and thinks, what should I combine? Skills that I don't use often. He chooses Extinction of the Weak rank F, Combat Continuation rank F. You have chosen these 2 skills. Will you proceed with the synthesization? He presses yes and thinks, nice, it's synthesizing. System says, skill synthesization has completed. A new skill has been created. Sungyun gets a new skill called Forceful Breakthrough rank D, has been created. A skill window appears saying, Skill, Forceful Breakthrough rank D. Proficiency 0%. Effect. You can break through innate traits with uncertain restriction. However, the user's mana level must be higher than the magic being used on the user. Sungyun sees that and says, this is how it works. I thought getting an E rank skill would be good. But I got a D rank 1 instead. Sungyun says, this is a crazy skill. He says, let's try it again. He opens the skill list. System says, please choose 2 existing skills to synthesize. He chooses Ranger's Knowledge rank F and Fire Resistance rank F. System says, you have chosen these 2 skills. Will you proceed with the synthesization? He presses yes. System says, skill synthesization has completed. He sees that and says, this time too. He gets a new skill called Strengthened Eyes rank E-. A skill window appears saying, Skill Strengthened Eyes rank E-. Proficiency 0%. Effect. You are able to see even in obscured environments and your eyesight is better. Sungyun says, what, it only rose 1 rank. He thinks, is that how it works? The combination of the 2 skills before, Extinction of the Weak and Combat Continuation, were quite good. However, the combination of Ranger's Knowledge and Fire Resistance isn't that great. \. You can just tell they aren't that compatible. So that's it. He lay down on his bed and says, I got the Halo reward for being a consistent pioneer, too. I feel strange. Did I really achieve all this? Or was I just lucky because of my good trait? He gets up and says, let's stop thinking about stupid things, and looks at the reward. A skill window appears saying, skill wins grace rank A-. Proficiency 0%. Effect upon saying the skill's name, all speeds will increase by 10%. This skill can be stacked up to 7 times. However, after reaching the maximum stack count, there will be a 1-day cooldown. He is surprised to see that and says, I'm surprised it increase all speeds by 10%. Also, I can stack it up to 7 times. That means, it can increase all speeds up to 70%. He gets really excited and starts to laugh. He thinks, on top of that, this skill doesn't use magic power. Wins grace doesn't have any disadvantages. He opens his inventory and wears the fast boots rank C+. An item window appears saying, fast boots rank C+. Attack speed plus 3%. Movement speed plus 5%. Made with magic engineering, these shoes have tiny wings that heighten swiftness. Your movement will accelerate after reaching a consistent speed. He says, I'm happy that all the rewards from the 7th floor relate to speed. He opens the skill shop. System says, compiling a list of skills that can be bought. There are a lot of skills available in the shop. He sees that and says, the skill in the shop aren't that high ranked. Also, they're all quite expensive. He says, instant acceleration is 8,000 points. So expensive. He purchases a skill and say, I really need a magic type skill. System says, you have purchased Mana Circuit rank D-. 15,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased Mana Resistance rank D-. 12,000 points have been deducted. A skill window appears saying, skill. Mana Resistance ran D-. Proficiency 0%. Effect, your body forms a resistance against mana and you have a greater resistance to other people's mana. However, if you don't have the Mana Circuit skill, the effect will drastically decrease. He thinks, if I have mana resistance, I can prepare against skills like Heart Solidarity. Another skill window appears saying, skill Mana Circuit rank D-. Proficiency 0%. Effect gathers the magic power inside your body and creates a circuit. When magic power is used, efficiency increases. He tests it out. A lot red mana wires appears on his body. System says, man circuits will be formed within the user's body. He thinks, my body. It's hot. He stands up and says, my body feels light. He walks toward the center of the room. He covers his foot with mana. He kicks the ground, a really big shock wave appears. He says, the magic power I used recklessly strengthened my physical abilities after the circuits were formed. I knew purchasing it would be good. A message popped up saying, using the souls of the dead, you can reanimate a corpse, its level will be proportionate to the number of souls consumed and their quality. He says, I'm curious about the new summon abilities. Let's use it in an actual battle. He thinks, then, I need to make a decision now. Whether I challenge the next floor's trial. Or return to Earth. After that we see back on Earth, there's a hunter sitting on a bench in a park. He checks his phone. At party recruitment notice board, an urgent gate has appeared in the Great Cataclysm Memorial Park, recruiting tanks, healers and hunters, D- rank and above. List of hunts applying 0. There are currently no applicants. Hunter says, why aren't people applying? The man team appears there and says, seems like you haven't gotten any party members. The grant to enter the gate. There is a really big gate opened right by them. They say, why don't you give it to us? If the dungeon raid doesn't stat within the time allotted, the grant will automatically expire. How about you thinks about yourself and just give it to us? Hunter thinks, he's here again, these annoying bastards. Hunter says, I told you this before. I have no intention of handing over the grant. They say, stupid bastard. We see that there are a lot of hunters standing behind them. They says, there are a lot of hunters gathered in the park, yet why haven't they applied to join your party? I'll be honest with you. You're an E rank. No one wants to be in a party with a low-ranked bastard like you. Hunter behind him says, he's really giving him a reality check, it's the truth, through. Someone says, do you still have spots open in your party? Han Sungyun gets there and says, I'm Han Sungyun, AC rank hunter. He shows him his hunter's license and says, this is enough proof, right? The hunter says, yes, of course it's enough. The bad hunter grabs Sungyun's shoulder and says, hey, Hung. Don't you see there's people waiting? Can't you read the room? Sungyun says, if you're jealous, then why don't you just apply to Lee Cheolwan's party? He gets angry and says, what? Do you want to die? Sungyun looks toward him and says, and take you hand off me right now. Before I break it. Everyone there gets really scared after feeling his power. They thinks, aura. Is he really the same C rank as me? Other gets happy and says, such incredible aura. As expected of my Hyungnim. He smiles and sees toward them and thinks, it's not me, you rascals. He says, since there are people from the Hunter Association, I'll let it go this time. He starts to walk away and says, you're lucky. Lee Cheolwan grabs his head and says, why are things going bad from the start? Sungyun says, Hunter Lee Cheolwan. Looking at the mood, it seems like you won't be able to recruit anyone else. So let's just head in now. Cheolwan says, just the two of us. They enter the gate. Cheolwan gets really scared and says, we really entered. Sungyun says, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm able to kill most D-rank monsters. Cheolwan says, Han Sungyun, you said this is your first dungeon, right? Sungyun says, yes. And thinks, since the Tower of Trials isn't a dungeon. Cheolwan says, this might be rude since we just met, but raiding a dungeon is work where you put your life on the line. I really wanted to tell you this. Out of an E rank and C rank hunter, which hunter do you think has a higher chance of dying? People usually think it's the much weaker E rank hunter. But in reality, the C rank hunter has a higher rate. An E rank knows they're weak so they're overly cautious. But on the other hand, a group of C rank hunters are full of confidence. So that's why they have a higher death rate. It's the same with driving. When you're very confident, the rate of getting into an accident increases. Dungeons are places that are much more dangerous than one thinks. We came to such a place without a tank and support. I'm worried because you're so confident. Sungyun says, yes, well, what you said does make sense. Cheolwan says, although I'm just an E rank, I have a lot of dungeon experience. Can I be the leader of the party? Sungyun thinks, I want to stand at the front of the party. Sungyun says, yeah, that's fine. Cheolwan says, thank you for your understanding. It's for our safety, so I hope you're not too offended. Now then let's get going. Sungyun thinks, should I trust him for now? A lizardman appears there. Cheolwan says, lizardmen are known for using proficient weapon skills. Having them as our opponent isn't very good. I grab the aggro first. When I give you the signal, please use the chance Sungyun. Sungyun says, got it. Sungyun thinks, I should watch how a hunter with lots of experience takes care of things like this carefully. Lizardman jumps toward Cheolwan ready to attack. Cheolwan starts to swing around his sword in the air. Lizardman and Sungyun both are confused. Sungyun thinks, don't tell me, right now. He's scoping out his opponent. I've just temporarily returned, so I only have 3 days on Earth. If we're struggling with a lizardman from the get-go, Sungyun says, I will also help. Cheolwan says, no, if you suddenly get involved, then it'd be dangerous. Sungyun uses instant acceleration. He jumps towards the lizardman really fast. Sungyun cuts lizardman into a lot of pieces. Cheolwan is surprised to see him. Sungyun says, I'm in a bit of a rush, so I helped. I'd like to ask for your understanding. Cheolwan says, yes, I understand you have your reasons. Sungyun says, and I would like to make an offer. May I? Cheolwan says, of course, please go ahead. Sungyun says, I'd like to stand at the forefront now. After that a lot of lizardmen attacks them. Sungyun cuts them all down with really fast attacks. 2 lizardmen attacks him from behind. Sungyun jumps to dodge the attack. And stabs a lizardman in the back. Cheolwan is really surprised to see all this and thinks, this is now just a one-sided massacre. Sungyun keeps killing the lizardman. He cuts one of the lizardman's head. Cheolwan thinks, I may really be witnessing a fight of a super rookie that'll cause an uproar in the hunter society. He cuts the chest of a lizardman, bring out a crystal. System says, magic stone ran D-. A murky magic stone from a lizardman's heart that contains magic. Depending on the utilization, it'll be of great use in metallurgy or alchemy. Sungyun puts it in the backpack of Cheolwan. Cheolwan says, I'm sorry. Besides being a mule, I'm not of any help. I have nothing to say if you want to take more of the profits. Sungyun says, the conversation about the profits. A lizardman appears baying Sungyun with really fast speed. Sungyun dodges the lizardman's attack by just moving his head. Sungyun turns around, hits the lizardman with a really powerful attack. Lizardman goes flying and hits the roof. Cheolwan gets really scared. Sungyun says, "Let's talk about that outside. If we don't focus, then we might be caught up in a dangerous situation." Cheolwan says, "I'm sorry." Sungyun says, "I will do my best to protect you." System says, "You have absorbed the lizardman's soul. Proficiency has increased by 0.7%. You have absorbed the lizardman's soul." He absorbs a bunch of lizardman's souls. Sungyun thinks, while pretending to yawn, "I'll absorb them." He thinks a 0.7% increase. "It'll be hard to increase my proficiency with D-rank monsters now." They arrive at the front of a really big red gate. Cheolwan sees that and thinks, "We really? The two of us have arrived at the gate to the boss room." Sungyun thinks, "Oh, so this is a boss room gate." Cheolwan smiles and thinks, "I didn't even think about being able to raid the boss. No. I just thought it'd be a huge success if we got through half the dungeon. But with him, it's possible to clear the whole dungeon." Sungyun says, "Now then, we're going to enter the boss room, will you be okay?" Cheolwan says, "I'm fine, but don't you need a break, Hunter Han Sungyun?" Sungyun says, "No, I'm also fine." Then let's head inside. We see that a really big red lizardman is sitting on its throne. It's called a Lizard King. Lizard King stands up. Sungyun says, "As expected, it's a Lizard King." Cheolwan says, "What are you going to do?" Sungyun says, "We just need to wait a little." Cheolwan says, "Pardon, wait, you don't have a detailed plan." Lizard King jumps toward them ready to attack. Sungyun gets excited and says, "Not really." After that we see that Sungyun gets really surprised to see Lizard King's speed. Lizard King attacks Sungyun a bunch of time. Sungyun dodges all his attack. He thinks, incredible speed that doesn't suit its size. But Sungyun appears behind the Lizard King. Sungyun attacks and thinks, "It's not like I can't catch it." Lizard King uses its tail to attack Sungyun. Sungyun goes flying and hits the wall behind him. Cheolwan gets really scared and says, "Han Sungyun." Sungyun kicks a rock and starts to walk. System says, "The soul has absorbed the user's damage." Sungyun gives an evil smile and says, "Yeah, it should at least be the difficult so I can properly test my new skill." Lizard King sees toward Sungyun. Sungyun stands on Lizard King broken chair and says, "But, your chair is totally ruined. Why do I feel like this is foreshadowing something bad?" Lizard King releases really large amount of energy. Sungyun gets tied up with aura chains. System says, "Skill slow movements has been triggered. All movements will be slowed down by 25%. Sungyun uses skill forceful breakthrough. System says, "The players has more than twice the amount of magic power the user of the slow movement skill has. All effects of slowness from all movements have been negated." Lizard King is surprised to see that. Sungyun is also surprised and thinks, "I was a little uncertain because it was a skill that was created through synthesization. But, it performs well." Cheolwan is also under the effect of slowness. He is really scared and says, "My body won't listen to me. Han Sungyun, please help me." Lizard King sees Cheolwan. Sungyun says, "Wait." Lizard King jumps toward Cheolwan really fast. Sungyun also jumps and says, "Hey, you lizard bastard. Your opponent is me." Sungyun is a bit behind Lizard King. Lizard King gets ready to swing its sword. Sungyun thinks, "Shit, I'm too far." Sungyun realizes something and says, "Summon the dead." A lot of really strong looking skeletons surrounds Lizard King. Lizard King roars and starts to kill skeletons. Sungyun thinks, "Of course, they are inadequate. But in that 1 second I created." Sungyun activates skill, Wind's Grace. System says, "Skill Wind's Grace has been stacked. All movements. Speed has increased by 60%. Current progress of skill stack 6 out of 7. Sungyun cuts the Lizard King into a lot pieces in an instant. Sungyun thinks, "I saved him." System says, "The dungeon boss Lizard King has been slain. The next dungeon boss will appear in 14 days. Your stats have exponentially increased due to absorbing the Lizard King's soul. Strength has increased by 1. Agility has increased by 1. Stamina has increased by 4. Strength has increased by 4. Durability has increased by 5. You have absorbed one of the Lizard King's kills. A skill window appears saying, Skill Spiritual Eyes, rank D-. Proficiency 0%. Effect. During a match, you will be able to perceive your opponent's invisible attacks. After that we see someone is sitting on the bench says, besides the fact that 3 gates opened at the same time, nothing special happened. He asks one of his team members, hey, nothing significant happened, right? His team member says, yes. There is nothing, team leader. He thinks, as usual, when the advanced hunter party comes out after partially raiding the gate. The association's raid team that will soon arrive would finish it up by defeating the boss. I'm from the same association, so why doesn't my team get any commissions? That rotten raid team, I'm so jealous. If the advance party clears the gate in one go, then my management team will receive a bonus. That's only possible if they have a rank hunter. It'd be crazy if a high-ranking hunter like that is here. Sungyun and Cheolwan comes out of the gate. Someone says, the third gate's advance party has finished their raid and are coming out. Team leader says, already. He sees them and thinks, what? Only 2 people raided this dungeon. Then they probably came out after barely clearing on half. Team leader gets really surprised to the gate's color change. He thinks, the fact that the color of the gate is turning gray means that the boss room raid is done. Team leader comes running to them and says, is it true that the gate raid has been completed? Sungyun says, I'm sorry, but who are you to be asking me that? He says, apologies for my rudeness. I'm the one who's in charge of the urgent gates that have in this park. Team leader of the Hunter Association Gate Management Team, Shin Woojin. Cheolwan says, did you perhaps come here to purchase the gate's ownership? Team says, yes, that's right. We wanted to make an offer to you too. Cheolwan says, then, that's not something that I can decide. Team leader says, pardon. Cheolwan says, Hunter Han Sungyun raided this dungeon by himself. Team leader says, if he raided it all by himself, then he must be a rank hunter. Sungyun says, no, I'm a C rank hunter. That's not what's important right now, so why don't we get to the main point? How much money are you willing to give me to buy the gate from me? Sungyun thinks, it'll only get annoying if it gets revealed that I'm from the Tower of Trails. He says, if you want me to get straight to the point. The gate management team would like to purchase it for 1.2 billion won. Sungyun is really surprised and thinks, 1.2 billion. After that we see a girl bring a lot of paperwork in an office and says, I'm exhausted. After returning from the tower, I've been working non-stop. She is team leader Lee Haeyeon. She is working for management team for the challengers of Tower of Trials. She thinks, I'm certain that this will bring about an innovative change. The higher-ups made such a big deal out of this. Even though the challengers are in hiding, I didn't think winning over them would be such a difficult job. I couldn't even get 10 people, and furthermore, they're all challengers who chose the easy difficulty. This is barely enough to satisfy my superior. Come to think of it, I wonder what that person's doing. A guy who's strong that it wouldn't be an exaggeration that he cleared the 4th floor all by himself. Han Sungyun. I should have made him an offer. Someone calls her and she says, who's calling at this time? She is really surprised to see the caller. Han Sungyun says, it's Han Sungyun. The person you met on the 4th floor, Lee Haeyeon. If you've returned, can we meet for a moment? Sungyun's account balance is 1,291,600,000 won. He thinks, I earned almost 1.3 billion. He says, it doesn't feel real. But it feels great. Haeyeon reaches there. Sungyun says, Lee Haeyeon over here. He sees her and thinks, did she run here? He says, you could have taken your time. She says, Han Sungyun. You didn't even reply to my message. Do you know how long I've waited for it? Sungyun says, I'm sorry about the message. I have no interest in things like that, so it seems that I missed it. She says, then please buy me a coffee one. And a cheesecake deal. Sungyun says, okay. Of course. She asks him, have you stopped climbing the tower? Sungyun says, no, I'm planning to continue, to be honest. I contacted you because I had a favor to ask. Sungyun says, I need a guild. A place that will let me enter the tower as I please and raid dungeons. My conditions are 1. Authority to decline summons from the guild. 2. The guild's non-involvement in my activity inside the tower. Authority to use the guild's dungeons whenever I please. Is there guild that can agree to these conditions? Sungyun thinks, the mod has changed. Did I ask for too much? She says, Sungyun, the conditions you've named are impossible. If you look at it from the guild's perspective, they don't gain anything. Sungyun says, I see. It looks like I asked for too much. She grabs his hand and says, please join my white-silver guild. I will make you impossible conditions possible. After that we see that he is laying on the roof of a bus. Sungyun says, raiding dungeons, selling items and even joining a guild. I was really productive yesterday. Though to join the guild, there's one thing left I have to do. After that we see that Heian says, clear a C rank dungeon by yourself. You need to be that skilled for my superior to accept it. The authority to freely use the guild's dungeons can't be just given to anyone. Sungyun thinks, it means that only a minority of people can reap the benefits of the White-Silver Guild's dungeons. You have to be either a rising star or a hunter that the guild expects a lot from. Sungyun says, please prepare a C rank dungeon for me to clear by myself. I'll make sure you don't regret your decision. After that we see at Weijongbu Nogyeong district, Chunbo Mountain. Sungyun gets up and says, shall I run from here to warm up? Sungyun jumps really fast toward the mountains. Heian is walking toward the gate. She says to association member Thet, hello. I have come here for the reservation of the gate rain in an hour's time. He says, you are team leader Lee Heian from the White-Silver Guild. There is a lot of time left, so you sit under this tent. She says, yes, thank you. Sungyun appears behind her and says, Lee Heian, you're already here. A lot wind appears from behind him. Their tent is about to fly away. Sungyun starts to fix chairs and stuff and says, I'm sorry. I ran so fast that I must have caused a shockwave. Everyone is surprised to see that. She thinks, did he really make such a gust of wind just by running? She says, you came early, Sungyun. She thinks, just who is this person? They both go toward the gate and Heian says, I've finished the proceedings. Please let me know when you're ready. Sungyun says, I don't mind if we start right now. She says, then, we will start the gate raid in order for you to prove your abilities. They go inside the gate. Sungyun says, a field. He says, Lee Heian, please give me a signal straight away when you think you're in danger. She says, I'm fine. I'm wearing an artifact that the guild has given me. Empress's necklace rank A. It's an item with a shield ability, and although it's not very strong, it has a stealth ability too. Besides, if attract aggro, it might seem that I helped you, so I should stay far away. Sungyun says, sounds good. Thanks to that, I'll be able to fight without worrying about you. He activates spiritual eyes. He thinks, is this the skill I absorbed from the Lizard King? 3 monsters are coming toward him. He thinks, I can sense invisible enemies, this is the power of spiritual eyes. Sungyun jumps and some fish-looking monster jumps after him as well. Heian is surprised to see them and says, deadly poisonous demons in AC rank dungeon. She says, Han Sungyun, be careful. This is an irregular dungeon. Sungyun kill all monsters with some really strong attacks. She is really surprised to see that and says, impossible. This isn't normal. She gets happy and says, I knew it. My decision wasn't wrong. There is a red gate is in front of him. And monsters are coming out of it. He is killing them without any issue. He slowly is reaching near the portal. He thinks, the lightning effect activates so rarely that I forget I have it. A monster jumps toward him from behind. Sungyun dodges the attack. He grabs monster's tail and throws him on the ground in front of him. Sungyun says, I cleared the vicinity Lee Heian, you can come over here now. She is really surprised and says, to think he cleared the boss room in under an hour. And solo at that. What's more surprising is that this is an irregular dungeon. She says, deadly poisonous demons aren't monsters that you can take lightly. A deadly poisonous demon is one of the monsters that C-rank hunters are recommended to kill in party play. But to go up against such monsters so easily, Han Sungyun is going to grow even more. To the point where he can't be compared to the current him. System says, due to all the possessed souls being used, stats have increased. Strength has increased by 4. Agility has increased by 3. Stamina has increased by 4. Magic power has increased by 6. Durability has increased by 7. Sungyun thinks, if it's merely at this level, then the boss won't pose much danger. I will enter the boss room now. They are walking inside a cave-looking place. She says, it's a little strange. There's no way that we can't feel the monster's presence to this extent. A monster come toward them really fast from above. Sungyun is very surprised to see that and says, this is a really big monster hits the ground. Sungyun says, dangerous. Sungyun picks up Haeyeon and jumps away. Monster creates an energy ball in its mouth and releases it. Haeyeon says, Sungyun behind. Sungyun sees that and jumps upward. They land on a tree branch. Sungyun says, it was dangerous. So I ask that you understand why I moved us away without your consent. She says, no, I'm indebted to you. Sungyun says, then, I will go and finish this. She says, would you like me to use Ma buff skill? We can confirm your skills another time. Sungyun jumps down and says, no. I just need a moment. Sungyun reaches the ground and stand right in front of the monster. Sungyun uses instant acceleration and get ready to jump. System says, due to the exclusive effect of fast boots rank C+, momentary acceleration has increased. Skill Wind's Grave has been activated. All movement speed has increased by 70%. Current skill stack progress 7 out of 7. Monster gets ready to use another energy ball. Sungyun jumps toward the monster. Sungyun appears right beside monster and uses 3 lacerations. He cuts the boss monster into multiple pieces. System says, Dungeon Boss Demon of the Blue Fire of Destruction has been slain. The dungeon will be sealed after 3 hours. She laughs nervously and says, I'm now confused as to who the monster is. They come out of the boss room. Haeyeon says, I didn't know you would clear a dungeon of this level so quickly. You haste past the test, and can now use the White Silver Guild's dungeons. Our guild is not so stupid as to let go of someone like Sungyun. Sungyun says, that's good here. Haeyeon says, and this is a different topic, but when you're first called to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty you select isn't too important. For those who have good scores on their easy difficulty trials, their latter trials gradually become more difficult. And likewise, for those who selected the hard difficulty, if you score aren't great, you can change your difficulty to easy. When you anticipate those principles, the fact that you have such overwhelming growth, despite your ranking in the Tower of Trials being amongst the top 50, means your difficulty is probably deadly. So, it would be better if you could be a little more careful. I want to accompany you and see you grow over the years. After that we see that Sungyun is sitting on top of a building while eating an apple. System says, you will return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. Sungyun thinks, I was really busy the past 3 days. Thanks to that, my stats increased by a fair bit, and I gained a lot of confidence too. System says, time is up. You will be returning to the Tower of Trials. Sungyun is really excited and thinks, I'm going back to the tower. As soon as he reaches the tower, he accepts the challenge of 8th floor trial. System says, please choose the turning point of the trail. There are 3 options: transcription, combat, raid. Sungyun sees that and thinks, come to think of it, it did say that there was going to be a turning point system. Choose combat. He thinks, if I want to increase my proficiency in necromancy, I need to choose the combat option. System says, Challenger Han Sungyun has chosen to focus on combat in all individual trails. You cannot change your option after selecting it. Sungyun thinks, well, I'm not going to change it anyways. Is that it? System says, Challenger Han Sungyun has the Pioneer qualification. A face-to-face chat with an administrator will begin. Currently searching for an administrator who specializes in combat. Sungyun thinks, an admin. System says, search complete. A chat with the administrator, Iron-Blooded Monarch, a specialist in combat will begin. Sungyun gets teleported to a snowy forest. Sungyun says, this is the Ironblood world. A message popped up saying, you have entered the Ironblood world. Sungyun activates Eyes of the Truth. System says, Ironblood world. Rank, unknown. A special place where the administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch lives. Those who are uninvited cannot enter. Sungyun smiles and thinks, oh, there are things like this too. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch feels offended by someone's search. He thinks, can an admin convey their feelings through messages? A sword flies right by him. Administrator Iron Blood Monarch is telling you to stop doing useless things and to follow the sword. Sword is slowly flying ahead and Sungyun is following it. He reaches in front of a wooden house. Door opens and system says, Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is looking at you. Iron-Blooded Monarch is a girl sitting on chair. She says, you're finally here. Welcome Pioneer. I'm the admin who's in charge of your interview. The Iron-Blooded Monarch. Sungyun sees her and thinks, she's undoubtedly a beauty, but in reality, she's an admin of the Tower of Trials. She appears right in front of him. Sungyun thinks, when did she? I never even took my eyes off her. She says, I was wondering what kind of a monster you were, but you look quite normal. Sungyun says, you know about me. She says, of course. The fourth floor left quite an impression. Sungyun says, were you watching my trails up until now? She reply, I only know the results. After all, observing challengers below the 8th floor is impossible. Sungyun is really surprised to hear that and says, it's impossible to observe even for an admin like her. She says, looking at your expression, it seems that you've misunderstood something. An admin is not an omniscient being like a god. We don't rule the tower either. Sungyun asks, what are you? She says, instead, admins are subordinates to the tower. So you don't need to be so nervous. As long as I'm inferior to the tower, I can't harm you. She gets serious and says, well, let's leave the small talk. Having a personal interview is a benefit given to you. If you have anything you're curious about, ask as much as you want. Sungyun thinks, a benefit. I certainly don't feel any hostility from her. He asks, can I know what this personal interview is? She reply, a personal interview, like I said before, is a benefit given to pioneers. You can ask any questions to the admin and get the answers without spending a question voucher. Sungyun says, then, on the 5th floor, I was almost killed by an otherworldly challenger. Why did he come to my floor? He should have been able to invade any other floor. She says, well, there's no special reason. When you invade another world's floor, not only can you take the rewards from there, but you can also get a better benefit. Otherworldly challengers are usually the ones who've been in the tower dozens of years. Because of that, when a challenger defeats them, the rewards are big. And the tower of this world will one day unite with another world's tower. Sungyun says, what do you mean by that? She says, I mean what I said. I mean what I said. After the 20th floor, there will be more combined trials instead of individual trials. Which means you'll meet with challengers from other worlds. Sungyun thinks, does that mean they're just trying to kill their future competitors early on? She says, is that all you want to know? He says, I have one last question. What is the Tower of Trials? She says, well, I'd like to know that too. Sungyun says, you don't know that despite being an admin. She says, admins used to be challengers too. Those who die after the 40th floor obtain the authority to revive and become admins. In the past, I also wanted to climb to the top, but I wasn't able to. No, not just me, but all the admins died without reaching the top. That's why we're admins. Sungyun says, so admins were originally challengers. I was looking forward to learn about the tower top. She gets really angry and grabs him from the neck and says, the tower top isn't something that you can say so lightly. She says, you're not surprised at all. Shouldn't you be scared? Sungyun says, you said that this interview was a benefit. I don't feel any killing intent either. Besides, Sungyun breaks the wall behind him and goes out. And says, I won't let you attack me so easily. She is surprised to see him. She laughs and says, it's my first time seeing someone break an admin's house. However, this has convinced me. Challenger Han Sungyun, I will offer you a disciple contract. After that we see that he gets back to the lobby of 8th floor. He suddenly gets up from his bed and says, exclusive store. System says, contractor's exclusive store. SP1000. Category skill. Category authority. Category, item. Contractor, Iron-Blooded Monarch. He thinks, I really did make a contract with an admin. Admin says, I can't let go of a skilled challenger who also has guts. System says, will you accept the sponsorship contract? He presses yes. A contract has been made. A Contracot's exclusive store where SP special points can be used will be created. All stats will be increased by 1, due to the contractor's bonus. She says, "It was fun, Pioneer. I'll see you later." Sungyun presses authority. System says, "Category, authority of the contractor's exclusive store is opening." Category authority. List 1 out of 3. Authority Serene Mind rank C-. Authority Iron-Blooded Soul rank A-. Authority King of Winter rank D+. Sungyun thinks, there are ranks to the store's authorities too. Is this unique authority I got at the 8th floor different from these ones? He says, "First, let's check the next page." System says, "You do not have the right to open the second page of the authority list. You will be able to open the second page in the lobby of the 10th floor." Sungyun says, "What? So I can only see these 3 authorities right now." He checks details of authorities. First, authority A Serene Mind C-. Price, 1000 SP. Description: no matter the situation, you are able to make rational decision. Duration of status effects like anger and confusion is halved, and engagement in combat is increased. Second, authority Iron-Blooded Soul A-. Price 6500 SP. Description: a soul that is born from monarchs who has no blood and no tears. Proficiency of all weapon-based skills will increase by 2.32 times. All new weapon-based skill will start with a 10% proficiency. Third, authority King of Winter D+. Price 800 SP. Description: an authority obtained by those who rule the north. In cold environments, stats will increase temporarily and you will not feel the cold. Sungyun thinks, this is hard. Do I need to save up my SP and wait? No. System says, authority Serene Mind has been purchased. 1000 SP have been deducted. He thinks, an authority that will allow me to make rational decisions no matter the situation. Serene Mind. Instead of not preparing at all, it's better to increase my chances of survival. After all, my floor can get invaded at any time. System says, will you accept the trial of the 8th floor? System says, the 8th floor's trial will start. Difficulty hard. The subject of the trial is annihilation. Completion conditions, defeat the lich that summons skeletons. Failure conditions, challenger's death. Reward for completion all stats +2. Penalty upon failure death. We see that Sungyun is really surprised. And says, what's that? He is standing on edge of a cliff. And there is an army of millions of skeletons in front of him. And castle really far away. He says, why are there so many of them? Is their tactic overwhelming the enemy with numbers? Then, shall I start? He jumps toward the skeletons. A lot of the skeletons just break because of the shock wave. Skeletons surround Sungyun. Sungyun is standing there and all the skeletons are hitting him all over his body. He says, I couldn't even break through the inner wave. Sungyun breaks a lot of the skeletons and says, these skeletons are too weak. His proficiency increases by 0.08. A bunch of times. He says, only 0.08%, how frustrating. He starts to kill a bunch of them and his proficiency keeps increasing. He says, I should forget about increasing my proficiency with this trial. He hears someone saying, who goes there? Which bastard dares to wreak havoc in my sacred grounds? He sees toward the direction from where the voice was coming. He says, is the voice coming from over there? He absorbs the dead. System says, you have consumed and absorbed the skeletons. Number of possessed souls, 1 out of 30. Sungyun summons his own skeletons. Sungyun's skeleton soldiers and other skeletons are fighting with each other. Sungyun is surprised to see that and says, I never knew. Skeleton soldiers are so useful. Now, then, I'll leave this area to them and look for the boss. Sungyun jumps and System says, Skill Wind's Grace has been activated. All movements has increased by 60%. Current skill stack progress 6 out 7. Due to the exclusive effect of Fast Boost C+, your speed has increased momentarily. Sungyun gets past the skeleton's army. And see a castle in front of him. He says, over there. Sungyun runs really fast toward the castle. We see that there is a really strong looking lich is standing in the castle. Sungyun reaches in front of it. He gets really excited and says, found it. Lich says, for a lowly human to come to my sacred land. You will pay dearly. Lich releases large amount of aura. And spawns some big monsters. Sungyun sees them and thinks, it's around the same level as the sand golem. Lich says, do you now understand whose land you stepped onto? Sungyun says, whatever. Can't you summon anything stronger? Lich says, what? Sungyun says, if this is all there is, I'm going to be disappointed. Lich says, this crazy human bastard. This guardian will be enough to rip out that arrogant mouth of yours. The monsters start to run toward Sungyun. Sungyun activates, skill instant acceleration, and cuts the head of both monsters, and stands right by Lich. Lich is surprised and says, what? Sungyun swing his weapon. His proficiency increased by 1.2% twice. He is now relaxed and thinks, the undead really do increase my proficiency by a lot. Lich says, where did a monster like you come from? Sungyun really looks like a monster to the Lich. Sungyun says, let's end this. Sungyun sees his book and says, come to think of it, this Lich can summon any monster at will. Then, can't he become my very own proficiency slave? Sungyun says, can you summon another guardian? Lich says, why are you asking me that? He says, if you can't, then let's end this. Lich gets really scared and says, it's possible. Don't come closer. He says, when can you summon that guardian monster? Lich says, when a guardian dies, I can summon one a few minutes later. Sungyun says, then, you can summon on right now. Lich reply yes. Sungyun says, do it. Lich asks, why? They don't stand a chance against you. Sungyun appears behind Lich and says, I'm tired, should I just end it now? Lich says, I will summon one right now. Lich summons two guardians. Sungyun kills them really quick. Lich says, that's enough, right? Sungyun says, no, this is just the start. Call all the skeletons that aren't dead yet, and put everything you got into those guardians. Sungyun is kicking him and says, right now. Lich says, okay. Lich keeps summoning the guardians. And Sungyun keep killing them. Lich says, for how long must I continue doing this? Sungyun cuts one of the guardians in half. Sungyun is really excited and he is laughing. He says to Lich, until I say stop. A guardian punches Sungyun. Sungyun blocks its attack with his bare hand, and jump on top of its arms, and cuts its head off. His proficiency increased by 1.2%. System says, the proficiency of the unique trait, Necromancy has reached 100%. The unique trait, Necromancy has increased by 1 rank. Sungyun gets really excited and thinks, is my Necromancy C rank now? Lich says, crazy monster bastard. Demons quiver upon seeing you. I will curse you after my death. Lich skull looks like it is about break into pieces. Sungyun sees him and thinks, the crack expands every time he summons one, so it seems like he'll die soon. Sungyun gets ready to swing his sword and says, I was hoping to use you a little more, what a shame. Sungyun cut its head off. Lich says, I was sickening. To meet you, human. System says, you have received the achievement, a human who's beyond a demon. Agility has increased by 1. You have absorbed the Lich's soul. Proficiency has increased by 17.4%. Congratulations, you have completed the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward for completion, all stats will increase by 2. As a reward for completion, 30,000 points have been given. As a reward for completion, 700 SP have been given. As a reward for completion, 300 SP have been given. Please move to the lobby. You have entered the 9th floor lobby. The system has started to finalize. The moderators are able to observe the trial. Restrictions around the question voucher has been lifted. You can purchase C rank skills from the skill shop. His unique trait Necromancy is now rank C. Proficiency 0%. Additional effect 5. When absorbing the skill of the dead, the applicable skills proficiencies will be inherited as is. Sungyun thinks, being able to absorb skills is a scam in itself, but to inherit the proficiency of the skill too. Also, the probability of the absorbing a skill has been revealed. It is 20%. He says, although the trial on the 8th floor ended a little blandly. There's no guarantee that the 9th floor will end the same way. I need to prepare myself properly for the 9th floor. I can use this sword a little more. The problem lies is my defense skills. His hunter dagger skill is maxed out at rank D. He sees that and thinks, since I've maxed out the hunter dagger skill, I've come to a point where I need a sword skill to replace this. He opens the skill store. System says, the skills available for purchase have been marked on the list. He sees the list and thinks, there aren't many sword skills that I can use. If there aren't any skills, then I'll have to create one. Sungyun buys a basic swordsmanship rank E- skill. For 25,000 points. Skill basic swordsmanship rank E-. Proficiency 0%. Description, basic swordsmanship that contains all the basic knowledge of swordsmanship. Effect, your basic understanding of swordsmanship will increase and the cutting force of wielded swords will increase by 1.5 times. However, the increase in the sword's cutting force will not be stacked with another weapon skill. Sung thinks, a basic swordsmanship skill that increases all sword abilities. In order to increase the rank of the hunter dagger skill by using skill synthesization, I need to predict the combination compatibility. Among the current skills I possess, the most compatible is the basic swordsmanship, right? Sungyun chooses hunter dagger skill rank D and basic swordsmanship rank E- to combine. System says, the level of the synthesization materials do not match. The synthesization will be centralized around the hunter dagger skill. The synthesization will progress centralizing around the hunter dagger skill. The current skill's synthesization percentage is 75%. Will you proceed to synthesize? Sungyun presses yes. System says, you have completed the skill synthesization. A new skill has been created. Skill Demon Slayer rank C- has been created. Sungyun is surprised. A skill window appears saying, Skill Demon Slayer C-. Proficiency 0%. Description, a hunter's swordsmanship that is designed to slice demons. Basic effect, all knowledge on basic swordsmanship will increase, and the cutting force of wielded bladed weapons will increase by threefold. However, this effect cannot be stacked with another skill effect. Sub-effect. When fighting against non-humans, your attack speed will increase by twofold. He is really surprised to see that and says, my attack speed increases when I'm fighting against non-humans. It seems like this skill was created to hunt monsters. Sungyun smiles and thinks, as expected, skill synthesization is a good skill. Shall I synthesize the remaining skills? Sungyun acts a crazy man and says, just one more time. Sungyun says, I'll check the skill compatibility and synthesization probability. He combines fast recovery rank D, and resistance of the laws of nature rank D. He gets iron-blooded regeneration rank circa. After that he combines iron-blooded regeneration rank C, and pain resistance rank D. He gets ashen blood rank B-. He really surprised to see that. A skill window appears saying, Skill Ashen Blood rank B-, proficiency 0%, description, a transcendent trait developed by a mutant vampire. Effect, the user's regeneration increases proportionally to the user's tenacity. The regeneration increases by the threefold when physical damage is inflicted, up to 40% of the pain is nullified depending on the damage done. Sungyun thinks, it's a scam for instant regeneration to increased by threefold. But for it to also nullify pain. The lobby has a regeneration effect, so I can't test this out properly. Since 100 points isn't too burdensome right now. System says, the lobby's regeneration effect has been removed. 50 points has been deducted. Fatigue will stack and you will not recover from physical damage. Sungyun thinks, I've absorbed all the souls, so there's no chance of a shield activating. Then, I'll test this out. And cuts his hand again and again. It regenerates instantly. Sungyun thinks, it's an amazing ability. Even if I'm not in the lobby, it's the same as getting a body recovery skill. Since I have such a great regeneration ability and a soul shield. Honestly, I don't need anything else. But I should use this until it breaks. He says, in the community. There isn't anything special to pay attention to. Since there isn't any more waiting time, there's no need to wait any longer. System says, you have entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty hard. The topic of this trail is fight. Time remaining, 1 day. Conditions for completing the trial, kill all the monsters in the arena within the time limit. Conditions for failing the trial. Death of the challenger, or the running out of time. Reward upon completion. Skill, a beast's instinct ran C-. Penalty for failure, death. A warning message popped up saying, currently challenger Han Sungyun's trial on the 9th floor is not safe. A challenger form the Muram world has invaded the floor. The Muram world challenger's trial goal has been extorted. Sungyun is standing in front of the Muram World Challengers. He gets serious and says, "This is Muram Challenger Sasi, you're finally here." System says, "The trial's goal has been amended. I'm a commander from the Muram League, Baek Sunhik." System says, "Please kill Baek Sunhik, the Muram World Challenger." Sungyun sees toward him and says, "An otherworldly challenger." He says, "What's your name?" Sungyun says, "Why are you asking for my name all of a sudden?" Sunhik says, "I revealed my position and name." Sungyun says, "You didn't invade my floor with good intentions. So what's the point of revealing each other's names?" He says, "It's courtesy among fellow swordsmen. I seems like you're narrow-minded." Sungyun thinks, "I'm speechless, why are all the otherworldly challenges weird?" Sunhik says, "Well, it's fine. I can't do anything about it if you don't want to be courteous." Sunhik jumps toward Sungyun and attacks him a bunch of time. Sungyun activates the skill Wind's Grace, has been activated. All movement speed has increased by 30%. Current skills attack progress, 3 out of 7. Sungyun dodges all the attacks. Sunhik is surprised and says, "There was a skilled person like you in this dimension. I apologize for looking down on you." Sungyun says, "Stop the noble act. You came here to kill me and take my reward. You came here with that intention. So why are you pretending to be polite? How disgusting." Sunghat says, "It's probably because you're from another world that we don't see eye to eye." Sunhik activates some kind of skill and says, "Goodbye unknown swordsman." A lot of black smoke covers the area. System says, "Due to a unique trait, sword light, you've been blinded for 5 seconds." Sungyun thinks, "My vision is gone." System says, "Skill mana resistance has been activated. The duration of blindness has been reduced by 2.5 seconds. Sungyun thinks, "Nice." System says, "Skill spiritual eyes has been activated. You can read attacks that you cannot see." Sunhik appears behind Sungyun and his sword is about to touch Sungyun's neck. Sungyun barely dodges the attack, he gets a big cut on his neck. System says, "You have acquired the achievement Blind Evasion. Agility has increased by 2. Blindness from the unique trait Sword Light has ended. Skill Ashen Blood has been activated." Sungyun thinks, "I almost got decapitated." Sunhik says, "How did you know?" Sungyun activates skill Instant Acceleration has been activated. Skill Wind's Grace has been activated. All speeds have increased by 50%. Current skill stack progress, 5 out of 7. Sungyun jumps really fast toward Sunhik. Their swords collide with each other and some really big shock waves happens. Sungyun kicks the Sunhik. Sunhik blocks the kick with his knee and uses his sword to attack Sungyun's leg. Sungyun spins full 360 and ready to slice Sunhik. Sunhik blocks the attack Sungyun using his hand. Sungyun tries to kick but it gets blocked by his other hand. Sunhik says, "You are using Stang Dark Sorcery." Sungyun thinks, "I'm a little dumbfounded. I've grown this much, but our stats are the same." They starts to trade blow with each other. Sunhik says, "I will not hold back anymore." System says, "Due to a unique trait, Sword Light, you've been blinded for 5 seconds." Sungyun thinks, "Damn it. Skill Mana Resistance has been activated. The duration of blindness has been reduced by 2.5 seconds. Skill Spiritual Eyes has been activated." Sunhak's attacks comes toward the Sungyun. Sungyun thinks, "This is crazy." His attack speed has increased drastically. System says, "Unique Effect Iron's Protection of the Wrought Iron Pendant Rank B has been activated. 10% of all physical damage will be absorbed by your skin." Sungyun's shield breaks and one of his arms goes flying. Sungyun thinks, "Was it too much to block that with Iron's protection?" System says, "The blindness from the unique trait Sword Light has ended." Sunhik jumps toward the Sungyun. Sungyun spins around and kicks the rock. Rock goes flying toward Sunhik. Sunhik cuts the rock in 2. Sungyun's hand is bleeding a lot. Sungyun gets past the Sunhik. Sungyun's arm gets healed. Sunhik says, "That dark sorcery again. I thought you were a good martial artist, but it seems that you just borrowed all of those techniques from somewhere." Sungyun says, "The unique trait that you use is an ability that you obtained from the tower." Sungyun activates Skill Wind's Grace. His all speeds have increased by 70%. And current skill stack progress, 7 out of 7. Sungyun gets ekvated and says, "What a hypocrite." Sunhik says, "Are you going to use that dark sorcery again?" To rely on such borrowed skills despite being a swordsman. Sungyun appears right beside him. He is surprised to see Sungyun's speed. Sunhik blocks Sungyun's attack and says, "What is that?" Sungyun says, "Then how about you die to these borrowed skills?" Sunhik says, "I have invaded floors dozens of times up until now. I cut lots of challengers from a diverse range of worlds with this sword. In particular, people from the Earth world were especially weak in every ability. To the point where they could be called a honeypot. Challengers from Earth could not touch a strand of my hair. On top of that, using my unique trait Sword Light was enough for me to end them in one strike. This time, Soul not have been any different." Sungyun attacks Sunhik. Sunhak's hair gets untied. They collide with each other with really strong attack. There are a lot shock waves appearing left and right. Sungyun's face is covered in blood. Sunhik is in worse condition. System says. Administrator White Crane Sword Master is awed by the young challenger. Administrator the Monster of the North has predicted that you will lose soon. Administrator Ruler of the Late Night is interested in the young challenger. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago is awed by the young challenger's use of skills. Sunhik gets really angry and activates. Skill on hit 2 kills has been activated. Attack speed has increased twofold. Skill Lightning Sword Chi has been activated. The sword has been filled with lightning energy. Skill Single Flash has been activated. Only for the next attack, the cutting power of the sword will increase twofold. Skill Fairy Steps has been activated. For 1 minute, the movement speed will increase by 2.8 times. Sungyun smiles and says, "Didn't you just talk shit about sorcery?" System says, penalty for floor invasion is currently in effect. All stats have decreased by 8. You cannot use a portion of your skills. Skill 1 hit 2 kills has been forcibly deactivated. Skill Lightning Sword Chi has been forcibly deactivated. Cooldown of Unique Trait Sword Light has finished. Unique Trait Sword Light has been activated. Sungyun thinks, "I'm slowly getting used to pattern." Sungyun activates Spiritual Eyes. Sunhik screams and says, "You demonic bastard. I will cut you down." Sungyun activates Skill 3 Lacerations has been activated. The 3 following attacks will be enhanced by the skill's effect. Sungyun gets really angry and attacks Sunhik. System says, blindness from the unique trait Sword Light has ended. Sungyun and Sunhik are standing behind each other. Sungyun sits one of his knees. And Sunhik start to walk slowly. Sunhik is shaking. He says, "Impossible. He has been cut into 2. System says, "Congratulations, you have completed the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials." Sungyun smiles. System says, "You have absorbed the soul of Challenger Beck Sunhik. Proficiency has increased by 27%. Sungyun says, 27%, not bad. System says, the rewards and difficulty of this floor are not consistent. The rewards will be adjusting. Sungyun thinks, come to think of it, there was something like this. I wonder how the rewards will be adjusted. System says, adjustments are complete. Rewards will be given in order. Skill 6th Sense C+ has been created as a reward for completion. 35,000 points have been obtained. As an additional reward of 1,000 SP has been obtained. You will be moved to the lobby. Sungyun thinks, 6th Sense. It's a slightly better rank than the original reward, a beast's instinct. Sungyun starts to walk toward the lobby portal and says, well, I'll look at the details when I'm at the lobby. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster was impressed by your fight. Administrator the Monster of the North went wild at your effort. Administrator Ruler of the Late Night is amused by your performance. Administrator Hero of the Black Archipelago is applauding your battle sense. The system is expanding. Administrators can now observe the trials. Sungyun thinks, come to think of it, there was a message like that. Anyways, most administrators who saw my fight were touched. I'm a little proud because, if you look at it in a different way, then it means they acknowledge me. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is frowning due to the excessive interest in her contractor. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is telling you to not be bewitched by the other administrators. Sungyun says, yes. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is waiting to add an authority in the contractor's exclusive store. Will you allow it? Sungyun is surprised and thinks, White Crane Swordmaster wants to. Sungyun says, what's happening? They want to just give me an authority. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is begrudgingly saying that you can accept the authority. Sungyun says, I can just receive it. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is saying that they give authorities in order to gain a contractor's favor. Sungyun thinks, favor. Is there something good about gaining favor from a challenger who has completed their contract? Then will there be other times where you'll contact me? Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is laughing and saying that there will be a lot in the future. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is saying that the given authority won't be that good, so do not be too burdened. It's not a good authority, but it's us to gain favor. So in the end they're giving it to me expecting something from me. Then there, no need for me to hesitate. Sungyun says, thank you. System says, Administrator White Crane Swordmaster's authority has been added. Sword Chi Master has been added to the Contractor Exclusive Store's authority category. Administrator White Crane Sword Master is smiling, telling you to remember his kindness. Sungyun says, I understand, I will use it well. System says, you have entered the lobby of the 10th floor. The system has started expanding. You can now enter the public area. Sungyun sees that and thinks, the public area. Can the administrators also observe what happens here? Sungyun says, are you perhaps still watching? No one reply. He opens the category authority of the contractor's exclusive store. He checks the detail of the Sword Chi Master rank C+. Price 1500 SP. Description, a sword chi that only the top martial artists can use that has been embodied as an authority. It's more powerful than normal sword chi and when acquired, allows you to strengthen bladed weapons with mana, chi or other energies. However, mana consumption will increase in proportion to the duration of activation. Sungyun thinks, I can infuse mana into weapons and use sword chi. They said it's just a normal authority. But it's quite good. Oh, I can look at the next page now. There are 3 new authorities. First is Bone Reconstruction rank C+. Second is Iron-Blooded Sword rank A-. Third is Hand of Death rank B-. He checks the detail of the authorities. First is, Authority Bone Reconstruction rank C+. Price 1500 SP. Description, bone structure can be reconstructed to suit any martial art and all stats will increase by 2. Second is, Authority, Iron-Blooded Sword A-. Price 5000 SP. Description, you can summon the Iron-Blooded Sword which is made up of mana. The user's mana will not be consumed, however, you may only summon one Iron-Blooded Sword at a time. And third, Authority Hand of Death B-. Price 2500 SP. Description, necromancy and black magic become twice as effective, and causes slight deterioration after injuring your opponent while holding an item. Sungyun thinks, these abilities are insane. But currently I only have 2000 SP in my possession. The authority that I can obtain right now is Bone Reconstruction and Sword Chi Master. One of those authorities. What should I do? Should I save up some more SP? The old man, Baek Sunhik, that I met on the 9th floor was crazy powerful too. In order to not die to those people, it's important for me to purchase authorities. System says, Authority Sword Chi Master rank C+ has been purchased. 1500 SP has been deducted. He activates the Authority Sword Chi Master. Sungyun tests the skill and says, the 3 laceration skill uses mana, however the feeling is completely different. IDU describe the 3 laceration skill as mana flowing into the sword like a wave in an instant. Then for Sword Chi, the mana flows like water. System says, Authority Sword Chi Master has been activated for 1 minute. Mana consumption has increased by 2%. Authority Sword Chi Master has been activated for 2 minutes. Mana consumption has increased by 4%. Sungyun thinks, for every minute, my mana consumption rate increases by 2%. Then it'll take 50 minutes for 100% of my mana to be consumed. Sungyun deactivates Sword Chi Master. He thinks, I need to manage my mana well while using this. Was 6th sense the reward for the 9th floor? A skill window appears saying, Skill 6th sense C+ proficiency 0%. Affect you instincts are heightened to the point of becoming a 6th sense able to be used as a basis for judgment. Sungyun thinks, well, does it mean that my instincts will get better? If my instinct can become judgment then it's quite useful. That's fine. I wonder if there'll be any mention about the new public area. You have entered the community difficulty had. Community of the 10th floor, 721 people online out of 1,321. Sungyun sees the community and says, I knew it. There are a lot of comments about the public area that was added to the 10th floor's lobby. He sees a message from max-level swordsman, saying, just then in the public area, a random foreigner asked if I wanted to exchange authorities with their admin. Sungyun says, you can exchange authorities. A place where you can personally see countless challengers. And make deals with admins. How interesting. He closes the community tab. And says, then shall I go personally check it out? System says, you will be moved to the public area of the 10th floor. 10th floor public area looks like a medieval era castle. A boy and a girl enters the public area and boy says, so this is the public area. I used a question voucher and asked about some things. So I'm going to get as many benefits as possible in return. They are walking toward the castle and some hunter are watching them from the woods. They all give an evil smile and one of them says, I think that bastard is a Korean hunter. Other hunter says, that's right, he's an rank Korean hunter. I remember seeing his profile. It was bothering me that they kept saying they were a powerful hunter nation. But Hay said it's possible to kill others out the public area, right? The system says, the rate of mana consumption has increased by 100% due to the effect of the unique trait weakening light. Due to the effect of unique trait terrorize all stats have decreased by 20%. Due to the effect of unique trait eyes of horror, a section of your body has been paralyzed. The boy falls on his knees. And says, my body. The evil hunters appears behind him and the boy says, please wait. What are you doing? One of them licks his sword and says, I wonder. What are we doing? You're a Korean from the nation of powerful hunters, so you should know. The boy thinks. It's not even in a trail but they're looting here as well. The girl says, please stop. You guys. Will you be able to handle it? If you don't stop right now, I'm going to open the community and I'm going to tell everyone about this. He says, okay fine. Then instead, if you strip, I'll think about it. If you drop all your items and do as I say, I might even let one you live. She gets scared and says, what are you talking about? Or shall I help you? Sungyun is walking past them. They all stop and looks toward him. He says, what's with that bastard? He calls Sungyun by saying, hey, Black Cape. Sungyun looks toward them and says, you, talking to me? He says, yeah you. But, you're also Korean. They all looks toward the Sungyun with evil looks on their faces. They all uses their skill on Sungyun. Sungyun says, I wanted to walk past quietly. Sungyun activates skill forceful breakthrough. And mana resistance. The effect of mana consumption rate increasing to 100% has been negated. The effect of all abilities decreasing by 20% has been negated. The paralysis of one part of your body has been negated. They are really surprised to see that. Sungyun being out his dagger and says, you guys started this. Sungyun uses instant acceleration. And jumps toward them with super speed. They are really surprised to see Sungyun's speed. Sungyun cuts two of them down instantly and third one uses ice shield. Sungyun gives really excited smile and jumps toward the ice shield. Sungyun punches the shide. The hunter boy and the girl with him are really surprised to see him. The ice shield breaks it into pieces. Bad hunter gets really scared and says, wait. I was wrong. Please just. Sungyun stabs him in neck. Sungyun absorbs their soul. His proficiency increased by 6.4%. The girl says, I'm sorry. I should have helped. But the fight had ended earlier than I expected. Sungyun says, it's okay. You can leave now, don't worry about it. She starts to walk away and says, thank you, then. The boy says, are you perhaps a ranker? Sungyun says, well, I guess you can say that. He thinks, I was always within the top 10 after all. The boy says, I see. It's an honor to meet you. I'm alive thanks to you, thank you so much. I just helped him because I thought I might also be threatened. It's nothing, you can go now. Sungyun starts to walk and says, well then. The boy stops him. These bodies. Please give them to me. Sungyun says, why? The boy says, since you saved me, if you give them to me. As a repayment, I'll give you a skill. Sungyun is surprised to hear that. The boy uses gluttony. Skill 2 absorbs the body. The boy says, that's satisfying. Sungyun sees that and thinks, is that also a skill? The boy smiles and says, then I'll give you a skill as promised. System says, acception additional skill from Administrator Glutton. Wings of Steel is being added to the shop's category skill. Sungyun smiles and thinks, I didn't expect to get another skill. The boy says, it's a skill that creates wings on your back, allowing you to fly. You'll be able to use it right away if you buy it with SP. Sungyun says, thanks. He thinks, I'll check it out as soon as I'm back at the lobby. Administrator White Crane Sword Master warns not to approach his challenger. Administrator Glutton is angry over the lack of business ethics. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is complaining about the loiterers around the contractee. Administrator Dark Devil watches the three argue. Sungyun sees that and thinks, they're so dramatic. Seeing how competitive they are over challengers. There must be something they want from them. Well, I guess I'll find out. The boy and Sungyun are walking toward the town. The boy says, the public regions are divided into the arena, auction site and the gambling area. Also, there's something that would be helpful for you to know. The currently known other dimensional worlds that have invaded other classes are Ares, Muram and Kalyan. These are the only three that are invading the earthly dimension. Ares prioritizes chivalry. The challengers in Muram are similar, except they're a bit more aggressive. Sungyun thinks, so the Black Knight is from Ares and the White Crane is from Muram. The boy says, I heard Kalyan is a nation of elves, fairies and humanly beasts. Sungyun says, you know a lot. The boy smiles and says, I looked into it using my question vouchers. They reach the gate of the town. The boy says, we're finally in the public area. The boy gives him a business card and says, it's not that great, but here's my business card. Sungyun says, you were the team manager of the challenger managing team in the Hunter Association. The boy says, call me whenever you're curious about something. They enter the public area. System says, all status abnormalities will be returned to normal, and fights between challengers will not be possible. The boy gets excited and says, I'm thinking of making my way to the auction. Sungyun says, okay. I have somewhere to be too. The boy says, where are you gonna go? Sungyun smiles and says, the arena. He reaches the arena. There are a lot of other hunters sitting on the chairs and watching fights on the T versus screens in front of them. One of the hunters shouts and says, why did they bastard have to lose? He's down again. Other hunter starts laugh and says, I got a skill. Sungyun sees all that and thinks, this is an arena. It feels more like a sport betting area. Administrator Dark Devil says, it reminds him of the good old days. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch turns her head away from the arena in disgust. Administrator White Crane Sword Master is excited by the arena's atmosphere. Sungyun sees empty chairs and thinks, am I supposed to sit there? Sungyun sits on a chair like a king. System says, arena system is being activated. Choose between betting and fighting. Sungyun thinks, betting and fighting. Sungyun opens the help menu. It says, 1. The arena is divided into two systems, betting and fighting. 2. If you have chosen betting, you can bet on the other participants' fights. 2.1. You can either lose or earn points depending on the results of the challenger you have bet points on. Sungyun thinks, I guess those people back there were betting. System says, 3. If you have chosen fighting, then you can fight with other challengers over a reward. 3.1. Once the fight is confirmed, each other's real name and ranking will be revealed. 3.2. The fight will only be confirmed when you have bet on a reward such as a skill, item, or authority. 3.3. You will only be matched with whose rewards are equal in value. 3.4. Once the fight is confirmed, you will be able to fight in the Colosseum. The fight will be over if one is to surrender, and you will be returned to where you were before the fight. Sungyun thinks, I guess it will transport us automatically to the Colosseum once the fight is confirmed. Well, in summary, I guess the point of the arena is the rewards. Sungyun says, well then. Let's look for a reward that catches my eye. Some hunter are really excited to see someone and says, isn't that the Witch of Hellfire, Catherine? That hot and famous American hunter. Wow, I've never seen her in real life before. She is a really hot red-haired girl. She says, no one's requesting a fight with me. Is it because I have too many wins? More people would have requested for a fight if the fight records weren't shown. He has 17 victories and 0 losses. Administrator Master of Fire snickers, saying that the other are lame. She says, yeah, I guess there are only cowards here. How boring. She is about to get up and says, I'll have to get out of here instead of wasting more time. System says, you have received a fight request. Han Sungyun. Affiliated server, Korea. Ranking 3rd. Reward, Skill Demon Slayer rank C-. 0 victories and 0 losses. She is surprised and says, Han Sungyun. He's picking me despite having never fought before. She smiles and says, how interesting. System says, the fight has been confirmed. You are being transported to the Colosseum. They are standing in front of each other. She says, I like you gallantry. But you should have been more careful while choosing. System says, Han Sungyun versus Catherine Bennett. The fight begins. She starts release large amount of aura from the start. She says, think of this as learning experience. She activates Authority, Birth of Fire. A really big ball of fire appears on her hand. She throws the fireball toward Sungyun. Sungyun jumps and dodges the fireball. The fireball follow him. She smiles and says, it's over. Sungyun activates Authority Sword Chi Master and cuts the fireball into pieces. She is really surprised to see that. Sungyun says, a learning experience, huh? Sungyun smiles and says, I'll be the one to give you that. After that we see that there is a house in a bamboo forest. And a woman is sitting there drinking tea. She is watching Han Sungyun fighting with the Catherine. She says, I didn't expect you to already be so adept with sword chi. She smiles and says, it was an excellent idea to give him a nice authority. And from now on, I need to build up my relationship with this challenger faster than the other challengers. This challenger might be able to resolve the grudge that I was unable to resolve myself. There are 3 really big fireballs are coming toward Sungyun. Sungyun activates instant acceleration and jumps. The fireballs follow him. Sungyun starts to cut down the fireballs. Sungyun cape starts to burn. He thinks, the cape's effects are not enough since I don't have Wind's Grace. She creates a lot more fireballs and slowly walks toward the Sungyun. She says, how long do you think you can hold on for? Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch watches the flames with interest. Administrator White Crane Sword Master has high hopes for you. Administrator Dark Devil laughs loudly at the flames. She throws the fireballs toward Sungyun. Sungyun cuts the fireballs. System says, 3 minutes has elapsed since activating the Authority Sword Chi Master. Mana consumption rate has been increased by 6%. 4 minutes has elapsed since activating the Authority Sword Chi Master. Mana consumption rate has been increased by 8%. Sungyun thinks, this is gonna get a bit tiring if the fight drags on any longer. System says, absorbing Challenger Beck Sunhack's spirit to permanently increase stats. Stamina has increased by 2. Agility has increased by 1. Strength has increased by 3. Magic power has increased by 3. Durability has increased by 2. Absorbing on of Challenger Beck Sunhack's skills. Obtained Skill Lighting Sword Chi Rank B. Skill Lightning Sword Chi Rank B. Proficiency 0%. Description, Lightning Sect's Holy Body Divine Skill. Basic F-Deck when using Sword Chi, the blade will be imbued with lightning cannot be used without Sword Chi. Additional effect, when activating skill, it will reinforce Sword Chi, allowing you to use deadly attack. Sungyun thinks, Lightning Sword Chi. A deadly attack, does that mean I can shoot Sword Chi? Catherine uses fire attack and says, you must think you have the time to be distracted. A lot of fire spears surround Sungyun. Fire spears come toward Sungyun. Sungyun dodges the attacks. Sungyun grabs the fire spears and throw them on the ground and activates Ashen Blood to heal his hands. Sungyun thinks, I don't know if it'll work the first time, but I'll give it a go for practice. Sungyun activates Sword Chi Master Authority and Skill Lightning Sword Chi. Sungyun throws some slash attacks toward Catherine. Slash attack cuts her fireballs and are about to hit her. She activates shield. She thinks a counter attack right away. Sungyun appears right behind her. She says, you're unbelievably strong. I lose. System says, Challenger Catherine has surrendered. You have won. Obtained skill, Tempest Sword rank C+ as a reward. You will be transported back to the 10th floor common area. He appears back on his chair. He says, I went pretty easy thinking of it as practice for using sword chi, but she's pretty strong. May Cape got burnt thanks to her. He says, Catherine Bennett. I'll take note of her. A skill window appears saying, Skill Tempest Sword rank C+. Proficiency none. Basic effect, activates when stabbing attack speed will be increased threefold. Additional effect, when skill is activated, there is a 30% chance of the wind attribute being imbued onto the blade, largely increasing movement speed. Sungyun says, I thought it was a swordsmanship skill. But it's a stabbing one. I was scammed. He thinks finally won victory. This is just the beginning. System says, duel has been confirmed. Transporting to the Coliseum. Starting duel. 11th ranking in Japan's server. Japanese hunter says, I was looking forward to this fight because you're ranked 3rd in Korea. But you look rather homeless. I assume your skills are about that level too. Sungyun smiles. Hunter says, why are you smiling? Sungyun says, I just thought it's funny that we had the same thought. He gets really angry and says, jumps towards Sungyun and says, you homeless bastard. Sungyun dodges the spear and thinks, this is what the 11th place in Japan is like. Sungyun thinks, I guess I've gotten insanely stronger. This feels easy to me. Sungyun cuts him down. And System says, Challenger Owawaki Yuji has taken to much damage. You have won. Sungyun laughs and gives an evil smile and says, a skill feast. Sungyun now starts to defeat the hunter one after another. System says, you have accomplished Master of Duels. Stamina has increased by 2. After that we see at China. A man is sitting on a rock focusing his mind. A man come to him. He opens his eyes and says, what? Did you just say that the great elder Baek Sunhik died? The other man says, yes, young master. According to his last words, there is a place called Earth Dimension that's been recently linked to us. And he apparently tried to floor invade. He hears a loud sound and says, it must be here. A really big monster appears there. The monster attacks young master. Young master says, has it already been 5 years since I took a break from tower climbing? He raises his hand. A sword comes flying toward his hand. He dodges the attack of monster and jumps. He stabs the monster in the head. The monster falls to the ground. Other man sees that and thinks, overpowering a mythical creature so easily. The young master's martial arts are terrifyingly strong. Young master says, Earth Dimension, sounds fun. He smiles and says, find out, no matter what. Who it was that killed Baek Sunhik. Sungyun gets back to the lobby of 10th floor. He lays down on bed and says, my fatigue is all gone. As expected from the lobby. He thinks, I got access to another authority from an unexpected place. An authority window appears saying, Authority Wings of Steel's rank C+. Price 1500 SP. Description, an authority that lets you create steel swings that provide high flying speed with magic power. In order to maintain the wings, you need to constantly infuse them with mana. When you do not have enough mana, the wings automatically disappear. Sungyun thinks, an authority that lets me fly. Simply imagining it already makes me feel happy. Sungyun thinks, the only problem is that I can't buy it right away since I don't have enough SP. Alright. Now, then, shall I start synthesizing? He synthesizes a lot of skills and gets a lot of new skills. Sungyun says, at the end of a laborious hour, the skills I created was basically summarized like this. Defense Counter Shield Rand B. Movement Speed Clandestine Shadow Step Rank C+. Attack Speed Chaotic Sword Fighting Play Rank C+. Sungyun thinks, one of them is a B rank defense skill. He activates the skill Counter Shield. A really powerful looking shield appears in front of his hand. System says, you are entering the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty hard. The topic of the trial is cooperation. Time remaining 3 hours. Completion condition. Stop the resurrection of the darkness devouring monarch, within the remaining time. Failure conditions, team annihilation. After the expiration of time. Reward for completion, potion of skill proficiency rank B+. Penalty upon failure, death. 4 portal appears on the 10th floor. System says, team members are assigned according to their ranking. Team members' assignment has been finished. Ranking of the assigned team members has been listed. Ranking 1st Kim Sunghoon. Ranking 2nd Oh Chun-suk. Ranking 3rd Hunter. Ranking 6th Princess Sudi. A 30-minute grace period has been given. The grace period will now be subtracted from the time given to complete the trial. In this time, prepare to cooperate and defeat the boss monster. Sunghoon says, it's one those cooperation trials. How annoying. Chunsuk runs towards Sunghoon and says, Sunghoon Hung Nim, you're climbing the tower too. Sunghoon sees them and thinks, those two are ranked first and second. It seems like they met in a previous trial. They both are talking to each other and laughing. Sudi screams and says, you're the guy I met on the 4th floor. Sunghoon is confused. Sunghoon says, have you two met on a previous floor? Looking at his reaction, it seems like it didn't go well. Sudi says, you're correct. We met on the 4th floor's cooperation trial, where Hunter, this bastard, decided to boost his growth by stacking up murder. Princess Sudi. It's in Kim Sungjoon's daily life to fool others. He created conflict by putting other against each other and used the timing to take the reward. That was the survival tactic he had developed, which worked in the Tower of Trials, a place with a different nature. Administrator Clown of Deceit is laughing with a wide smile due to his contractor's deception. Sudi gives an evil smile and laughs. Sudi looks towards Sunghoon and thinks, looking at his stiff expression, it seems like he's dumbfounded. Shall I add a little more to it? Sunghoon says, I think you're gravely mistaken. Sudi says, on top of that, he ruthlessly killed his own teammates. Sunghoon says, hey, man. What the hell are you talking about right now? Sunghoon brings his weapon and says, instead of 4 disunited people, I'd prefer 3 people with good teamwork. The Tower of Trails isn't an easy place. Who's telling the truth? The liar will be exterminated on the spot. Sunghoon thinks, if things go astray and I go up against these 3 at the same time, that will be the worst case scenario. Chunsuk says, everyone please relax for a moment. Princess Sudi said that he met Hunter on the 4th floor. Is that correct? Sudi says, yes, that's right. Chunsuk says, then you should know Hunter's real name. After all, the nickname system has become available at the lobby of the 5th floor. While you two met on the 4th floor. If Princess Sudi tells us Hunter's real name, this situation is cleared. Sudi is surprised to hear that. Sudi says, that's, Hunter's real name is. Huh. His real name is Lee Cheolman. Sudi thinks, yeah, after all, there's no way to prove your name here. Chunsuk says, Lee Cheolman, do you have something to say? Sunghoon says, it's not even funny. Sunghoon brings out his hunter's license, and says, this is my hunter's license. He thinks, I accidentally took this when I returned to Earth, but now I can use it in this situation. My name is Han Sunghoon. Sudi is really surprised to see that. Sunghoon says, then, it's decided who should be eliminated. Sudi thinks, things are really bad. Administrator Clown of Deceit is clicking his tongue at this contractor's clumsiness. Administrator Master of Dueling is laughing at you conversation. Administrator Seeker of Deception is having fun because of the result of your pettiness. Administrator Darkness Beholder is laying at your outcome. He thinks, I'm screwed. Sunghoon stops. Sunghoon says, I'm sorry, but I want to personally take care of this situation. I'm really pissed off right now. Sunghoon says, sure, I'll leave it to you. Sudi thinks, what? Only one of them is coming at me. Stupid bastard. Even though they hate me, there's hope if I kill him. Since it'll be burdensome for just the 2 of them to pass this 4-man trail by themselves. Sunghoon says, you've said some very interesting things. Shouldn't you take responsibility for your words? Sudi says, responsibility? I don't know what that is. I only care about survival. Besides, you're not the only one who has power. System says, a vine of the swamp spirit has wrapped around your feet. Sunghoon activates, skill mana resistance. System says, a vine of the swamp spirit has completely disappeared. Sunghoon jumps toward him. Sudi activates mana shield and says, how annoying, you have mana resistance, huh? Sunghoon hits the shield with a really powerful attack. Ground under their feet starts to crumble. Sunghoon says, it'll be best if we put some distance between us. Chunsuk says, but I like how I can feel the fight here, Hung. Sunghoon picks him up and jumps away and says, it's good to be careful. So stop winning. Chunsuk says, a front-toe view is so good though. Sudi screams and says, die, you bastard. Sudi throws some energy balls toward Sunghoon. Sungyun dodges all the energy bales and punches Sudi on the stomach. Sudi says, "It seems like the hunter has become a prey." Some big energy balls appears behind Sungyun. Sungyun thinks, the spheres that he launched earlier. A really big energy ball hits Sungyun. Sudi starts to laugh and says, "You were showing off, but look at you now, you bastard." Sudi is really surprised to see his and says, "What's that?" Sungyun uses skill counter shield. Sungyun blocks the attack using the shield. A skill window appears saying, "Skill counter shield rank B. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect, once the skill name is memorized, you are able to summon a red shield made for magic power. Addition effect, 25% of the damage received by the shield will be absorbed and released in one go." Sungyun turns the shield towards Sudi. Sungyun says, "Why are so surprised? This is just the beginning." Sudi gets really angry and says, "What's happening? He blocked this technique that easily." Sungyun jumps towards Sudi. Sudi uses some kind of skill and blocks the path of Sungyun using big rocks. Sungyun cuts down the rocks in front of him and move ahead. Chunsuk says, "Sungyun, hunter, no, do you know who Challenger Han Sungyun is?" Sungyun says, "No, I haven't seen a guy like him among the high-ranking hunters." Chunsuk says, "If you don't know him then it's highly likely that he's an ordinary person, but is that possible?" Sungyun says, "If he's not a high-ranking hunter like us, it'd be difficult. The thing that's more surprising is that Han Sungyun isn't going all out right now." Sungyun swings his sword. Sudi blocks the attack using his shield. Sungyun says, "I think he might be on a similar level to me." Chunsuk says, "That high? Even though his final ranking is 2 places below." Sungyun says, "It's just an assumption. But if he didn't have any team luck in the cooperation trails until now, it's possible that he was undervalued compared to his skills." Sungyun cuts one of Sudi's arms. Sudi screams with pain. Sungyun thinks, "I'm surprised. He didn't kill his opponent but oppressed him." With a lot of composure at that. Sudi is really scared and says, "Wait. If you kill me, you might not be able to survive this trail. This carefully. This trail is made up of the highest 4 rankers. In a situation like this in the Tower of Trials, will they give us a trial that's easy enough that you'll pass with having one less person?" Sungyun looks towards Sungyun and Chunsuk. Sungyun says, "We won't interfere. Do as you please." Sudi bring out a sword is about to hit Sungyun. Sungyun is surprised to see that. Sungyun cuts Sudi's head in half and says, "This bastard, seriously?" Sadi jumps backward and that was just a clone that Sungyun killed. System says, "Unique trait deceit has been activated. All stats will momentarily be increased by 10. Sudi says, "Damn it. I wanted to hide my last trump card." Sudi uses a powerful attack and says, "Die, you bastard." Sungyun blocks the attack using the red shield. Some purple chains appears above him. Sungyun activates skill Wind's Grace has been activated. All speed has been increased by 40%. Currently skill stack progress, 4 out of 7. Sungyun jumps really fast, and right in front of Sudi's face. Sungyun says, "Instead of doing this trail as a 3. I know it's a lot more dangerous doing it with trash like you." System says, "Skill counter shield will release the accumulated damage in one go." A really powerful attack comes out of the shield and hits Sudi. An item window appears saying, "Vampire counts old tailcoat ran a minus. Movement speed plus 8%. Magic regeneration plus 10%. One of a camper count of Chalihan's favorite special tailcoats. When being attacked, the user can temporarily create a bloody shield by consuming stamina or blood." Another item window appears saying, "Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword rank B+. Reaction speed plus 7%. Attack speed plus 10%. A famous sword that is one of the treasures that's passed down in a blood demon cult of Muram. A blood chi sheathes the blade and mana that's flowing within the user's veins becomes harmonious." Sungyun says, "I'll use these items well." Sungyun and Chunsuk come to him. Sungyun says, "Is everything done?" Chunsuk says, "Han Sungyun is amazing." Sungyun says, "Yes, thanks to you, I was able to finish it well." System says, 10 minutes until the start of the 10th floor trail. All challengers please stand by for the upcoming trial. Alright, let's go. Chunsuk says, "A statue of cavalryman. It's huge. He won't come alive, right?" Sunghoon says, if it's the tower, it's possible. They reach in middle of a room. There are a lot of statues tied up with chains. Chunsuk says, there are 3 more statues that give off a bad feeling. And this? Probably the Dark Monarch. There is a statue without head. System says, the grace period has ended. The trial of the 10th floor will begin. The remaining time will decrease and the Dark Royal Order will appear. Stop him. Resurrection of the Dark Monarch. All the statues gets untied. And surround all of them. Sunghoon says, I was feeling stiff but shall I warm up? Sunghoon says, it's the head. We need to stop the guards from giving the head, that they're carrying on their backs, to the monarch. Sunghoon says, good, it's simple. Then we'll each take one of them. All the status jumps toward them. Sunghoon says, good luck. Sunghoon jumps toward one of them and says, I'll finish it in one strike with sword chi. Statue swings the sword toward Sunghoon. Sunghoon blocks the sword using his own sword. He moves back and he is really surprised. He thinks, sword chi. Sunghoon thinks, it's not an easy opponent. I wonder if the other will be okay. Sunghoon gets hit by a really powerful attack of a statue. One of the statues runs toward the boss statue. A big rock comes flying toward the statue and hits him. Sunghoon was the one who had thrown the stone. He says, these bastards, they're all boss ranks. Don't be careless. Chunsuk says, I think you were the one being careless, Hyungnim. Chunsuk bring out a hat. And says, this hat doesn't suit me so I didn't really want to wear it. The fact that I'm wearing this ridiculous hat means you're gonna die. He gets ready to launch some really strong arrows. The arrows goes flying toward the statues with super speed. Statue dodges all the attacks. And gets near Chunsuk. He says, yes, when you fight a mage, it's standard procedure to fight him in close range. He bring out a sheath. And says, but that only applies if your opponent is a normal mage. Sunghoon sees them and thinks, since I've only seen weak challengers up until now, seeing those guys make my blood boil in excitement. Statue attacks Sunghoon. Sunghoon jumps and thinks, I just need to do well. He spins around and kicks 2 rocks in front of him. Rocks hits the statue. Sunghoon activates skill wins grace. System says, all movement speed has increased by 50%. Current skills stack progress. 5 out of 7. Sunghoon run past the statue. You are currently stepping on a shadow. Skill clandestine shadow step C+, has been activated. Strength has temporarily increased by 3. Sunghoon stand behind statue. System says, skill chaotic sword fighting play C+ has been activated. Attack speed for swords has been increased by 10%. Current skill stack progress 5 out of 10. Skill sword chi has been activated. Sunghoon cuts head behind the back of the statue. Sunghoon activates lightning bomb. A really strong lightning storm appears under the feet of a statue. Sunghoon also breaks the head of the boss statue. Chunsuk is swing around his sheath attacking the statue. Statue blocks his attack, but Chunsuk managed to cut down the head of the boss statue. Statue starts to scream. Statue starts to run away. Chunsuk says, they're running away. Sunghoon says, since we destroyed the monarch's head we won't need to worry about it resurrecting. They all runs toward the statues and says, let's wrap this up quickly. Sunghoon hears a sound and says, what, that sound? All the statues make some kind of staircase by standing right behind each other. The statue they saw before at the entrance comes running and jumps using the other statues as a stepping stone. Sunghoon see that and thinks, the statue that was at the entrance. The statue goes running really fast toward the boss statue. Sunghoon jumps really fast toward the statue. Sunghoon gets really angry and thinks, no, it's already too late since we're running. The statue jumps from the horse with the head to boss statue in its hand. Sunghoon throws the dagger with his full power. Dagger goes flying with super speed. And hits the head of the boss statue's head. The other statue gets really angry. And screams really loudly. Chunsuk says, nice. The statue picks up the crown and puts it on its own head. And picks up his weapon and cuts his own head. Sunghoon and everyone else is really surprised to see that, including me. They all starts to run toward the statue and says, we need to stop it. They all jump to hit him. The statue puts his head on the spot of boss monster's head. A really big explosion happens. System says, condition have been met. The Dark Monarch is resurrecting. Sunghoon thinks, oh no. System says, special objective, please defeat the Dark Monarch. Due to inviolability, all damage is negated. Challengers whose stats are higher than the Monarch will be able to inflict damage. Sungyun sees that and thinks an authority. I've never heard that a monster could use authorities. Boss statue summons a big sword. And attacks them. They all dodges the attack and Sungyun thinks, what's with this bullshit ability? If it's impossible to inflict damage, then we can't do anything. Another statue appears behind Sungyun. And attacks him. Sungyun barely dodges the attack. And thinks, damn it. Since we couldn't finish things, it's gotten so annoying. Sungyun thinks of something and thinks, wait. Maybe. All statues are standing in front of Sungyun. Chunsuk and Sunghun are running toward Sungyun. They says, Sungyun, are you okay? I think we should find a way to attack the monarch, but first, let's take care of those knights. Sungyun says, I have a request. Can both of you stop the monarch? Sunghun says, we can't do any damage to the monarch, so wouldn't it be more efficient to take care of the knights first? Sungyun says, I've thought of one possibility. A way to defeat the monarch. Sungyun says, okay, we'll trust you. It'll be hard for us to stall for a while, so don't take too long. They both goes toward monarch. Sungyun says, okay then. You guys need to play with me. Sunghun uses lightning bomb on monarch. System says, due to inviolability, all damage is negated. They say, as expected, it didn't work. System says, authority, a monarch dignity has been activated. When paying respects to the monarch, all movements that have not been permitted are restricted. They both sits on one of their knees. Monarch attacks them using the sword. Sunghun uses skill, mana resistance has been activated. Seal is temporarily lifted from your body. Sunghun stands up. Attack is about to hit Chunsuk. Sunghun gets in between Chunsuk and Monarch's attack. Attack hits Sunghun. Sunghun cough out blood. Chunsuk grabs and says, Hyungnim, are you alright? Chunsuk gets really scared. Monarch gets ready to stab them. As the sword is about to hit them, Sungyun appears in front of them, uses his shield. Sungyun says, I'm sorry I was a little late. Chunsuk sees him and says, Han Sungyun. Sungyun says, absorb. After that we see all the statues are dead. System says, you have used all stored souls and your stats have been permanently increased. Strength has increased by 4. Agility has increased by 3. Stamina has increased by 3. Magic power has increased by 6. Durability has increased by 4. System says, skill counter shield will release the accumulated damage in one go. Authority sword chi master has been activated. Skill lightning sword chi has been activated. Sungyun grabs the other sword that he got from Sudi. And do a slash attack. Sungyun thinks, reach. Sungyun's attack hits the monarch. And leave a scare. Sungyun sees that and thinks nice, it worked. Monarch gets really angry. System says, authority, a monarch's dignity has been activated. Sungyun also sights on one of his knees. Sungyun uses forceful breakthrough rank D-. And skill mana resistance D-. Sungyun hardly able to stands up. Sungyun screams and System says, all restrictions have been completely lifted. System says, proficiency of skill forceful breakthrough has reached 100%. Skill forceful breakthrough has increased to rank circa. Proficiency of skill mana recovery rank D- has reached 100%. Skill mana recovery has increased to rank circa. Proficiency of skill mana resistance rank D- has reached 100%. Skill mana resistance has increased to rank circa. Monarch uses a really powerful sword attack. Sungyun blocks it with his shield. Sungyun thinks, this is a dangerous situation. But why am I laughing? Sungyun is really excited. He thinks is it the feeling of a sense of victory. Sungyun appears above Monarch's head. He thinks, is it the fundamental raging fire of desire for me to grow stronger? Chusuk says, Hyungnim, the challenger, Han Sungyun, is a monster. Sungyun says, I feel strange. To think that I'm looking at someone's back. But we should congratulate him. For becoming the new top ranker. System says, recharge is complete. Skill counter shield has wrecked maximum damage absorption capacity. Sungyun thinks, if I decrease the scope of the counter shield's burst and concentrate the energy, its strength will increase exponentially. System says, skill counter shield will release the accumulated damage in one go. Sungyun concentrated it into a laser. He cuts one of the monarch's arms. Sungyun jumps toward the monarch. System says, skill wind's grace has been activated. All movements have increased by 70%. Current skill stack progress. 7 out of 7. Due to the skills stack being maxed out, a cooldown of 1 day has been applied. Skill Chaotic Sword Fighting Play Rank C+. Has been activated. All sword type attack speeds have increased by 10%. Current skills stack progress, 10 out of 10. Sungyun cuts the head of Monarch. System says, you have defeated the Dark Monarch. We see that iron-blooded Monarch is watching Sungyun. She says, to think a challenger with a crazy growth rate like this is my contractor. The standard challenger that climbs the tower. Prepares meticulously to avoid taking risks, and after using a large amount of time, they barely complete one floor. But Han Sungyun is a valuable person that's rare in other dimensions too. To the point where he's the embodiment of the desire to grow. The issue is that, as time passes, other admins will slowly become interested in Han Sungyun. I need to get closer to him before any other admin can. In order to attain my earnest wish. System says, you have defeated the Dark Monarch. Congratulations. You have completed the 10th floor of the Tower of Trails. Potion for increasing skill proficiency rank B+, has been sent to your inventory as a reward for completion. You have obtained 60,000 points as a reward for completion. You have obtained 1000 SP as a reward for completion. Challenger Han Sungyun has contributed the most to the special task. You have obtained 10,000 SP as a reward for the special task. You have obtained 1,500 SP as a reward for the special task. Sungyun thinks, the additional rewards are great because this trial was that difficult. Chunsuk says, how? Sungyun says, I had a skill I was able to use for this. I think I got lucky. Sungyun says, you've surprised me today in many ways. Let's talk about things in detail after I send you a friend request. We need to heal your wounds too. System says, Challenger Kim Sunghoon has sent you a friend request. Challenger Oh Chunsuk has sent you a friend request. We'll see you again. System says, more than 1,000 people have completed the 10th trail. System expansion will now begin. Category Dimension Travel has been added to the store. You can now travel to other dimensions. Sungyun thinks, dimensional travel. I think it's implying that I can travel to places like Ares or Murim. But that would be suicide. Why do I have this stupid skill? System says, the administrator's observation domain has extended to Earth's dimension. You are able to converse with an administrator in the lobby. The administrator's interference domain has extended to Earth's dimension. You are able to go to the administrator's interference domain has extended to Earth's dimension. You are able to go to the administrator's territory and make additional contracts. However, only one additional contact can be made and it will be restricted after the contract has been created. You can terminate the additional contract at any time. Sungyun thinks, it's just an additional contract then. But if I'm able to terminate my contract at any time, then the administrator's at a loss, right? Well, I can't tell as of right now. So let's organize the things I got from the 10th floor. An item window appears saying, Potion for increasing skill proficiency B+. A potion that was specially created for those who are gifted with skills. Upon consumption, you can increase the proficiency of one of your skills by 20%. Sungyun drinks the potion. System says, you have consumed the potion for increasing skill proficiency rank B+. Please choose the skill you want to increase your proficiency in. Sungyun says, Wind's Grace. System says, confirmed. Proficiency of skill Wind's Grace A- has been increased by 20%. Skill Wind's Grace rank A- has reached 100% proficiency. Skill Wind's Grace has increased by 1 rank. Skill window appears saying, Skill Wind's Grace rank A. Proficiency 0%. Effect upon saying the skill's name, all speeds will increase by 10%. This skill can be stacked up to 7 times. When the maximum number of stacks are reached, 1% of your magic power will be consumed every minute. Sungyun sees that and thinks, the cooldown is gone. Next is, System says, you have absorbed the soul of the Dark Monarch and your stats have permanently increased. Strength has increased by 5. Agility has increased by 4. Stamina has increased by 4. Magic power has increased by 7. Durability has increased by 5. You will absorb one of the Dark Monarch's possessed skills. Skill mana management's rank A- has been obtained. Sungyun is really surprised to see that. A skill window appears saying, skill mana management rank A-. Proficiency 0%. Effect with regards to mana management, you have stepped into the realm of natural talent, so most restrictions related to mana management will be lifted. However, skill proficiency increases only through independent realization, and the frequency of usage doesn't affect proficiency. Sungyun sees that and thinks, so now I'm a genius who's gifted with magic power. I don't really believe it, just by reading this. A lot of administrator invites him to their territory. Sungyun says, what? At the same time, system says, you have accepted the invitation and will be moved to the administrator's territory. You have entered the Iron Blood world. He walks toward her house. She is standing in front of him in only towel. She says, as expected, I knew you would choose me. Thanks to you, I won the bet, I'll thank you with grand snacks. Sungyun says, I was wondering why they invited me at the same time. So it was for a bet. Sungyun says, aren't you cold? She says, no. He says, can I ask you one thing? I obtained the skill management, coincidentally. Do you perhaps know anything about it? She says, good. Before we head into the cabin, I'll briefly tell you about it. With the new magic management skill, try bringing up all the magic power within your body as intensely as you can. Sungyun feels a lot of mana inside his body and he starts to scream. System says, your mana circuit has been greatly affected due to the activation of skill mana management. Skill mana circuit rank D has been forcibly increased by mana management rank A-. Sungyun suddenly feels something and says, it feels like my physical prowess has increased several fold. Shall I? He punches the ground wall with his full power. Her towels goes flying because of the wind. After that we see they are drinking tea and snacks. She says, I didn't know. You were a man who did such devious thing. Sungyun says, you're mistaken. She says, why are you flustered? Anyways, when you have the time, try activating your magic skills one by one with mana management. As your understanding about mana management increases, it will lead to each of your magic skills leveling up. Why did you call for me? You know that the system expended when you entered the 11th floor lobby, right? She says, yes. Because of that, I can come here without the tower. That's not the reason why interference domain was added. The real motive is so that the administrators can actively nurture their challenger. Sungyun says, what does that mean? She says, it means this. System says, Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch has used interference domain and has gifted the challenger with an authority. A new authority has been engraved in your soul. Authority. Iron-Blooded Sword A- has been engraved into your soul. He says, can you give authorities out like this? She says, of course not. Sungyun says, then. She says, it means I've done enough for the tower to do this. He thinks, the additional contract ability has been added so it might be better for her to select another challenger, so why? Sungyun says, why are you helping me so much? She says, it's because I can see your potential. Sungyun says, potential. She replies, administrators are rewarded by nurturing their challengers. But the motive isn't positive. They're just investing in their challenger because of their own earnest wish. He is surprised to hear that and says, earnest wish. A lot more administrator invites him to their territory. She says, let's end our talk here because of someone's impatience. I gave you the authority too. Then I'll see you again. System says, you accepted the invitation and will be moved to the administrator's territory. You have entered the forest. Sungyun looks around and says, this place is perfect for training. I was curious about the training method that the Iron-Blooded Monarch told me about. Good. Timing. Sungyun starts to train with mana management. System says, proficiency of skill 3 laceration rank A- has increased by 8% due to mana management rank A-. His all skills starts rank up one after other because of mana management. He thinks, nice, I'm going to use Sword Chi too. He is surprised and thinks, why isn't Sword Chi activation through mana management? I was going to level up 3 lacerations through Sword Chi. It's the same no matter how many times I try. Sungyun says, this is strange. Is it because Sword Chi is an authority? Administrator White Crane Swordmaster in earnestly waiting for you visit. Sungyun says. Let's leave ranking up Sword Chi for later. Yes, I'm going. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster said yes while blowing air into their cheeks. Sungyun thinks, looking at the nickname this administrator is using, I guess he's an old man like Baek Sunhik. The way he talks is annoying. Administrator says, you're finally here. Administrator is a young girl. She says, nice to meet you. I'm Administrator White Crane Swordmaster. I've waited a really long time for a challenger like you to appear. Sungyun sees her and thinks, forget about an old man, it's a girl. She says, is that a problem? Sungyun says, it's fascinating that I'm seeing an administrator I've communicated with through messages. She laughs and says, I understand, it'll be tiring to talk while standing, so come sit over here. He says, then, please excuse me. He sits and thinks, how refreshing. Sungyun says, I understand why you sit here instead of a chair. She says, it feels good, right? I watched over you from here. Ever since Baek Sunhik and you fought a battle to the death on the 9th floor. Sungyun says, so you kept watching since you were able to watch my trails. Isn't it a waste to give your authority to a challenger you met once? She says, absolutely not. You need to accurately understand your worth. Even though the great elder Baek Sunhik couldn't achieve lighting sword chi, he was once a strong swordsman in Murim. Even though he lost a portion of his strength when entering the tower, defeating a challenger like him a great achievement. You don't need to deny it since I, who was contracted with Baek Sunhik, am saying it. Sungyun is surprised to hear that. He thinks, wait, then. She might have a grudge against me. She says, there's no need to being the mood down. You were just an easy challenger to earn points. I've made the contracts with many challengers but I've never invited a challenger here. Except for you. I know you've figured it out but I'll say it straight. Please make an additional contract with me. Sungyun says, what benefits will I receive if I do? If you agree, I'll be able to make you the Administrator White Crane Sword Masters. Disciple. He says, what exactly are the benefits if I become your disciple? She says, an administrator can appoint only one disciple in their life and being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you have formed a special contract. Also challengers who are disciples are able to purchase all authorities of that administrator. He thinks, so a disciple contract was that important. What the hell, the iron-blooded monarch didn't even explain this to me even though I'm her disciple. Maybe she's a bit of an airhead. They said the additional contract can be terminated at any time. Why are you doing this one in a lifetime contract when it's so disadvantageous towards you? She says, like that woman, I chose you in order to fulfill my earnest wish. It's because I need the sharpest sword. The best sword that won't bend or become blunt. You have the potential to become the sharpest sword. Sungyun thinks, earnest wish. That's the word that the iron-blooded monarch said too. Maybe. It's referring to a simple desire. Sungyun says, what's an earnest wish? She says, it's. An administrator's earnest wish comes from their past regrets, which stem from their memories. At the same time, earnest wish is an authority granted by the tower to the administrators. Like the Tower of Trials, it's a trail that can only be given to the challengers who are contracted with admins. When it comes true, the challenger will obtain a reward. She says, if my earnest wish comes true, you'll be able to change the past. Sungyun is really surprised to hear that and says, I can change the past. Is something as impossible as that possible? You'll know since you've been climbing the tower. If my words are true or not. He thinks, that's right. If it's the tower. Sungyun says, can I perhaps ask you one thing? She says, yes of course. Sungyun says, how much do I have to climb in order to make your earnest wish come true? She says, about that. It would have to be the lobby at the highest floor of the Tower of Trials. System says, the contract has been achieved. She starts to jump and says, you made a great decision. You won't regret it. He thinks in the end, I accepted her contract. The highest floor. I knew the place that I needed to reach in order to accomplish an admin's earnest wish. Was the very top of the tower. System says, you have been acknowledged as administrator, White Crane Swordmaster's true disciple. Due to the disciple benefit, the effectiveness of authority and skills of the Murim dimension will increase by 10%. Due to the disciple benefit, mana has increased by 3. Current challenger, Han Sungyun, has been acknowledged as a disciple of 2 administrators. Due to the benefit of being a double disciple, agility has increased by 3. He thinks, I can't let go of this chance where I can get stronger instantly. On top of that I got a special present too. Sungyun says, but, perhaps, did you not hear anything else from that girl? About the person who is looking for you. He says, no, not really. She says, I wonder what that girl, Ironblood, is thinking. It seems like she trusts you completely. Of course, I trust you too, but I must tell you this. The thing I'm about to say will use a question voucher, is that alright? Sungyun says, of course, since I don't have a use for them and have just been saving them up. System says, Challenger Han Sungyun has used all of his question vouchers. He is surprised and thinks, it used all of my question vouchers. Just how important is it? In the Murim dimension, there is a great power called the Murim Alliance. And Baek Sunhik, the person you killed on the 9th floor, held a high position as a High Elder of the Murim Alliance. Due to that, there is someone who's looking for you in the Murim dimension. Sungyun says, don't tell me that someone from the Murim Alliance is looking for me and wants to kill me. She says, no. Instead, the Murim Alliance is currently as disarray because of the battle for the High Elder's vacant position. Sungyun says, then who is it that wants me dead? The sword dragon from the Namgong family. We see at the Tokyo, Shinjuku. She says, the Blue Heaven sword dragon, Namgong Hyuk. He is someone who has made a name for himself among the martial arts fanatics that have lived in the Murim dimension for centuries. And is called a genius. Although the immediate reason that he's looking for you is for revenge. The real reason is because he's simply curious. I don't know when it'll be. But if you end up facing Namgong Hyuk, you need to prepare to put your life on the line. Sungyun gets back to the lobby of 11th floor. He thinks, Namgong Hyuk. So, to simply summarize the information. The Marine's psychotic murderer is looking for me. They're the ones that invaded my floor first. How confusing. Authority wings of steel rank C+ have been purchased. 1500 SP has been deducted. Return stone rank F+ has been purchased. I found out a new truth, but nothing's really changed. Before I run into that Namgong Hyuk, I need to level up like crazy. System says, you have used a return stone and will return to Earth. As soon as he returned to Earth he checks his phone. There are 132 missed calls of Lee Haeyeon. And 87 unread messages of Lee Haeyeon. She says please come to the Hunter Association as soon as you see this. Sungyun thinks, Lee Haeyeon, did something happen? She activates wings of steel rank C+. He goes flying really fast toward the Hunter Association. Hunters are talking to each other saying, I'm glad it's not a compulsory mobilization. Other hunter says, I know right. Seeing the footage, it looked really violent. What going to happen to Japan? He land right in front of the Hunter Association. Sungyun says, excuse me and starts to running in the association building. Everyone is surprised to see him and say, that guy did he just fly? What? Director of the test and Lee Haeyeon are waiting for him. Director says, it's good to see you again, Han Sungyun. I'm sorry for troubling you inside the tower. Haeyeon says, welcome Sungyun. He says, long time no see. So what's wrong? Why did you call me here so urgently? She says, something big happened in Japan just now, if you'd heard about the incident. I was worried that you would fly to Japan alone, so I called you here urgently. Director says, we need to converse more but, the situation is bad so we'll get straight to the point. This is the body cam footage of a Japanese hunter that's been shared to use by Japan. The location is Shinjuku, Tokyo. The Japan's Hunter Association, who had detected a strong wavelength from a gate, sent a team composed of 7 S-rank hunters to the Sasen. The human that came out of the gate, although shocking, murdered 6 of the A-rank hunters in a few seconds. Recently, it has been speculated that he's an otherworldly challenger who has invaded Earth dimension. Sungyun thinks, otherworldly challenger. No way. All the hunters were leaving just then. Shouldn't you call all of them and go support Japan? Director says, about that in an unparalleled situation, almost all countries try to protect their hunters. So they're blocking hunter resources being dispatched to Japan. That's the same for our country. So they aren't sending hunters to support Japan. And from that, this is the body cam of the only survivor of the 7. The invader says, the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon Namagong Hyuk has come to avenge Baek Sunghyuk. Tell them that. Sungyun thinks, Namgong Hyuk. I didn't expect to meet him this quickly. Haeyeon grabs Sungyun's arm and says, why do you have such an serious expression? It's not compulsory to go. It's been a while since we've seen each other, so shall we go eat something first? Sungyun says, She says, you won't go, right? Sungyun says, as per the request from Japan, I will go to Shinjuku in Tokyo. She says, why? Why do you keep doing such reckless things? You should think about other people's feelings even if it's just a little. Sungyun says, thank you for worrying. But, this is something I need to resolve. After that we see a flashback where Hyuk thinks, why can't everyone understand the sound of the sword? He beats up someone. A girl with him says, young master, isn't this too much for a light spar? The old man comes there and says, sword chi at the age of 13. You've achieved more than I did when I was young. Hyuk says, I greet the swordmaster. But Hyuk, martial arts are not to harm humans, but are a path for transcendence. You can't harm anyone without a reason. System says, the Tower of Trails is selecting a challenger from the Murim dimension. They all are celebrating that, the young master has climbed to the 20th floor of the tower. Hyuk thinks, I'm still no satisfied. My desire isn't being satisfied just from climbing the tower. I can't believe that a 17-year-old has achieved something so grand. One. Hyuk says, I'm sorry, grandfather. As expected, I have the most fun when destroying humans. I no longer feel satisfied by killing pathetic bastards. Going around Murim and killing people isn't allowed either. But this guy called Han Sungyun might make this fun for me. Sungyun reaches Japan. A girl says, to him this way. They reach a building and she says, Challenger Han Sungyun, this way please. There are other people waiting inside. Chunsuk and Sunghoon are also there. Chunsuk says, after seeing you on the 10th floor, we meet each other again. Sunghoon says, you arrived later than I thought. Sungyun says, I heard from the association that you were here, but you really did come. Although, is this everyone who's gathered in response to Japan's support request? Sunghoon says, I heard that an additional challenger from America will soon arrive. Sungyun says, I see. He thinks, even if you say that us three are all equivalent to S-rank hunters. The current otherworldly challenger that appeared in Shinjuku, is an unknown monster that might defeat all three of us. It'd be great if the challenger from America is strong. The hunter from America arrives. It's Catherine. She says, comes to the room and says, Han Sungyun. The girl says, do you know each other? Sungyun says, yes, to an extent. We met in the tower for a moment. She says, I didn't want to meet you like this. Sungyun says, was there another way you wanted to meet? She says, I wanted to meet you in a more normal way. Sungyun says, we didn't even meet in a normal way in the first place, so how would we meet normally? She says, well, that's true, but can't you say it in a softer way? Sunghoon says, is this a couple's fight? Sungyun says, that's not it. Never. She gets angry and thinks, this guy could have just said no, but why never? The girl says, finally all the challengers are gathered. She says, my introduction has been late. I'm the president of the Hunter Association in Japan, Ari Chika. Sangyun thinks, she's the president of the Hunter Association. She came to the airport, so I thought she was just an ordinary association employee. I guess that means Japan is that desperate. President says, it is expected that there will be no more support for Japan. The situation is a lot more severe than I thought, so I think they are regulating hunter support. Chunsuk says, even if they're regulating their hunter, to think that there are only 4 applicants out of everyone in the entire world. Catherine says, the situation is a lot worse than I thought. President says, currently, no country is actively wanting to help Japan. To all of you who came here when everyone else turned their backs on us, I sincerely thank you. Sungyun says, please raise your head, President. Now's not the time to be bowing. Catherine sees that and thinks, Han Sungyun, this person. He's cold on the outside, but Sungyun says, instead of bowing, you should increase our reward. Right now. Catherine is confused. Sungyun says, I'm requesting that you increase the promised reward 2-fold. Then I will actively give you my support to resolve this issue. Catherine thinks, I knew he was cold-hearted. Sungyun thinks, growth, I didn't come here because I was enticed by being a good Samaritan or a hero. I came because of the reward and growth I'll get when I kill Namgong Huk. President says, alright. I was very emotional in this critical situation. The entity that has appeared within Shinjuku is an abnormal monster. Since all of you are putting your lives on the line, I'll promise to increase the reward twofold. And, she points toward Catherine and says, the situation isn't all despair, we have a shot at victory. The ability that Catherine Bennett possesses can flip the result of this fight. One of the authorities I possess is called the fire suppression. If an opponent who is stronger than me touches the fire that triggers this authority, all of their stats will decrease by 10 and a random portion of their skills will become sealed. Catherine says, using this authority, we can achieve victory. Of course, we'll win if he touches it. Sungyun says, in other words, we need to create a situation where Miss Catherine can activate her fire suppression. After that we see a helicopter is flying above the Shinjuku. News reporter says, breaking news. We have news that China's S-rank hunter Peng Jamin, who went to Shinjuku as support, has just met the otherworldly challenger. There has yet to be any movement, it seems like they're conversing. Yes, it's a possible situation. It is known that challengers of the tower can converse despite being from different dimensions and nations. Hyuk says, are you Han Sungyun? Peng Jamin says, Muram Gai, I'm China's Peng Jamin. You'll soon regret looking down on the Earth dimension. Hyuk says, I don't know why insects are coming instead of the guy the first told to come. Peng uses dash ability and punches Hyuk in the face. Hyuk says, a martial artist, huh? How fun. Peng is surprised to see him unharmed. A big explosion happens. Sungyun and the other are in helicopter and about to reach Shinjuku. Chunsuk says, why is that Chinese hunter acting on his own? Sungyun says, this is bad. Sungyun says, Miss Catherine, can you land properly even if we fall midair? Catherine says, pardon, what do you mean? Sungyun says, I just had a good idea. She says, a leap forward you say, I do have a skill that negates all damage when you fall. Sungyun says, then that's enough. If this works, we'll be able to inflict a lot of damage to him in one go. In that moment, please activates your authority. He grabs hand and says, excuse me for my rudeness. She says, wait, what are you going to do? Sungyun jumps from the helicopter and activates authority wings of steel. Sungyun says, fly. Chunsuk says, seriously doing whatever he wants, he hasn't changed. Sungyun says, we can't just watch. The both jump from the helicopter too. Catherine says, you're seriously, not in your right mind. In this situation, who goes and flies without any explanation? Sungyun says, it's good that the Chinese hunter is taking up Namgong Hyuk's attention. Catherine thinks, he isn't even listening to me. Sungyun says, if you see an opening please use your authority. Sungyun leaves her and says, then, I'll be going first. Hyuk and Peng are fighting with each other. The gloves that Peng was wearing breaks. Hyuk says, for a guy who can't even put martial chi into his fist, what martial art is that? Hyuk punches him chi punches. Sungyun hits Hyuk wooing his shield. Hyuk goes flying. Hyuk is confused. Sungyun throw a big rock away, and says, falling from the sky ice something I won't ever do again. Hyuk says, who are you? Sungyun says, you were looking for me that much. But now that I'm here, you don't even know who I am. Sungyun activates skill Ashen Blood rank B-, has been activated. All types of pain inflicted on the user will be decreased by 40%. If you manage to barely survive, skill Ashen Blood's proficiency will increase by 20%. Hyuk says, I see, you're. Sungyun says, yeah, I'm Han Sungyun. Sungyun activates Authority Sword Chi Master. Hyuk says, I was looking forward to who you were. But to think you were a weak bastard who uses a fake sword chi. He says, I'm pissed off. Sungyun says, so what? He thinks I need to take initiative and attack now since he doesn't have a weapon. Hyuk summons his sword. Sungyun and Hyuk starts fight every round starts to fly away because of the shockwaves. Sungyun thinks, it would have been really dangerous if I took that head on. His shield breaks from one side. Sungyun thinks, I thought he took a lot of damage during the drop attack, shit. And my counter shield got destroyed in one hit too. At this rate, it'll be difficult to use counter shield's ability. Is that real sword chi? Hyuk says, recovery. To think you're relying on the witchcraft form the tower. Skill lightning sword chi has been activated. A slash attack goes toward Hyuk. Hyuk uses a slash attack as well, which destroys Sungyun's slash attack. Chunsuk and Sunghoon also appears behind Hyuk, ready to attack. Hyuk dodges their attack with ease. Catherine appears behind him and uses fire suppression. She is surprised and thinks, my authority didn't work. Chunsuk shouts and says, hey above you. Hyuk says, you insect bastards are ruining my fun. The instincts of a hunter who'd experienced many battles of life and death told them this. That they could not block this attack. Hyuk uses a really powerful attack and says, die you insects. They all starts to run and says, dodge. We see a flashback where the administrator says, think of this teaching as a small gift. This is a simple mana injection. And this, on the other hand, isn't a simple mana injection as it maintains a feeling of connection. How is it? Can you feel the difference? Sungyun says, I felt the first one as a simple mana injection. And the second one felt like, you, White Crane Swordmaster, were inside of me. She says, good, now you just have to apply that to your sword. However, use it after you leave this place. Since you can't be put at a disadvantage due to administrator's interference. Hyuk is really surprised to see something. System says, skills and authorities are not manifested through sword chi and are instead used through one's own realization. You have used the Earth Dimension's first sword chi. The Tower of Trials sends its praise to challenger Han Sungyun. Achievement unification with the sword has been accomplished. Due to the increased mana consumption of Authority Sword Chi Master, the penalty has been removed. Sungyun thinks, this is the completed sword chi. Sungyun says, is everyone okay? They say yes, thanks to you. Catherine thinks, in that moment, he used an attack of the same level to negate it. These two are monsters. Hyuk starts to laugh and says, yes, that's how you're supposed to react. I was about to be disappointed. The more effort you put into a sand castle, the more fun it is when you destroy it. Hyuk jumps towards Sungyun with super speed. Sungyun jumps backwards. Sungyun blocks his attack and thinks, all the otherworldly challengers up until now were annoying, but this guy really is a psychopath. Sungyun says to them and says, I'm sorry but can you all stand by in a safe place? If there's a situation where I need to protect you like before, I won't be able to focus. Catherine says, but. Sunghoon says, it's upsetting, but it's true. Sunghoon thinks, to think that I can't be of help again after the previous trail, damn it. Sunghoon says, but, when an opportunity arises, we will carry out the flame plan. The starts to run and say, be careful. Sungyun and Hyuk starts to fight. Building and cars around them starts to crumble because of the shockwaves. They fighting so fast that they looks like lightning strike. There are huge explosions happening. Chunsuk and Catherine are barely able to stand and Chunsuk says, I understand why he had to stand by. Catherine says, but he's fighting that monster on equal footing. Sunghoon says, no, I feel like he's slightly lagging behind. At this rate, he's going to die. Sunghoon thinks, I thought I would be able to fight against him to a certain extent if my sword chi leveled up. Administrator says, my assumption of Namgong Hyuk's swordsmanship skills are a rank. Sungyun says, but my swordsmanship skill is just AC rank. She says, forget about skills, he's just really freaking strong. Sungyun falls on one of his knees. Hyuk says, what, is that it? Sungyun thinks, shit, I used too much stamina to recover. If I use any more stamina, it'll affect my combat. Catherine throws a potion toward Sungyun and says, Sungyun, here. Sungyun grabs the potion and says, nice. As Sungyun is about to drink the potion, Hyuk kicks him into stomach. Hyuk grabs the potion and says, I'll drink this well. Catherine says, no. Chunsuk says, that annoying bastard. I should have poisoned it. Hyuk says, humans always have some hope. The same goes for you, Han Sungyun. System says, a small amount of stamina has been restored. Hyuk says, I might be able to win this fight too. If I do my best. At the end of the battle, I'll be able to win. I might be able to survive. But, ripping those thoughts to shreds. The moment your expression turns from benign optimism to despair, that expression is the only thing that gives me At the beginning of this part we see that. They starts to fight again. Hyuk thinks, I don't lose. It's as if his eyes are still filled with hope. Hyuk hits Sungyun with a really power punch. Sungyun hits the ground and bounce off again and hits the ground. His body shakes up because of the shock. Hyuk sees him and gets really angry and thinks, he won't have the strength to move now, but why does he still have that look? Hyuk attacks him and says, fall into despair. He cuts Sungyun's eyes. Sungyun screams with pain. Sungyun thinks, my eyes. I'm also at my limit for stamina that fuels my recovery. I only have one attack I can do after mustering up all my strength. But I can't see. Hyuk gets ready to attack again. Sungyun thinks, so there's no way that this attack can work. What should I don? Catherine and Sungyun runs towards Sungyun. She screams and says, Sungyun. Sungyun hears them and thinks, if they come now, they'll only be slaughtered. Sungyun screams and says, no. Don't come. Hyuk gives an evil smile and says, your comrades. That's the reason why you were still able to have that look. She uses a fireball attack. Hyuk dodges the attack and appears behind her. He hits her in the back. Sungyun screams, Catherine, and swing his hammer with full strength. Hyuk dodges his attack easily. Hyuk kicks Sungyun in the head. Hyuk picks Catherine by holding her hairs. She says, let go. Hyuk hits her with his sword. She screams really loud because of the pain. Hyuk says, I can smell you comrades frying. Sungyun says, stop, you perverted bastard. Hyuk gives an evils and says, yes. That's a good expression. And he starts to laugh. Chunsuk appears there with a really angry look on his face. He uses an ice magic on Hyuk. He grabs Catherine and starts running. Chunsuk thinks, let's do the minimum energy treatment. Hyuk gets angry and breaks and says, you insect bastard. He breaks the ice, and jumps really fast toward them. Chunsuk uses Zorb Ball on Catherine to help her escape. She goes bouncing really fast. Chunsuk thinks, I'm going to send her as far away as possible. That's the best I can do. And right after, I'll hide again. As Chunsuk uses hide magic and half disappears. Hyuk grabs him from the head. He hits Chunsuk with a really powerful attack on his back. Sungyun thinks, this is no different to that day 7 years ago. Right now, I can't protect anyone. After that we see a mouse comes running. And there are thousands of mice. Sungyun thinks, disaster. Countless mice, which have recognized this fight as a disaster, have come running to the surface. And, the one attack I have left. Sungyun uses a powerful attack and kills all the mice. System Sand, all possessed souls have been used to recover stamina. Sungyun gets back up and says, calm down. You Murim pervert. Hyuk has cuts the one of the arm of Sungyun and he is holding. Hyuk says, no. You have better reactions this way. Hung uses dash attack and hits Hyuk in the stomach with a powerful fire punch. System says, due to authority fire suppression, the abilities of those who touch the fire will drastically decrease. Sword Chi will be sealed for 10 minutes. Sword Flame will be sealed for 10 minutes. Everyone, excluding Namgong Hyuk, will be immune to the fire. Hyuk goes flying. Hung says, I'm China's here, Hung Jamin. I'm still alive, you damned bastard. Hung picks up Sungyun and starts running. He says, since Catherine's fire was used, we're going now. Hyuk gets really angry and says, till the very end, these insects. He tries to use Sword Chi. System says, you cannot use Sword Chi. It is sealed due to skill fire suppression. Hyuk gets really angry and says, damn it. He activates Forceful Battle. Some really big swords falls from the sky around Sungyun and Hyuk. It creates a barrier. System says, due to unique trait, Forceful Battle, a fighting domain has been established with a 30-meter radius. All people beside Han Sungyun and Namgun Hyuk are prohibited from entering the fighting domain. Sungyun is just standing there. Hyuk thinks, my Sword Chi is sealed, but I can just combat Chi. Hyuk jumps towards Sungyun to punch him and thinks, what can a blind bastard do? Sungyun thinks, when was it? Sungyun dodges his attack and thinks, spiritual eyes, which can see attacks outside my field of vision. I thought that was it. Including the wall that's created with a 30-meter radius. I can see all the rocks within this area too. To think I can see more things after losing my eyesight. I haven't been using spiritual eyes properly until now. It's as if I've opened a third eye. System says, you have discovered the true spiritual eyes. Skill Spiritual Eyes rank D- has leveled up to B rank. A battle where you have put your life on the line while depending on your senses is in progress. Skill 6th Sense rank C+ has leveled up to AB rank. Sungyun thinks, 6th Sense, which I completely forgot after obtaining it, has evolved and my senses have become clearer. System says, you have succeeded in surviving a battle against someone who's well versed with the sword. Skill Demon Slayer rank C has leveled up to B rank. In a short amount of time, your body has suffered a copious amount of danger, surpassing its limit. Skill Ashen Blood rank B- has leveled up to B+ rank. Hyuk is surprised and jumps back. Sungyun thinks, with this. Sungyun opens his eyes. He thinks, I can fight on par with Namgong Hyuk, whose abilities have been decreased. Sungyun starts to run toward Hyuk. Hyuk sees him and thinks, what is this situation? How are his movements improving? And how is his balda getting sharper? System says, activating skill Clandestine Shadow Step rank C+. User is moving Thora an area coved by shade. User's moving speed will be increased by 30%. Sungyun activates skill Instant Acceleration. And Wind's Grace. All Cs will be increased by 70%. Current stacks in use 7 out of 7. Sungyun also activates skill Chaotic Sword Fighting Play rank C+. System says, attack speed with blade weapons will be increased by 20%. Current stacks in 10 out 10. The both dodges each other's attacks. Sungyun thinks, even if I use all these skills, we're barely on par with each other. It's too risky for me. I'm gonna run out of stamina soon, and Namgong Hyuk's decreased abilities will be back to normal in 10 minutes. I need to end this fight while the flame is still there. The one thing that can turn the tables on a close fight is an unexpected variable. Sungyun throws his sword with full strength. Hyuk smiles and easily dodges the sword. He says, you made a foolish choice because you're cornered. Hyuk jumps toward Sungyun to punch him and says, you idiot. Sungyun dodges Hyuk's punch. Sungyun uses iron-blooded sword. A sword appears right in front of his feet. And Sungyun stabs Hyuk in stomach using his feet. Hyuk throw out blood. Hyuk thinks, damn it, it must have touched my dantian. I need to act fast if I want to completely recover later on. System says, Authority Fire Suppression has ended. Unique trait Forceful Battle has ended. The 30-meter radius fighting domain will be undone, allowing for external interference. Chunsuk is standing outside the barrier and says, the barrier's going away. Hyuk pulls the sword out of his stomach and throws it away. He says, I was too focused on playing. I will end this fight next time. He bring out a return stone. A gate opens in front of them. Chunsuk sees that and says, a gate. Pung says, he's trying to go back to the Muram dimension. Hyuk starts to walk toward the gate. At that moment, everyone felt that, if they do not kill Namgong Hyuk here, it would mean great disaster for Earth someday. They all jumps toward him and says, stop him. Hyuk sees toward them and says, what? Run away. He uses a really strong attack, Sword Flame. A really big slash attack comes toward them. All the building gets cut into two from the center. Sungyun appears in front of them and blocks the attack using counter shield. Shield gets destroyed in one of his arms as well. System says, skill counter shield has been destroyed. Absorbed damage can no longer be released. Catherine says, Sungyun, your arm. Sungyun says, don't mind this, the enemy's still there. Hyuk says, Han Sungyun, I could have killed you from the start in one attack. Do you really want to see this to the end? Sungyun gets angry and says, it's frustrating, but I can't say anything to that. Hyuk says, I'll come back soon. Hyuk walks through the gate to his dimension. Sungyun falls to ground, everyone comes running toward him. We see that Muram dimension. Two monks come toward Hyuk and says, you're back, young master. Hyuk cough out a lot of blood. And shit on one of his knees. One of them says, young master. Are you alright? Hurry and call for a physician. Hyuk gets angry and thinks, Han Sungyun, no matter what, I'll drive you to despair. After that we see at the hospital within Tokyo. Sungyun opens his eyes. President says, Han Sungyun, are you awake? Sungyun gets up and says, where? She says, it's the hospital. You can't move yet. You're badly hurt. She says, I don't even know what to say. In response to your huge sacrifice. He uses ashen blood. He gets all healed up and says, I'm fine. Where are the others? He goes to Catherine's room and says, Catherine, are you She is sitting there without shirt. Everyone screams. After that we see Chunsuk is barely walking and says, "Damn my life." He sees Han Sungyun, and says, "Han Sungyun, what's with you face?" Sungyun has a slap mark on his face. Sungyun says, "I went to Catherine's room and, well, seeing as she's full of energy, she seems to be alright. But Kim Sunghoon wasn't in his place, do you know where he is?" Chunsuk says, "I only saw him in the morning for a little bit. He's probably in a bad state right now. He's lost his right arm." Sungyun says, "You were here." Sunghoon says, "Here he comes, the sword phantom is here." Sungyun thinks, "Sword phantom." Sunghoon says, "Your left arm, did you heal it using a skill?" Sungyun says, "Yes." He says, "What an unbelievable skill. You have knack for surprising people. Well, I'm sure you heard, but my right arm couldn't be saved." Sungyun says, "I'm sorry. If I were stronger, this wouldn't have happened." Sunghoon says, "Don't worry, I have a skill to make up for it." Sungyun says, "I've been climbing the tower like an insane man just for the sake of getting stronger. Like I was possessed by something, it was like I had tunnel vision." Sunghoon says, "That's not a bad thing, I'm sure that's what made you strong. But, the strong should help the weak. At least, that's the ideal I live by." Sungyun says, "I learned a lot from this battle. I remembered something important that I had forgotten about." Sungyun removes his mask, and says, "Well, I'm relieved that someone strong like you isn't an ill-intentioned psycho. I couldn't tell what you were thinking when I first met you in the tower." Sunghoon starts to smoke and says, "Do you want one too?" Sungyun says, "No. I stay away from smoking and drinking." Sungyun is surprised to see him, and says, "You're..." Sunghoon says, "Right, I forgot to tell you who I am." AF that we see that they all take picture with the president and some other association member. They take interviews. Sungyun give Catherine a necklace. Everyone leaves Japan but Sungyun stays behind. He wears the tailcoat and thinks the tailcoat's dezing. It must have been upgraded a bit during the repair. The equipment is in perfect condition. Well, since I prevented a calamity from happening, I guess this much service is to be expected. He lays on the bed and says, "The 3 days of the return stone were chaotic. I didn't really want to get this famous. The video of the battle is already everywhere. It was recorded from the Japan Hunter Association's helicopter. Everyone is talking about him on the internet and some don't believe he was training at White Lotus for 7 years. And some people call him Sword Phantom. He thinks, is this what Kim Sunghoon meant by Sword Phantom? But to think he was the Lightning Emperor. Lightning Emperor. Even amongst the 30 Korean S-rank hunters, his nickname was the most powerful. He destroyed gates at a speed other S-rank hunter could not keep up with. He was basically the hero of Korea." Sunghoon gives Sungyun his ID card and says, "If something happens, you can contact me. I'll be honest. You can look at it as scouting. You can contact me for less serious reasons too. Or any other reason." System says, "Time over." Sungyun gets up and says, "Well, I'll go become stronger, so that I can be deserving of the nickname Sword Phantom." System says, "Returning to the Tower of Trials." Sungyun gets excited and says, "Back to the tower." He gets to the lobby of 11th floor. Sungyun thinks, "There's something I learned from the fight against Namdong Hyuk. That was stamina." Sungyun opens shop. Sungyun thinks, "Ashen Blood is one of the strongest healing skills I have. But it doesn't activates when I don't have enough stamina. It's time I obtain a new stamina recovery skill." Sungyun checks the skill in the shop and says, "All the skills are kind of iffy. The best way to solve this kind of problem while shopping is to just buy them all." System says, "You have purchased automatic stamina recovery rank D-." Description: all stamina will be automatically recovered by 0.07% every 180 seconds. 15,000 points have been spent. You have purchased Moonlight Absorption rank E-. Description: recovery ability will be increased by 100% when exposed to moonlight. 10,000 points have been spent. You have purchased Sunlight Absorption rank E-. Description: recovery ability will be increased by 100% when exposed to sunlight. 10,000 points have been spent. You have purchased Excess Growth rank C-. Description: all physical recovery abilities and stamina will be increased by 70%. 20,000 points have been spent. You purchased Calling of Blood rank C-. Description: when absorbing the blood of an opponent the user has killed, stamina and HP will be regenerated depending on the amount of blood consumed. 20,000 points have been spent. I've collected enough points to buy all the skills I need and still have leftover. System says, activating authority skill synthesis. Opening skill contents. Please choose skills to synthesize form the ones you have. Sungyun thinks, first I'll synthesize with good dynamics. He combines sunlight absorption rank E- and moonlight absorption rank E-. He get a new skill, photosynthesis rank C-. A skill window appears saying skill photosynthesis rank C-. Proficiency 0%. Effect recovery ability will be increased by 200% when exposed to moonlight or sunlight. User will be able to absorb mana throat light. He sees that and thinks, alright. Its rank went up quite a bit, and the toe. Skills pros mixed well together. Now if I mix Calling of Blood here, it'll be great. He combined photosynthesis rank C- with Calling of Blood rank C-. He gets a new skill called Blood Tinted Contract rank C-. Skill window appears saying, skill Blood Tinted Contract rank C-. Proficiency 0%. Effect, user will be able to extract HP, stamina and mana from the blood of a living being that user killed. Sungyun says, that one's a failure. The skill's rank didn't go up, and the advantages of photosynthesis disappeared. Then, system says, you have purchased Calling of Blood rank C-. 20,000 points have been spent. He says, I'll just buy the same one. I have a lot of points anyway. Sungyun thinks I'll combine Blood Tinted Contract with Calling of Blood once again. He gets the new skill called Truth Seeker of Blood rank B. He is surprised to see that and says, B rank. Skill window appears saying, skill Truth Seeker of Blood rank B. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect, user will be able to extract HP, stamina, D and mana from the blood of a living being and will gain a strong blood controlling ability. Detailed effect, all blood being lost by the user will be automatically recovered little by little. Sungyun thinks, I can extract HP, stamina, and mana from the blood. And also control blood. What's that? Sungyun cuts his hand to test the ability. Sungyun gets excited and thinks, literally controlling blood. He create different weapons with his blood. And says, I can make any shape I want. Let's see something like this. He focus on being out a drop of blood. He thinks, I can squeeze blood out even if I don't directly slice into the skin. Although I would have to cut into the skin to use a lot of blood quickly. Truth Seeker of Blood, this is gonna be useful. And I put more time into upgrading Eyes of the Truth. He combines to more skills. And gets a new skill called Flame Dragon Eye rank A+. Skill window appears saying, skill Flame Dragon Eye, basic effect, the Flame Dragon's authority will be imbued onto the eye so that the user can see what cannot be seen. Detailed effect, user can see information about objects and see through others' lies. He checked the details of his items. And thinks, these are things I couldn't see before. And, he checks his sword. He sees Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword. When a user who has reached the realm of Sword Flame levels up Blood Chi to the maximum, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. He thinks, Sword Flame. That was how Hangoang Hyuk was able to destroy the entire Shinjuku region. I guess only those who have reached that level can awaken the true ability of the Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword. I thought it was just a pretty good sword. I didn't expect a hidden ability like that. Then, let's go. System says, entering the 11th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty hard. The current trials theme is mentality verification. Remaining time 7 days. Clear condition, clear the 7th trail within the remaining time. Failed conditions, challengers death of timeout. Trail clear rewards old mirror of verification rank S-. Trial failure penalty death. Sungyun goes through the gates and a man is standing in front of him and he says, welcome to the Temple of Verification. Sungyun, Temple of Verification. That man is standing on one leg and says, you will now go through the trails given by the God of Verification. And these trails will continue up until your death. You have decided to take to this God's trails despite being just a mere explorer, so you will have to deal with the consequences. Sungyun says, so, what do I have to do to clear the first trial? That man says, do you not even know the rules of the trials of Ares' 7 leading gods? Sungyun says, no. Sungyun thinks, that must be the Black Knight's dimension that class invaded the 5th floor. The man says, I don't understand how a stupid explorer like you got here. Oh, well, I'll explain. The trails are simple. Prove your body, faith and mentality. First is the body, the last is mentality, which is the hardest. The way to clear the trials is simple. There will be a high priest waiting for you at each room of the trial. You just need to move forward onto the next room by either killing them or convincing them. Sungyun says, so I just need to get past them, regardless of what method I use. That man says, I've explained enough to you, you can come up with your own answers. The let's begin. He jumps toward Sungyun really fast and says, the first trial. They start to trade punches. Sungyun thinks, he must be about the level of a challenger who earned the pioneer title. Sungyun activates skill the truth seeker of blood. Gets a drop of blood out of his finger. And shot it like a bullet. It hits the center of the forehead of the man. Sungyun thinks, damn, this kill's insane. Thanks for the explanation. That Mons dies and falls to the ground. System says, you have absorbed the spirit of the priest Johann. Proficiency has been raised 5.8%. Administrator Priest of 7 Gods is shocked at the scene he coincidentally saw. Administrator God Slaying Swordsman is nodding at you actions. Administrator Fallen World Soldier praises you for being interesting. Administrator Seeker of Divinity says that you don't need to worry, you're doing great in proving yourself. Sungyun says, considering their nicknames, I think I got their attention because this trial's related to God. Administrator Iron-Blooded Lord is shocked at you actions. Administrator White Crane Sword Master is upset that you went into the trials without saying anything. Sungyun thinks, what? I have no way to contact the administrators. Sungyun take an item from his body and says, there's an item. Administrator Priest of 7 Gods is silently watching you. Administrator Fallen World Soldier is impressed by you greed. Administrator God Slaying Swordsman nods as if he understands. Sungyun uses Flame Dragon Eye. A message popped up saying, mirror containing High Priest's divinity rank C+. A mirror in which the High Priest Johann imbued with his divinity every day. User can utilize the divinity to create a divine barrier just once. When creating divine barrier, mentality may become corrupted. Sungyun thinks, this is the basic information. After that a text appeared that could only be seen through the Flame Dragon Eye. The text says, the divinity within the mirror might lead the user to prove his fate. Sungyun says, might lead the user to prove his fate, huh? What the hell does that mean? It sounds like just a one-use protection barrier item. Sungyun opened the next door and thinks I hope there are a lot more of the body verifications. Priest in second room says, to think an outsider explorer whose name I don't even know, would make it to here so fast. She is a girl and she says, Johann must be past his days. It's over for me boys. Sungyun says, are you the second trials priestess? She says, yes, dear explorer. I'm the second Trails Priestess, Jane. She throws her chair toward Sungyun and says, nice to meet you. He says, seeing as you use violence. The must also be a verification of the body. She jumps ready to attack Sungyun and she says, correct. She swings the sword with her full strength. He dodges it easily. Sungyun says, this sword chi. It feels like what I used to use back in the day. Sungyun activates Sword Chi Master. Activating skill Lightning Sword Chi. Sungyun does a slash attack. She barely blocks the attack using her sword. She gets injured. She says, how, a mere explorer using complete aura. Sungyun says, why wouldn't I be able to use it when you can too? She says, God-given divine power. That's how we priests get out powers. I was just surprised that someone without any divine power was using such incredible sword chi. Sungyun thinks, divine power. She gets all healed up. She jumps ready to attack him. He thinks, it was definitely a lethal injury. Divine power, what an annoying power. From what I heard from the first priest, apparently I don't need to kill to get through these trails. Sungyun says, is it even possible to change your minds? She says, I don't know. Maybe if you have some godly persuasion skills. Sungyun says, how many of these bodily trials are there? She says, you're truly arrogant. You're so relaxed. Do you think you've already won? She jumps toward him and says, you can ask questions like that after you've won. Sungyun uses instant acceleration. and grabs her against the wall and says, "I won." She says, "What? Why like this?" Sungyun says, "Now, tell me the process of the verification." She says, "Are you going to attempt something?" Administrator Fallen World Soldier awaits you answer. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch glares at you through squinted eyes. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is shocked at the unexpected question. Sungyun says, "I'm not into that." She laughs and says, "That's good." Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch agrees with Jane. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster says she knew you were a good guy. Administrator Seeker of Divinity is watching you with curiosity. Sungyun says, "Why would you ask that? Who come all the way here just to do something like that?" She says, "Do you really think people wouldn't? You're really naive for an explorer." Sungyun says, "Just give me the explanation for the trials." She says, "There are now 2 bodily trials left, and the proof of faith begins at the 5th trial and ends at the 6th. Then there is only one prof of mentality at the end." She says, "But before you challenge her that one, you better consider giving up. No one has ever passed the 7th trail. Everyone who entered that trial either went crazy or died bleeding from everywhere." He uses flame dragon eyes and detects no lies. She says, "That's it. My last words, well, let's just say I haven't had a good fight like this in a while." Sungyun says, "If there's a way to pass this place without killing you, then tell me." She says, "You can't do that." Sungyun says, "Aren't you afraid to die?" She laugh like crazy and says, "Not at all. I'd just be going back to God." Sungyun kills her and thinks, "I guess nothing good will come out of stalling this any longer." Sungyun absorbs the soul of Priestess Jane. And his proficiency has risen 8.8%. Sungyun says, "Somehow, I feel really disgusting." Sungyun opened the next door and there is an old man with the sword. He says, "I'm Leslian, the future sword of the god of verification. I will test your martial arts from now on. Prove that you're worthy of moving on to the next trial." Leslina raises his sword and uses Aura Blade. Sungyun sees that and thinks it's unstable, but that's definitely Sword Flame. Sungyun gets ready to fight and says, "Sword Flame on the 3rd trail. I might have to risk my life from this point on." The both start to fight with each other. Sungyun sees him and thinks, but something's strange. His bodily capabilities and his sword attacks are worse off than mine. So why is my sword chi being destroyed instead? After seeing Namgong Hyuk use Sword Flame, I thought it was an advanced skill. Maybe he was just insanely strong. And this Sword Flame skill isn't an advanced skill. They keep fighting. Sungyun thinks, "I knew it. No matter how many times I try, my sword chi keeps losing." Leslina says, "Even if your aura is strong, you cannot destroy this sword. The only ones who can destroy this are those who can handle that which cannot be seen." Sungyun thinks, he's weaker than me but uses Sword Flame. This is like. Sungyun gets really excited and says, "Seeing someone who's dumber than me always do better on tests. It's annoying. That which cannot be seen, my ass. That sword, I'll destroy it no matter what." Sungyun jumps toward him ready to attack. Sungyun thinks, "I'll destroy it." Leslina says, "Only those who can handle that which cannot be seen are able to make a sword that can slice through all things." Sungyun just keeps thinking, "I'll destroy it." Leslina says, "That is how the blade, possessing aura and absolute A-power, is born." Sungyun just thinks, "I'll destroy it." Sungyun cuts his sword and injures him. Leslina is surprised to see that. Sungyun thinks, "I see the difference between Sword Flame and Sword Chi. The source of Sword Flame's power was a will that's strong enough to be realized." Leslina cough out blood. Leslina gets happy and says, "Your Sword Flame is a genuine one and not like mine that is unstable. Because it was borrowed from a god of verification. You really done it." Sungyun sees him and thinks, is he happy? He's more concerned about my accomplishments than his own death. He seems to be driven by some purpose, but whether that is insanity or faith. Leslina says, "To learn so quickly, I can almost feel it myself. You have proven you martial arts. Continue on, just like that." He says, "Right, just like that." Sungyun cuts his head up and says, "I'll ease you pain. You have absorbed the spirit of Priest Leslina. Proficiency has risen 14%. Exclusive authority Necromancy's proficiency has reached 100%. Exclusive authority, Necromancy, S rank is leveling up. Necromancy rank B. Sungyun thinks, it's already B rank. I wonder what skills were added this time. System says, sub-effect 6, when absorbing the spirit of a stronger opponent, you may be allowed to extract an authority. Sungyun is surprised to see that and thinks, a skill to extract someone's authority. Necromancy never fails to surprise me. Plus, it's only B rank and it's this good. I wonder what kind of effects will be added when it gets to an S rank. She checks his stats and thinks, my stats are getting close to 3 digits. I thought this was something I would never reach when I was a student. He absorbs all the priests and his stats permanently increase. System says, your strength has increased by 8. Your agility has increased by 6. Your stamina has increased by 7. Your mana has increased by 8. Your durability has increased by 9. Absorbing one of the priest Leslian's skills. You have obtained the skill Indomitable will rank a minus. A skill window appears saying, Indomitable will rank a minus. Proficiency 27%. Description, the system of a person who does not give into despair and continues to challenge the impossible. Basic effect, physical capabilities and concentration will be heightened when facing an opponent stronger than the user. Sub-effect, when the skill is activated it will be easier to learn something new, and mentality protection skills will be reinforced. He opens to door of 4th trail. He thinks, no one's here. A man is flying above him and says, I guess Leslian died then. That's unsuspected. Administrator God-slaying swordsman warns you to be careful. Administrator Fallen World Soldier says this is a difficult opponent so you shouldn't get full of yourself. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster says this opponent uses real sword chi. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is impressed by the priest's strong aura. Sungyun uses a slash attack. He come down on the ground and says, I guess you don't really want to talk. Then, we'll begin right away. You 4th trail. He says, I'm a priest in training Chiron. I will start the verification of the body according to the principles of verification. System says, user has come across a much stronger opponent. Skill Indomitable Will is being activated. Sungyun thinks his energy is incomparable to the previous priests. He bring out some glass-looking weapon. And uses an energy attack. Sungyun dodges the attack. Energy hits the mirrors around the room and about to hit Sungyun in the back. Sungyun activates Flame Dragon Eye. And cuts the energy attack. Sungyun thinks, that light ray. It gets reflected on the mirror and is a pain to deal with. I need to attack him before he continues with those light ray attacks. Sungyun jumps toward Chiron. Chiron hits Sungyun with his wings. Sungyun goes flying. Chiron gets ready to attack again. Sungyun barely blocks the attack and thinks, Sword Flame is the default now. Chiron falls back. Sungyun thinks this must be his guaranteed win method. He attacks with his light rays from afar. Even if his opponent dodges the rays, the mirrors all over the place reflect the rays from him that the opponent can't see. He then uses his wings to create a force of wind from close up to break his opponent's sense of balance, then counter-attacks with Sword Flame. What a bullshit pattern to deal with. But it's also difficult to destroy these mirrors. If smaller piece of the mirrors were to reflect the rays, it'd be impossible to dodge all of them. Although I could detect him with Flame Dragon Eye. Administrator Overlord of the Heavens is starting to question the difficulty of the Elevent floor trial. Administrator Priest of Remorse is shocked that a priest in training is this skilled. Administrator Dark Demon wonder how you are going to die. Sungyun sees that and thinks, how I'm going to die, huh? We my administrators don't seem very worried. Chiron bring out another weapon and says, it won't be easy this time. Try and take it if you can. Chiron uses a lot light rays. A big explosion happens. System says, charging complete. Chiron is surprised to see him. System says, skill counter shield is prepared to reflect the absorbed damage. Sungyun releases the attack, and hits Chiron in the stomach. Chiron cough out blood, and says, what's this? I didn't see any evidence that you had learned magic. Do you perhaps have God's authority? Sungyun says, I don't know what God's authority is. Chiron says, I see. You didn't run from the fight nor did you lose. I announce that you have completed all trials for the verification of the body. You are qualified. He falls to the ground. Sungyun absorbs the spirit of Chiron. And his proficiency has increased by 13%. System says, as the spirit is stronger than the user, assessment for the absorption of an authority will begin. Assessment complete. Check for prize Chiron's authorities complete. Extracting authority from the spirit. Authority divine power rank C+ will be engraved onto Han Sungyun's soul. He thinks, divine power, is the power the priests here have been using like mana. I do feel a kind of energy in my heart, but I can't move it. It's different from mana. Administrator says, White Crane SW Rodmaster question why the divine power is in you Central Dantian. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is taken aback that there are no traces of God in your divine power. Sungyun thinks, is divine power that big of a deal? You have absorbed the spirit of Priest Chiron, your stats will be permanently increased. Your strength has increased by 4. Your agility has increased by 3. Your stamina has increased by 3. Your mana has increased by 4. Your durability has increased 5. Sungyun gets to the 5th trials. There's an old woman. She says, one wrapped in insanity over marital arts. Sungyun thinks, wrapped in insanity. Sungyun says, what does that mean? Old woman says, isn't your goal to win, and win again, to infinitely grow stronger and one day become the most powerful? Sungyun thinks, I do want to get stronger. But becoming the most powerful. Isn't she exaggerating? She appears right beside him and says, I'm not exaggerating, it's just the end result of your efforts. Sungyun is really surprised and swing his sword with full speed. She dodges his attack and stands on his head. She says, don't get too riled up. This trial isn't to see what you're physically capable of. It's to prove your faith. Sungyun gets really angry and swing his sword again. He thinks, shit. This kind of movement shouldn't be possible. There are a lot of old women surrounding him. He gets really scared and says, my mind that she's invaded. This part of the Boundless Necromancer end here. Please subscribe and like. And if you want me support financially you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the second part of the Boundless Necromancer. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support you can join my Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Sungyun is surrounded by the old lady and he thinks, the strength in my body. A lot of hands come toward him to grab him. A really big mouth appears in front of him ready to eat him. It eats Sungyun. Old lady is enjoying and says, this flavor. Sungyun and old lady are standing in front of each other. Sungyun is confused. Old lady says, pass. Sungyun says, sorry. Pass. What do you mean? She says, you've passed the 5th trial. You move on. Sungyun says, how come? She says, the 5th trial starts with metacognition. In other words, only those with a strong will are qualified to look into their own minds. I felt that strong will from you. A violent will to slay anyone if it means you can get stronger. She says, I can feel it, a desire to become stronger no matter whom you have to kill. I can feel it in the deeper layers of your mind. If you intend to kill me, then hurry on with it. I'd be glad to rest in the arms of God before I get too old. Sungyun says, I won't do that. She asks why. Sungyun says, there's no need to murder for no reason when I've already passed. Why are you asking such an obvious question? She says, how unexpected. It would have been fine if I had made you go through the entirety of the trail. Sungyun feels something and gets ready to fight. She says, I'll repeat myself, but you've passed. Then goodbye. I hope you'll successfully prove yourself. He thinks, black seeped into the mirror's surface. And soon enough I was in a void where I couldn't see even a speck of light. A girl appears right by him and says, hi. He swings his sword, but the girl disappears. Sungyun thinks, not again. The girl says, yes, you're right. You're already in the realm of the mind. Sungyun gets angry and thinks I knew it. The girl says, Miss Henir planted a seed on you. So that you could fall into the realm of the mind. He thinks about the old lady and says, Henir. Is she talking about the old priestess just now? The girl says, correct. She ties Sungyun with wines and says, but you don't need to worry too much. I'm guarding you body from the outside. Sungyun thinks, that's even more worrying. She says, oh my. Why are you so harsh? Such a rude comment to a lady. I could pierce a hole in your throat as I wished. Are you okay with that? Sungyun says, may I ask how I'm supposed to prove my faith? She says, look at you all polite. Very cute. She says, alright, I'll explain. You're in the realm of the mind. You just need to look into your own mind realm. Then the 6th trial will end. Sungyun says, what do you mean, my own mind realm? She says, a person's mind is largely influenced by a person's faith. But no one can look into that. She says, it's like if you were to close your eyes and look into the void. I'll pass if I can see the essence of the mind realm where I can't see anything. She says, correct. Well, then, in the name of Aileen and his priestess of the god of verification, I'll begin the 6th trial. A lot of water appears under his feet and he starts to drown. She says, are you surprised? I'm sure the pain feels real. And you'll have to hurry and find a solution. Otherwise, you'll experience drowning without water. Sungyun activates Serene Mind. Due to authority, Serene Mind rank C-, user will not lose peace of mind. And the restrictions of the mind will be weakened. Sungyun thinks, alright, that's much better. I can hold my breath as long as I don't panic. Plus just now, I thought I felt something at my fingertips. She says, you're really determined. I didn't expect you to react by moving your body while in the territory of the mind. She says, being able to defend himself even in the subconscious territory. He's really skilled. Sungyun frees his one hand and ready to attack. Sungyun thinks, I'll keep it a secret that I almost killed him because of that. Sungyun spins around his one hand and thinks, alright, my bodily senses are slowly but surely coming back. She says, what? You should barely be able to feel anything in here. No. How can you even be aware of your body in just 2 hours? Are you some monster? Sungyun says, did you say 2 hours? It must have been only a minute. She says, time in the real world passes much faster than here. Sungyun says, what? This is dangerous. If I use most of the time I have left of the 7 days in here, then I might die from the trial failure penalty. I need to somehow look into the mind realm as fast as I can. If I could regain my bodily awareness through Serene Mind, then maybe I can also activate skills too. Sungyun activates the Flame Dragon Eye. Sungyun thinks, I can see it. This is. Sungyun is standing in the ocean of blood. She says, no way. What is this? Why is the mind realm all visible suddenly? She is really surprised and says, I have something to ask you, are you human? Why are there wings of steel on your back? Sungyun activates Wings of Steel. And jumps really fast. Sungyun thinks, my mind realm that I was able to see through Flame Dragon Eye. I couldn't really put a hand on what it meant. But it looked very twisted and ominous. There are a lot swords floating around in a circle. Sungyun's hand reaches out toward a sword. He grabs a sword. He frees himself. Sungyun is surprised and says, did I do this? She says, who else if not you? Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is happy that you're awake. Administrator Iron Blood Monarch lets out a sigh of relief now that you're awake. Administrator Fallen World Soldier is shocked that you're awake earlier than expected. Sungyun removes the dirt and says, I don't get how it's related. She says, proof of faith is the path of acknowledging the self. Sungyun says, acknowledging the self. She says, people don't know much about their beliefs. They don't even know what they believe in or think about very well. The goal of this trail was to face the mind realm that was. Sungyun sees himself in the mirror and he look older and his hairs are longer. She says, greeted through the process of believing, thinking, and acting. To overcome a dark past and become stronger, without losing your humanity. That's what I read from your mind. What do you think? Pretty straightforward. But, being true to your own desires is sometimes the right path to take. Sungyun opens the door to the next trial. She says, goodbye, explorer. System says, you have reached the 7th trial. And he is walking on a broken bridge. And there is a really big portal in front of him. System says, the god of verification watches you. Sungyun is watching the portal. He thinks of flashback and says, no one has passed the 7th trial. He feels really strong pressure and falls on his one knee. System says, the god of verification is aware of the existence of challenger Han Sungyun. Sungyun thinks, I'm getting sleepier. No, it's different. This is. There is a really big snake and mouse running from it. Sungyun thinks, my body gives up on survival by itself. All I did was receive its gaze. So this is what a god is. He gets really angry and says, I won't do it anymore. He thinks about his parents' death. And raise his sword. And stabs his hand. System says, skill Ashen Blood has been activated. All categories of pain that are inflicted on the use rare reduced by 17%. Sungyun shouts and says, I won't do stupid things like getting stepped on helplessly. He thinks, any ordeal has a way to break throat. He takes out the sword from his hand. And gets ready to fight and thinks, the Tower of Trails was probably constructed like that. I don't know if I'm able to cut those eyes in the first place. But if there's even a slight chance. There is really big eye looking at him through the portal. He jumps toward the eye and says, even if it's just 1 centimeter closer. I'll cut it. He does a really strong slash attack, and says, a mere god. Slash attack is about to hit the eye. But slash attack disappears. Sungyun thinks, that sucks, my consciousness. System says, the god of verification is impressed by your grit. The god of verification is happy to see a challenger with tough mental strength for the first time in a while. The god of verification sees your endless confident gaze and asks for you to verify yourself. The god of verification will remember challenger Han Sungyun's existence. The god of verification informs you of the start of the 7th gate. Sungyun thinks, it disappeared. The god of verification. Things like gods, really exist. A mirror appears in front of him. He says, this is. He sees his future self in the mirror and System says, link with the future you and begin synchronization. He touches the mirror with one finger. System says, verification of the mind is beginning. The assimilation rate of you in the mirror slowly increases. A really big mouth is about to eat him. System says, a verification trial best suited for challenger Han Sungyun has been given. Verify that your beliefs won't change even in the future. He falls through a portal. He thinks, where is it? The man from Gate 1 is crying, and he thinks, Johan from Gate 1. Johan says, my mirror. My mirror, where is it? A portal appears behind him. He sees through the portal and says, this place is Christmas. It seems to be Korea. He sees himself from the future and thinks, the future me from earlier. How do I get back? His future self is cutting his arms. Sungyun sees that and thinks, wait. What is he trying to do? A lot of people are screaming with his blood attack. Sungyun screams and thinks, you crazy. System says, the assimilation rate between the you in the mirror and you forcefully increase by 10%. He feels some immense pain in his chest. Sungyun thinks, my chest, it feels like it's being torn into pieces. These disgusting mixed emotions, guilt, madness, and rage. Someone appears behind Sungyun and says, it's you, right? The one who took my mirror. That man grabs him from the head. Sungyun screams with pain. Some black energy covered his face. System says, all skills that interfere with challenger Han Sungyun's mind have been sealed. That man says, mirror. Sungyun thinks, damn it. In the verification of the mind, mental protection is especially important. What am I supposed to do if serene mind is blocked? Sungyun creates a really strong energy ball in his hand. Sungyun says, if I knew it was like this, I would have crossed the line a while ago. System says, the assimilation rate between the you in the mirror and you forcefully increases to 20%. System says, due to unbearable mental shock, you have gotten the status abnormality chi deviation. Sungyun coughs blood. Sungyun says, how? Why? Why am I doing something so cruel? He sees his future self killing a lot of peoples. Sungyun thinks, I did obsess over strength but, there's no way I would just do that. You currently have the status abnormality chi deviation. If you do not resolve chi deviation, proficiency in skill mana circuit can drop by at most 10%. System says, skill mana circuit, proficiency drops by 0.3%, 0.7%, 0.4%. Sungyun is feeling a lot of pain in his chest. Sungyun thinks, my mana circuit is overheating too much. He sees further into the future. He sees himself in Muram world. He future self says, call the Muram Alliance leader out here now. He says, then, at the very least, I'll spare everyone here. Someone come there and says, recently there's been a madman called the Sword Ghost, in Muram. Seeing you like this, I feel like you really do deserve to be called the Sword Ghost. The man says, nice to meet you. I'm the Muram Alliance's leader, Lee Jinwon. What is your name? Future Sungyun jumps toward Jinwon. Jinwon gets ready to fight. They both collide with each other. And a really big shockwave happens. After that we see a lot of people are dead. And Sungyun is walking toward Jinwon and Jinwon is injured and on the ground. Jinwon says, I'm dumbfounded. You killed all the alliance members you said you'd spare. Are you not ashamed? Sungyun says, not really. Sloppy guys are just my combat resources. Resources that don't let me get tired or hurt. They don't have any more or any less value than that. He cuts down the head of Jinwon. Sungyun coughs a lot of blood. System says, the assimilation rate between the you in the mirror and you forcefully increases to 30%. Sungyun says, during the dozens of times that the location in the mirror changed. After the me killed thousands and became endlessly stronger. Future Sungyun cuts someone else's head and that man was saying, you will be cursed. I, the Pope of all the gods of Ares, will beg for your death. Sungyun says, I was in the state similar to a monster, enveloped in madness and only looking to become stronger. He kills a cat looking like a monster. Stop now. Haven't you already killed all the people of the king? Please, at least spare the king. Sungyun says, a crazy monster that never loses. Future Sungyun is about to kill someone else and that man says, no way, someone who conquered the Muram dimension coming to a smaller dimension like this. Sungyun is screaming with pain. System says, the assimilation rate between the you in the mirror and you forcefully increases to 40%. And then to 50%. Sungyun thinks, if the assimilation rate keeps increasing, at the end of it. There are tears in Sungyun's eyes. And creepy madman smile on his face. He says, was it this kind of feeling? The pleasure from it is no joke. A really big lightning strike hits a building. His friends get there and says, did you think you could get away after having done something as shitty as that? Han Sungyun. Sungyun is holding a dead hunter. His friend says, why did you do it? For what reason are you willing to kill people in order to get stronger? Future Sungyun says, reason. Why are you asking me such a useless question? I'm killing others because it's good for my progress. His friend says, you're aware that I can control lightning, right? With the weather like this, you better be prepared to die. Die. You demonic bastard. He uses really strong lightning attack on Han Sungyun. Sungyun says, yes. Even I shouldn't consider you an easy opponent. If I'm Han Sungyun, that is. System says, kill him by splitting him in half. His other friend says, please. Please. Get it together, Han Sungyun. Han Sungyun is covered in blood. Sungyun thinks, if I make one mistake, I'll be eaten up by this bastard's mind. Just 50% synchronization is making me feel like my mind's splitting apart. I need to find a solution quickly before it's too late. System says, the assimilation rate between the you in the mirror and you forcefully increases to 60%. Skill mana circuit proficiency drops by 0.1%. Skill mana circuit proficiency drops by 0.5%. Skill mana circuit proficiency drops by 0.2%. The assimilation rate between the you in the mirror and you forcefully increased to 70%. Sungyun thinks, I can't hold on any longer, the mental shock is too much. I can't differentiate any more between pain and pleasure. It feels too good. Man from the first trial and says, it's you. Who took my mirror, huh? Sungyun thinks, back then. System says, High Priest's mirror filled with divinity rank C+. A mirror imbued with divinity every single day by the High Priest Johann. Can use the divinity to manifest a divine barrier just once. When manifesting a divine barrier, mind corruption will be lessened to a certain degree. Sungyun brings out the divine mirror. System says, High Priest's mirror filled with divinity rank C+ is being activated. A divine barrier protects you and gets rid of all mental corruption of a certain level. Status abnormality energy deviation is being undone. Sungyun breaks the future Sungyun into two and comes out of it. Sungyun screams and says, I won't let myself be swallowed. System says, you have accomplished Mind of Steel. Stamina has increased by 1. You have proven that your faith has not changed. Verification of the mind has ended. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is relieved that the contractor is okay. Administrator Fallen World Soldier laughs, saying that he never expected you to do that. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster is happy that the contractor is in a stable state again. God of Verification is satisfied with Challenger Han Sungyun's performance. God of Verification would like to meet Challenger Han Sungyun. God of Verification is forcibly summoning Challenger Han Sungyun to the Divine Region. Sungyun thinks, Divine Region, a forced summoning. God of Verification used divine power on the Tower of Trials for temporary authority. Administrators can no longer watch Challenger Han Sungyun. Tower of Trials permits the summoning as long as Han Sungyun is safe. Entering the Divine Region of Verification. Sungyun is standing above the sky in an empty space. He thinks this place is. A god appears in front of Sungyun. God says, "Who are you? Why do I feel divine power from you?" Sungyun sees him and thinks, God of Verification. God says, "You don't need to stare at me like that. I assume you only see me as a bundle of light anyway. But it is rather strange seeing you in front of me. Are you, a divinity copy created by the tower?" Sungyun thinks, divinity copy. Sungyun says, "I'm not sure what you mean." God says, "Divinity copy, I think you call it administrator. I'm asking if you're a being who obtained divinity through a contract with the tower." Sungyun says, "I'm not an administrator, I'm just a challenger." God says, "Tight, you're different from a divinity copy. You possess a divine power that is solely your own. The tower has gotten interesting during my absence. I guess they realized they cannot create the real thing using divinity copies. To create a real one using an apostle of a dignity copy. I get it, Challenger Han Sungyun. You're no normal being." Sungyun says, "What?" Sungyun thinks, he makes it sound like I've done something amazing, but all I did was just kill Chiron and coincidentally obtain divine power. Sungyun says, "Is this divine power that important?" God says, "Do you really not know the answer to that when you've extracted divine power yourself? I thought you removed even the traces of a god because you knew. Look like you don't know anything." Sungyun says, "I just happened to obtain it." God says, "You just happened to. You just happened to perfectly remove the traces of a god from the divine power I bestowed upon my followers. You may not be aware of it, but extracting Heron's divine power was no coincidence. I can sense that there is a clear cause and effect." Sungyun says, "Cause and effect." God says, "I'm certain considering the Tower of Trials has such high expectations of you." Sungyun thinks, the Tower of Trials has high expectations of a challenger. God says, "I've made a mistake. I guess I wasn't supposed to let you know about that." The tower is enraged. "This is goodbye, Challenger Han Sungyun. I'll keep an eye out for now you're doing." Sungyun says, "I still have questions to ask. What happened to the me in the future? What is this divine power and cause and effect that you're talking about?" God says, "Looks like you look too deeply into your future self. When you look into that void, the void also looks back at you. The void is always looking for a chance to pry into your mind. That's something you need to watch out for. You will soon be returned to where you came from." Sungyun says, "Can't we talk any longer?" God says, "It's a shame, but this is where the conversation must end. I have no choice. The tower is a difficult being to deal with for any god. If you visit the Temple of Verification later, I may be able to answer some of your questions." God says, "I'll leave you with one piece of advice. Do not trust the other gods. They will now consider you their enemy." System says, "Congratulations. You have cleared the 11th floor. Old Mirror of Verification rank S- will be sent to your inventory as a reward. You have obtained 70,000 points as a reward. You have obtained 3,000 SP as a reward. You have obtained 1,500 SP as an extra reward." Being sent to lobby. Sungyun thinks, God, that being who seemed to have transcended everything told me that the extraction of Chiron's divine power wasn't a coincidence and that he could feel that there was a clear cause and effect. The means the tower wanted me to extract the divine power and make it mine. Sungyun thinks, I guess that was the cause and effect. Plus, he said the tower has high expectations of me, a mere challenger. Let's say it was all the tower's doing that I was able to form a contract with the administrators. And that I was able to extract Chiron's divine power. Then what purpose does the tower have in doing all that? Administrators, divinity copies. Divine power. Making a real one. Sungyun thinks about God saying, do not trust the other gods. Sungyun is sitting on the bed in waiting room and thinks, I don't get it at all. This is frustrating. At the very least, even if the gods consider me their enemy, they can't do anything to me because of the tower. System says, system is expanding. Earth is being registered as an official climbing dimension in the Tower of Trials. As a benefit of the registration, there will be added protection from dimensional invasions. Now challengers of other dimensions will be met with a penalty when coming to Earth. As a benefit of the registration, challengers other than the pioneers can now earn a halo. Challenger Han Sungyun is now visible once again to the administrators. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is relieved to see you again. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster sniffles and looks you over. Sungyun thinks, divinity copy, I think you call it administrator. The administrators are also a kind of divinity. Can I trust them? No, I can't trust anyone at this point in time. This is shitty. You have entered the world of Iron Blood. Administrator comes running towards Sungyun and says, Han Sungyun. Are you hurt anywhere? Sungyun bring out a sword and attack Iron Blood Administrator. Iron Blood says, Han Sungyun. Sungyun says, all of you administrators are cooperating with the tower to use me, huh? Iron Blood thinks, it seems like he's still being affected by the verification of the mind. The second part of the Boundless Necromancer end here. Please subscribe and like, and if you want me support financially you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the third part of the Boundless Necromancer. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support you can join my Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Sungyun is attacking Iron Blood. Iron Blood thinks he cut his own arm. Iron Blood says, Han Sungyun, get it together. You're not in your right mind right now. Sungyun says, the administrators and the tower. There's some kind of relationship between the two, no. Sungyun uses a lot of blood knives to attack. Sungyun says, to exploit the challengers. Iron Blood says, that doesn't make sense. So get a grip, Han Sungyun. Sungyun says, but why have you kept telling me to get a grip since earlier? I totally have it fucking together right now. Sungyun uses a really strong attack. Iron Blood says, wait. If you actually put your full power into that, it destroys Iron Blood's house. She gets really angry and says, you really? A lot of swords appear above Sungyun's head. Sungyun tries to dodge. Iron Blood grabs Sungyun says, where are you going? She slams him into the ground. Sungyun swings his sword with full power. A lot of swords hit Sungyun. Sungyun says, I apologize. My sanity's returned now, so please untie me. Sungyun is tied upside down. Iron Blood says, I will obviously untie you, but I'm worried that the next time you visit, my house will evaporate. Sungyun says, I think the you that I witnessed when you were proving you had it together showed the remnants of the abyss that hadn't been completely removed yet, and became permanently fixed in your personality. Even if you've become twisted, that's another you of the future. So, your suspicion of the administrators was probably not completely fake either. I'll make this clear, nobody can read the intentions of the tower. That goes for the administrators as well. Then does the tower expect something from me? There's no way. She unties Sungyun. From what I know, the tower has never shown its will to a challenger. So the fact that the tower expects something special from one challenger makes no sense. Iron Blood says, but seeing you in doubt, must mean you heard something from someone, right? Sungyun says, yes. The god of verification spoke as if the tower was expecting something from me. Iron Blood says, the god of verification. So is that why he had such doubts? She says, as I've said before, I, too, am subordinated to the tower. Sungyun thinks, as I expected, is there nothing else I can learn about the tower? She says, I'm glad you're enjoying the tea. It's made from the urine of a black dragon, so drink up. It's rare. Oh yeah, and the god of verification said this too, that administrators are beings who earn divinity copies through a contract with the tower. Iron Blood says, divinity copies, I can't tell you about that right now. But if it's you, even if you don't want to know, you'll find out. Quite soon hereafter, that is. Sungyun says, then I have one last thing to ask you. She says, what is it? Sungyun says, you said you had an earnest wish you wanted to fulfill before. She says, yes. Sungyun says, White Crane Swordmaster said that the earnest wish is a right that the tower grants to the administrators. And that you can fulfill what you want to fulfill through the challengers who signed disciple contracts. She says, is that so? It seems that Rescal told you everything about earnest wishes. Sungyun says, so why didn't you tell me all about your earnest wish back then? She says, that is because I felt fear. Sungyun says, what does that? She says, you are currently underestimating yourself. And I saw how you were excessively obsessed with your growth. She says, so, for your growth, I thought you would fly towards the earnest wish trial and challenge it like a moth. Sungyun says, although I can't deny that, the reason I have no choice but to do so is because I have no talent. She says, I don't know just what you think talent is. But soon, you'll learn just how much you're underestimating yourself. That, because, the 12th floor trial, Sungyun is in the waiting, and thinks talent, the attainment of which you cannot change, the gift given by the sky, are separated into 3 aptitudes in the world of hunters. System says, skill acquisition, stat increase, trait enlightenment. These are called the hunter's 3 gifts. And, I wasn't born with any of those. I couldn't gain a skill, my abilities didn't increase, and I couldn't even enlighten a unique trait. After entering the Tower of Trails, a lot did change. But the truth didn't. The truth that a bastard without talent couldn't grow due to his traits. The Iron Blood Monarch is mistaken about something. Me having talent. If I did have something like that, I would have been able to be a famous hunter even if I didn't come to the tower. Iron Blood says, soon, you'll learn just how much you're underestimating yourself. That's because, the 12th floor trail is a fight with yourself. The 12th floor trial is a trail where you need to fight and win against a reproduced version of yourself. What's the use of thinking more about it? Sungyun says, this trail is about looking at yourself objectively, let's just think about it as an opportunity to improve my fighting skills. He buys a potion from the shop. Skill proficiency increasing potion rank C+. A specially produced potion by the tower for those gifted with skill. Once taken, one of your skills can randomly increase in proficiency by 10%. Sungyun thinks, during the Namgong Hyuk situation, this is one of the rewards I received from the Japanese government, the skill proficiency increasing potion. Catherine gave me hers, so I got a total of 3. He consumed one of the potions. System says, you have consumed skill Poroscience increasing potion rank C+. Please pick the skill you'd like to increase in proficiency. Sungyun says, magic management. Selection complete. Sungyun thinks, the skill I obtained after hunting the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor trail. Magic management. It becomes the foundation of all other skills, so it is definitely worth investing in. Skill Magic Management CA- has increased in proficiency by 10%. Skill Magic Management CA- has increased in proficiency B. Sungyun says, and there's the reward I got from the 11th floor trail. System says, Old Mirror of Verification rank S-. A mirror that only challengers who have properly carried out the trial given by the God of Verification can receive. When you put magic power into the mirror, the exclusive effect Remaining Thoughts will activate, limited to the first time. Sungyun activates skill Flame Dragon Eye. System says, limited to the first time, you can acquire the skill that is ingrained in Remaining Thoughts. However, the user cannot decide the acquirement of the skill ingrained in Remaining Thoughts. Currently, the God of Verification has especially changed a part of the effect for one challenger. By Remaining Thoughts. Old Mirror of Verification S-'s exclusive effect, Remaining Thoughts, is activating. Sungyun says, as I thought. The Old Mirror of Verification S-'s exclusive effect, Remaining Thoughts, has been activated, and you have randomly acquired the skill ingrained in Remaining Thoughts. Inheriting skill, Fighting Concentration A+. Ingraining Remaining Thoughts Fighting Experience into skill Fighting Concentration A+. The fighting experience of Remaining Thoughts within Fighting Concentration A+, has increased proficiency by 11%. Fighting Concentration A+, proficiency 11%, Description: a transcendental concentration that helps you focus to your limits in a battle situation. Effect: can randomly increase your concentration. Currently you can increase your concentration by 20 times at most, but if you use it too much, the proportionate rebound will accompany it. Sungyun sees that and smiles and says, not bad. The current trail's topic is surpassing limits. The 12th floor trail is starting. 48 hours remaining. Conditions OT: complete this trail. Kill the duplicated version of yourself in the time given. Conditions to fail this trail: death of the challenger or time running out. Trail completion rewards Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown -. Trail failure penalty: death. System says, the blessing given by the God of Darkness has sensed an intruder in the ancient palace, and is creating a guardian fighter. The intruder must now think about how much they know about themselves. Item: Vampire Count's old tailcoat -. Has been copied. Please kill the other version of yourself that the God of Darkness has created. Iron Blood says, the extent of the reproduction doesn't stop there, it even copies your experiences. He thinks, in other words, the reproduced version of me knows all of the strategies I'll use right now. And the reproduced version of yourself even copies your talent. You'll get screwed over if you underestimate your own talent. Sungyun thinks, yes, let's confirm. My talent, that is. Sungyun thinks, God of Darkness. Why do I keep getting involved with these gods? My clone, or should I say, my replica. But it really is eerily similar. From the advice the iron-blooded monarch gave me, and what I heard from using my question voucher. Apparently the replica can only copy one item. The Vampire Count's old tailcoat. It chose a defense item. If it really copied me properly. This is a good opportunity to judge myself accurately. System says, skill instant acceleration activated. Skill wind's grace activated. All speeds will be increased by 70%. Current stacks in use 7 by 7. Sungyun says, yes, let's confirm it. My talent. Skill fighting concentration activated. User concentration activated. User's concentration increased by 2x. Sungyun thinks, it feels like time around me is going by slowly. So this is fighting concentration. Sungyun gets really excited. He activates Power Burning Sword Intent activated. Sungyun uses a really powerful attack on his copy. Sungyun sees him and thinks, iron-blooded sword. Well, that was obvious. And next will obviously be Counter Shield. The combination of iron-blooded sword and Counter Shield is basically the replica's only choice. Sungyun is really surprised to see his copy. His copy brings out 2 swords. And Sungyun thinks, he changed Counter Shield into a sword. Sungyun sees him and thinks, dual sword arts that even I, the original, have never used. It's using them in an actual fight. Because transforming Counter Shield takes a lot of mana and mental power, I don't use that method. So why did he chose such an inefficient method? Of course I had been thinking of double sword arts, but using it in an actual fight with your life on the line. I can't understand it. His copy jumps toward him. Sungyun sees him and thinks, does he think this is practice? The both hit each other with multiple attacks. Sungyun thinks, it's slight. But I think I'm losing when it comes to pure skill. How? Perhaps, is it Indomitable Will? Skill Indomitable will rank a minus. Proficiency 27%. Description: the symbol of one who will not yield to despair and keep challenging themselves to the impossible. Basic effect. When you face someone who is stronger than you, your physical abilities and concentration will greatly increase. Detailed effect. After activation of skills, it will be easier to obtain enlightenment and your mental protection ability is strengthened. Sungyun says, I hold dominance when it comes to items right now, so Indomitable Will, which I absorbed from Lesilian, activated for him. So if his physical abilities are higher than mine, and if he's raised fighting concentration to the max and is currently demonstrating transcendental concentration, then it totally makes sense. But the bigger problem right now, it's being performed through the double swords. But it's definitely his swordsmanship. Copy hits him with a really powerful attack. But it's definitely his swordsmanship. Sungyun hits the wall behind him. There's no doubt about it. Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. It's Namgong Hyuk's swordsmanship. I've only met him once, but I can still clearly remember it. The terrifying godliness that helped me understand his arrogance. In looking down on skills. It wasn't skill or power, but pure technique. Those techniques made me really wonder if, as Namgong Hyuk said, they could surpass skills as a whole. Because Namgong Hyuk's swordsmanship wasn't utilizing skills, I judged that I wouldn't be able to learn it on my own. But soon, you'll learn just how much you're underestimating yourself. Sungyun thinks, so the true talent that the Tron-blooded monarch was talking about was this. You've met a strong opponent that you will have a hard time dealing with. Skill Indomitable will activate it. The system has now judged that I'm at a disadvantage. Even though I still have superiority in our items. Is that it? That he's grown. Sungyun gets really angry and activates skill fighting concentration activated greatly. Users' concentration increased by 10x. They throw a lot of really strong attacks each other. Real Sungyun is being pushed back. Sungyun says, how is this the same level as me? He's a total monster. His concentration increased by 15x. Sungyun activates Wings of Steel. Flying at maximum speed. His concentration increased by 17x. Sungyun says, got you. Copy's hand gets bigger. And blows up. Sungyun thinks, my vision. Did he blow up his own arm and escape? His copy uses a laser attack. I'm going to die. User's concentration increased by 20x. You have entered a concentration state that surpasses limits. Sungyun grabs his head and says, I feel like shit. Sungyun says, I really almost died. You, a mere duplicate, dares to keep fucking around. You have entered a concentration state that surpassed limits. As a side effect, you will experience a large mental recoil. Sungyun and his copy are fighting. Sungyun goes flying and hits the wall. He starts to bleed. He uses blood bullets. Sungyun hits his copy. Sungyun smiles and says, how does it taste? The both hit each other with a really strong attacks. His copy starts to heal itself. Sungyun says, bastard, you're stupidly strong, really. Iron Blood is watching him fight. Iron Blood says, so this has happened again. How awkward. I can't openly help, but I can't just watch this either. I'm a bit worried about how the tower will react. Communication with Challenger Han Sungyun. System says, the admin's message has been temporarily deactivated to prevent an advice-type message. Iron Blood says, please excuse me at least a cup of tea to my contractor. Sungyun punches himself. Sungyun smiles and thinks, how dangerous in the middle battle. He gets really angry and says, stop interfering with this body. And stay down. Again. I thought I was done with that annoying future me after the previous trail. I'm so annoyed. Someone says, I fought for you because you were about to die, but you're not even thankful. You bastard. We see his future self standing in front of him smiling. Sungyun says, why don't you leave my body right now? You piece of shit. His future self says, idiot. You still don't know. Watch this situation carefully. You trained for so long, and even up to this point of climbing to the 12th floor of this tower. You can't even look at yourself properly. You pathetic bastard. Sungyun gets angry and says, so what? And tries to punch his future self. His future self stops him easily. Some really strong blood spikes appears in front of him. Sungyun tries to breaks them and his future self start walk. Sungyun says, where are you going? Come here, you bastard. His future self says, frustrating bastard. Should I teach you something? If you don't let go of the habit of fully relying on your skills, you can't use the real techniques. Got that, you idiot. You should just stay down for the rest of your life and watch. I'll control this body from now on. Pathetic. Future Sungyun takes control of Sungyun's body and says, okay, I think I've got the hang of it now. I know how it feels. System says, Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch has sent an item. Product of Black Dragon Rank B. A potion manufactured after specially processing a black dragon's fluids. Upon consumption, your mental power and immunity increases, and your mind clears up. Sungyun breaks the blood bars. His future self is surprised. And thinks, this bastard, again. Sungyun bring out a potion. His copy cuts high hand up. Sungyun breaks the potion, with his mouth. His copy is surprised. Sungyun threw the glass pieces out of his mouth. Sungyun smiles and says, I'm back. Sungyun thinks, while the other me was fighting. I definitely felt it. The feeling of letting go of my tendency to rely on my skills. If the replica can do it, so can I. User's concentration increased by 20x. The acceleration of my thing, and my lunacy's ego rising up again. I, who had entered the acceleration of my intact thinking, could finally feel it. An enlightenment in a moment that seemed to last forever. I need to throw away all of my reliance on the skills I have collected until now. Sungyun easily dodges the attacks of his copy. Sungyun thinks, I need to empty everything and adapt. Get rid of common sense. Get rid of stubbornness. System says, due to independent enlightenment, proficiency of magic management A- has risen 10%. You have acquired the achievement of enlightenment. Your stamina increases by 1. And finally, empty myself of all imagery altogether. You have acquired the achievement of trance. Your mana increases by 4. User is facing an enemy they can competently defeat. Skill Indomitable Will is deactivated. I'm turning things around from here. The third part of the Boundless Necromancer ends here. Please subscribe and like. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the fourth part of the Boundless Necromancer. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Sungyun is fighting with his copy really hard. A lot of stuff around them is flying around. Sungyun smiles and thinks, being able to have those overwhelming sword skills of Namgong Hyuk at my fingertips sure feels strange. The fastest speed using Wind's Grace and instant acceleration. Sungyun gets faster and faster. He throws 2 really strong attacks toward his copy. Copy dodges his attacks. Sungyun and copy continue to fight. Sungyun thinks, it's gradually becoming clearer now as the fight with this replica goes on. Now that I'm looking at him, not considering his skills, but his technique, I'm starting to understand the principle of the technique itself. Not to mention, at unimaginable speed. Sungyun is really excited. And copy is losing to Sungyun. He thinks, and, as I'm completing my understanding of the principle, I can even sense the unnecessary movements in the replica's dual sword skills. This guy isn't exactly summoning Namgong Hyuk's sword skills into his body. Rather, he's focusing a lot more on imitating Namgong Hyuk. System says, Authority Iron-Blooded Sword has been activated. He thinks, when that happens, thoughts of distrust can weaken the sword cheese sword flame characteristic which cuts through everything. In that case, he thinks, even while practicing Namgong Hyuk's swordsmanship, I need to focus even more on sword flame strengthening. Sungyun starts to use 2 swords. Copy gets a really big cut on his shoulder. System says, Skill Truth Seeker of Blood has been activated. He attacks with a lot of blood knives. His copy redirects the attack toward Sungyun. Sungyun gets behind the copy and uses a slash attack. His copy uses counter shield to block his attack, but copy was not able to block his attack and got another cut on his shoulder. Copy starts to heal. Sungyun says, did he parry the attack by instantly spinning the shield into a circle? They both start to attack each other. Sungyun thinks, what the hell is this? His rough and aggressive swordsmanship was offensive until now. Suddenly switched to mellow sword where everything is flowing. Mellow sword is another one of the skills that Namgong Hyuk showed. Geez, just how much can he imitate him? Seriously, I get that it's my talent, but it's annoying as hell. I guess you can't win without enduring the dangers after all. System says, Skill Counter Shield has been activated. Sungyun says, why are you so surprised? He says, whatever you can do, I can too. They both continue to fight. Sungyun thinks, as I thought, the replica's sword recharged before mine. In that case, how about a little adventure? Sungyun hits his copy really hard. His copy goes flying. His copy uses really strong slash attack. Sungyun thinks, he received that with the counter sword, that transformed the counter shield. That means my counter sword will recharge at once. Or so I thought. Of course, it'd get snapped if it received that attack head on. And replica, if you were me. Then now, when the energy release of the counter sword, our most lethal attack, is dissipating, you will think of it as an opportunity. Sungyun's copy gets really excited. Sungyun also get really excited and thinks, the me, at his full power is stupidly strong, huh? They keep throwing really powerful attacks at each other. Sungyun smiles and thinks, gotcha. Sungyun stabs his copy in the chest. With a blood hand, he thinks, the iron-blooded sword, that I had already gotten rid of. And this guy's impatience. Using those two things really worked. Now onto the finale. His copy gets really angry. And turns into a monster. Sungyun sees that and thinks, what the hell is this now? His copy attacks him. Sungyun starts to run. Sungyun sees him and thinks, what the hell is with that monster again? Even his attack patterns have changed. This is baffling. His copy is breaking everything around them and going at for Sungyun. Sungyun barely dodging the attacks. Copy creates a really big energy attack. Sungyun blocks the energy attack with the shield. His copy roars. Sungyun says, thank God counter shield's cooldown time is over. He thinks whatcha doin'? Come at me. His copy runs toward Sungyun. Sungyun and his copy starts to fight. He thinks, body explosion. It just might be a great surprise attack in a close-range battle. However, if you're going to go on a rampage like that, you'll lose a lot of stamina, because of ashen blood. And once you're all out of stamina, the attacks will stop too. His copy become really weak. Sungyun cuts one of his copy's hand. Sungyun says, now that there's nothing left to drag this on, let's finish this. His copy gets really angry, starts to run. Sungyun goes after it and thinks, where the hell? His copy uses a really strong blood attack. Sungyun blocks the attack with the counter shield. He gets really excited and thinks, monster, all this raw power even now. Regardless, thank to you. System says, recharge complete. Skill counter shield is prepared to reflect the absorbed damage. Counter shield's accumulated energy is already all powered up. Sungyun says, dies. Release. System says, skill counter shield is releasing all absorbed damage at once. Congratulations. You have completed the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials. Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown A- has been moved to your inventory as a reward for your achievement. You have received 3500 SP as a reward for your achievement. You have received the skill Last Stand B- as a bonus achievement reward. Please move to the waiting room. Proficiency of skill counter shield rank B has reached 100%. Rank of skill counter shield is leveling up. Skill fighting concentration has been deactivated. Rebound from concentration exceeding the user's limits will soon begin. Sungyun coughs a lot of blood. System says, skill Ashen Blood has been activated. Shen Blood huh. I thought it'd treat the rebound, that's a side effect of fighting concentration. If I didn't have a cheat heal technique like Ashen Blood, I wouldn't even have been able to get here. When will I be able to climb the tower in peace? Or rather, is that even possible in the first place? The spirit of another me. Interesting. System says, admin messages, which were restricted to present messages with advice, are now enabled. Admin Iron-Blooded Monarch grumbles about receiving sanctions after only treating the contractor to a cup of tea. Admin Iron-Blooded Monarch tells you to be good to her in the future. Sungyun says, sure. Sungyun says, thank you for earlier. I also unintentionally lent something new. System says, admin Iron-Blooded Monarch sent an item. Sungyun thinks, if the admin gets excessively involved with the contractor, they get sanctioned as well. System says, all the restricted messages from the admins till now will be displayed at once. Admin Wandering Knight who has lost his master, marvels at the crazy talent you possess. Admin Vampire Monarch's right hand, is intrigued as to where a monster like you popped up from. Admin Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years, is in awe at the difficulty level of the 12th floor trial and at your ability to break through it with flying colors. Sungyun the admin messages and thinks, all these admins were watching me. Some were amazed by the talent I possessed and the level of difficulty, saying I was like a monster. While others doubted if I was really the challenger on the 12th floor, and reacted as if they were sick of this. Admins who'd just say what they wanted and would disappear when they lost interest. Or sending me all these messages for no reason. Sungyun says, why are you all acting like this? He thinks how come? Of all people, why me? Someone who's already in a contract. Why are they trying to make an impression on me? He thinks, perhaps, the admins now have the system expansion, and can make requests to me. Their clingy reactions are slowly turning my guess into a certainly. This might just Come to think of it, as the system expands later, it could benefit the non-contracted admins too. Don't you think that all of you just throwing messages like this at me isn't right? Sungyun says, please sponsor the authority I desire. I shall remember those who do so when the system expands later on. Admin Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years, is offended by the arrogance of a mere challenger. Admin Fallen Heir of the Blood Demon Divine Cult snorts saying not a chance. Admin Fallen World Soldier, says you're being overconfident and tells you to know your limits. Sungyun smiles and says, just so you know it's first come first serve. I'm only taking 3 people. All the admins are surprised. They all say, they want to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive store. Sungyun thinks, and now, onto the really important thing. An enemy with not only the same stats, but also identical skills and authorities. What will I gain by absorbing the spirit of someone like that? System says, you have absorbed the spirit of the challenger Han Sungyun fake. Proficiency has increased by 28%. By absorbing the spirit of the challenger Han Sungyun fake, your stats have been permanently boosted. Strength has increased by 10. Agility has increased by 10. Stamina has increased by 10. Maging power has increased by 10. Durability has increased by 10. Absorbing one of the skills possessed by the challenger Han Sungyun fake. You have acquired the skill Lightning Sword Chi rank B. You already possess this skill. Merging the proficiency of the skills. The proficiency of the skill Lightning Sword Chi rank B has reached 100%. The skill Lightning Sword Chi has been leveled up by 1 stage. Sungyun smiles. A really bright light appears in front of him and he thinks, what is it now? System says, the spirit of the challenger Han Sungyun fake perfectly matches the soul composition of the challenger Han Sungyun. Authority Divine Power has met its conditions and is now activated. Attempting to extract divinity. He is really surprised and thinks, extract divinity. System says, divinity extraction successful. The rank of Authority Divine Power C+ has increased by 1 level. The Authority Divine rank B- has made divinity transformation and myth accumulation possible. He thinks, what the, divinity transformation and myth accumulation? Whatever they are, none of this makes sense. Maybe. System says, the Authority Divine Power C+, has been imprinted onto the user Han Sungyun's soul. I neglected it because I didn't how to use it. Divine Power. Will I finally be able to use it? System says, you have entered the 13th floor waiting room. Beginning system expansion. Communities separated by nationalities at a global level have been merged. You can now use communities of other difficulty levels too. The team members in merged trails will no longer be country-specific. The evaluation rankings separated by nations on a global level will now be completely merged as well. You can now view the leaderboards of other difficulty levels as well. Sungyun thinks, so now I'll be meeting foreigners in the merged trails as well. Well, it's just a system expansion without much meaning to it. But at this rate, in the end, the community will get merged with other dimensions too. Leaderboard appears in front of Han Sungyun. And at the first place is Hunter rank SS. Second place is Great Sorcerer rank SS+. And third place is Kim Sunghoon rank SS. After that, Sungyun thinks, being the strongest. Perhaps that was the reason that I climbed the tower, and was the goal I seeked as well. And right now, I have gotten 1 step closer to that goal. At the very least, I'm the strongest of all challengers in the Earth dimension. However, dimensions like Ares, Kallian, and Murim existed in the Tower of Trials since long in the past. Compared to such dimensions, Earth was just recently registered as an official climbing dimension, and is the weakest dimension of all. Unless Earth's overall standard is raised, we're bound to be targeted by other dimensions again, just like back then. Back then and even now, what I need is a strength so formidable that no one can break it. Inventory. System says, Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown A-. Charisma plus 30%. An ash crown used as an ancestral right by the ancient emperor who worshipped the god of darkness. Upon wearing it, you will reign as the Spirit King. Once used, the item's durability is exhausted and it is destroyed. Sungyun thinks, Spirit King huh? It indeed seems powerful for its high grade. But the explanation is a bit vague. The next is the bonus reward for clearing. Skill Last Stand rank B-. Proficiency 0%. Basic effect: critical life-threatening wounds can be nullified. However, upon activation, Last Stand consumes 88% of the user's stamina and has a cooldown time of 1 week. Secondary effect: upon activation of the skill, your senses are amplified for a short duration, and the effects of all other skills are perfected. Sungyun thinks, a skill that can save you from dying once. It does have a week-long cooldown, but considering the skill's performance, this isn't even a penalty. And in this trial, aside from the reward, there's also the authorities that I ripped off from the admins. Choose from the list of authorities below. Iron-Blooded Monarch, White Crane Swordmaster. Sponsor authority. You have selected sponsor authority. Authority: Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, rank C+. Price: 3000 SP. Description: only the descendants of the Blood Demon cult can learn this cultivation art. It can replace 2 magic with internal energy, allowing you to strongly inherit the properties of magic. When entering combat, it enhances your combat senses using all of the body's energy and blood. Authority: Her's Blessing, rank C+. Prince, 3000 SP. Description: a power bestowed upon those chosen by the gods. Those who have acquired it have served as saviors throughout the ages. Without a contract with a god, the only effects it will have are divinity control and increased luck. Authority: Rapid Magic Recharge C+. Prince, 3000 SP. Description: when mana drops to a value lower than half of its total, you can recharge your mana by absorbing it from nature. However, upon overuse, you may damage your magic circuits or major chi points, like one of the 8 meridians, for example. Sungyun thinks, it's pretty cost-effective considering all 3 of them are C+ grade authorities. I guess I gotta buy all 3. He buys all 3 of the authorities. He thinks, Admin Fallen Heir of the Blood Demon Bolt, reminds you not to forget his support. Admin Fallen World Soldier, reminds you not to forget his support. Admin Dragon Slayer Born After 1,000 Years, reminds you not to forget his support. Sungyun says, yeah, I'll keep it in mind. Sungyun thinks, and before returning to the waiting room, when I absorbed my own spirit. System says, Divinity Extraction successful. The rank of Authority Divine Power C+, has increased by 1 level. The Authority Divine Power B- has made Divinity Transformation and Myth Accumulation possible. Sungyun thinks, Divinity Extraction triggered out of nowhere. I can definitely feel an energy settling in my heart that I never felt before after Divinity Extraction activated. This must be the Divine Power. And Sungyun tries to use the power, but he was not able to. He thinks, as expected, it's the same as when I practiced before coming to the waiting room. My body's just glowing. I can't wield any special powers. The recovering and strengthening skills that the priests on the 11th floor used. I can't replicate any of them. How irritating. I was looking forward to it. Do they even want me to use it? Sungyun starts to meditate and thinks, calm down. That shitty personality is working its way back to the surface again. Admin White Crane Swordmaster says she'll teach you the divine powers with a glint in her eye. Admin White Crane Swordmaster claims to be a better teacher than the Iron-Blooded Monarch. Admin White Crane Swordmaster invites you to the admin realm. Sungyun says, no, thank you. Admin White Crane Swordmaster cries at you rejection to her invitation as a contractor. Admin White Crane Swordmaster asks how you could refuse her, and says she'll teach you to use it if you come to her. Sungyun says, I'll learn it later when I need to. I'd like to do it myself without depending on someone else. Admin White Crane Swordmaster slumps in disappointment saying if that's what you want, so be it. Rather than divine power, right now. He thinks Namgong's saying, I'll come back soon. Sungyun thinks, I need to focus on becoming stronger right now. At least until I kill Namgong Hyuk. Namgong Hyuk will come find me again no matter what. So now, how about checking out the authorities that I ripped off of the admins? The one I'm curious about, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art. Authority Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art has been activated. Sungyun gets surrounded by blood and thinks, this feels as if I've been reborn as a human made for combat. My blood's boiling. That's right. This is what I need. He feels something and starts to act like a madman. He starts to pull his own face and says, you rascal. You were having such fun all alone. Sungyun thinks, what the hell is this? That shitty personality is being manifested in the same body as me at the same time. If nothing else, at least this has never happened before. He bring out his sword and says, "Die, you pushover." He bring out another sword and block the first sword. It is like he is fighting with himself. Sungyun says, "If I die, you'll die too, you lunatic. You dumb fuck. I'm getting rid of you because I can't have you." Sungyun thinks, "Damn it. I didn't expect this at all. What do I do?" The sword's absorbing the blood chi that Heavenly Blood cultivation art is creating. System says, Heavenly Blood demonic sword. When a user who has reached the realm of sword flame levels up blood chi to the maximum, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. Sungyun thinks, "That's right." Sungyun gets hit on the shoulder. And thinks, "I'll load this damn bastard up with blood chi and send him away." System says, condition have been fulfilled and the true powers of the Heavenly Blood demonic sword have been unlocked. The item's name has been changed to True Heavenly Blood demonic sword. Blood consumption exclusive slot has been created. Blood consumption exclusive slot. The fourth part of the Boundless Necromancer ends here. Please subscribe and like. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the fifth part of the Boundless Necromancer. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that System says, conditions have been fulfilled and the true powers of the Heavenly Blood demonic sword have been unlocked. The item's name has been changed to the True Heavenly Blood demonic sword. The True Heavenly Blood demonic sword's rank has increased to a rank. The True Heavenly Blood demonic sword's exclusive effect blood consumption has been created. Blood consumption exclusive slot has been created. Sungyun says, blood consumption exclusive slot. System says, skill Flame Dragon Eye is activated. True Heavenly Blood demonic sword a minus. Reaction speed plus 15%. Attack speed plus 15%. A famed sword that was once one of the treasures handed down within Marim's blood demon cult. When the chosen target is killed by the Heavenly Blood demonic sword, blood consumption will absorb the opponent's blood within the blade and increase the item's overall abilities. A random skill will also be engraved into the blade. There are at most 3 skills that can be engraved by blood consumption, and outside of the cooldown time, there are no other costs. Due to the user rising to the stage of Sword Flame, the dormant abilities have been revealed. If Challenger Han Sungyun uses it, exclusive effect blood consumption can be activated. He thinks, you can engrave skills onto swords. And there's no cost other than the cooldown time. This might be a jackpot growth item that never existed before now. System says, beginning the 13th floor trial. Difficulty hard. The trial's theme is strategic battle. Time left 14 days. Trial pass condition cooperate with your colleagues in the time left and kill the vampire count. Trail fail condition all team members annihilated, or time running out. Trail pass rewards random skill book a plus. Trail fail penalty death. Sungyun thinks, a team trial. I don't have any good memories with team trails. But still, a random skill book. It feels a bit better hearing that the reward is in a plus rank. System says, revealing the 13th floor trial map. Marking the city conquered by vampires. Marking the hidden cleric in the city conquered by vampires. Marking the location of the vampire count in the city conquered by vampires. Assigning team members. Sungyun says, so annoying, having to find the cleric or whatnot. Can't we just invade the city and kill everyone as they come? He thinks I have an ability that can annihilate an entire city right now. I think it'll be possible. System says, team members have been assigned. For synchronized gameplay, your assigned team member nicknames will be indicated. Tarkovsky gets there and says, damn it, I was wondering why the system was expanding, it's because it was a team trial. Legendary Ninja gets there and says, hello, it's nice to meet you again. Clock Tower Wizard says, it's nice to meet you. Sungyun thinks, those nicknames. They're all high-ranking players. And I think I saw the Japanese man in the high ranks as well. Wizard says, but this place. I can smell the stink of blood. Is this the banquet hall of vampires? Two vampires appear behind Wizard and says, correct. Dessert has come right to my plate. Thank you for the meal. The vampires attack them. Tarkovsky cuts the head of one of them. Legendary Ninja cuts one of the vampires down. Ninja says, I had thought you might be, but you're really Russia's largest guilds. Tarkovsky says, I hadn't thought of hiding it. Yes, I'm the head of the Carpe Diem Guild, Andrei Tarkovsky. Ninja says, that's what I thought. I'm an S-rank hunter within the Japanese Hunter Association, Mikimoto Sachio. Tarkovsky says, oh, you're even more famous than me. You're Japan's sole S-ranked hunter. Ninja says, just call me Sachio. Anyway, you're all ready to fight now, right? Vampires can sense when their friends nearby are killed, so they'll soon rush here in a group. Wizard says, you don't need to worry about that. I already set up a barrier, so they won't be able to come near here. Ninja thinks, now that shows experience. Ninja says, you. Wizard says, I'm David Taylor. I'm just a nobody wizard from the clock tower. Ninja says, oh, the one that's known as the best of the world's magic towers. Tarkovsky says, are you a great wizard that's about to retire? But being dragged here to the tower, how unlucky. David says, I think I'm lucky to do this at an old age, if anything. A mystical essence like the tower is an interesting research topic for a wizard. Sungyun says, as for me, I'm Han Sungyun, AC ranked hunter from Korea. Wizard says, I've heard something about the 13th floor trial from the admin. Even weak vampires can easily beat AC ranked hunter. And the vampire count has some of the highest class of ability even among S-ranked hunters. He even has regeneration which will make him difficult to kill. So, just as the tower said, we need to save the hidden clerics throughout. And receive their help to beat this trial. Tarkovsky says, there are vampires all over the city, so how shall we enter? Wizard says, it's too dangerous to just enter. Ninja says, right, it'll take too much energy. First Sachio, if you use your stealth skill to gather a small group, I'll block out our traces using a barrier. And then we can get rid of them while hunting as a party in one go. I think that's the most effective way. I agree. Sungyun is listening to them. They says, nice, okay then, if we're fast, we can beat the 13th floor in 10 days. Sungyun thinks, no, if we're that slow, we won't be able to receive the additional pass rewards. Sungyun says, everyone, I think you might be mistaken about something. But beating this trail like that won't be effective. Wizard says, won't be effective. Then do you have a better method? Sungyun smiles and says, of course I do. A method with the most efficiency. Wizard is surprised and says, oh, and what is that method? Tarkovsky says, I'm curious too. To think there's a more effective method than this one that everyone agrees with. Ninja says, wow, like a challenger of the world ranks 1, do you have your own secret to clearing trails? Sungyun says, street fuak. Ninja says, shut up, and what? Wizard says, what did you just say? Sungyun brings out his sword. And cuts the wall behind them. Throws the wall. There are hundreds of thousands of vampires outside. Sungyun says, we can clear this trail if we just shut up and charge, let's wipe them already. Vampires are really angry and says, human. Where did the humans come from? All the vampires gets ready to fight and says, I don't care about that, let's just enjoy this meal. Fresh blood. Other 3 hunters are really surprised and says, hey, you crazy. Do you want to die? Sungyun says, then let's begin the Saint Fuak plan. Vampires jumps toward them. A vampire attacks Sungyun, he disappears. Vampire says, he disappeared. Be careful. These humans are using magic. Tarkovsky says, Wizard says, it'll be difficult to maintain group stealth for a long time. Wizard gets angry and says, why is there always a crazy human, who wants to throw everything whenever I do a team trial? It truly pisses me off. They says, it's unfortunate, but it might be best to rule out Han Sungyun and just retreat for now. Sungyun uses blood attacks. He says, do you also have a basic setting of a blood domination ability, like Truth Seeker of Blood? Vampire attacks them and says, become a delicious meal, human. Ninja thinks, why did he make such a reckless decision? Ninja says, everyone look over there. Sungyun uses Truth Seeker of Blood as activated. Vampire says, blood manipulation. If he can use blood manipulation, isn't he one of us? His blood domination ability is stronger than ours. This makes no sense. Sungyun kills a lot of vampires with a single attack. Vampires says, damn it, it's a monster. We need to call the Sioux. They are really surprised and thinks, when facing such an overwhelmingly strong enemy, it makes sense to move with a plan. There's no way that such a brutish method should work. So how is it that I'm just weak? Sungyun says, David Taylor was a high-level fighting mage, who had fought on the front lines for a long time. He was also a clever person. Even at the Tower of Trials, using his outstanding strategy, he always got good results, and was able to complete the floor trials and become a high-ranked challenger. As always, for the 13th floor trial, he was able to present a clear invasion strategy with his cleverness. There was no strategy more effective than this. However, strategy is something that needs to be done first to solve a problem. Sungyun says, we can clear this trail if we just shut up and charge. Let's whip them already. Sungyun is killing a lot of vampires. Tarkovsky says, at this point, let's forget the plan, it'll be best to just support Han Sungyun, right? Ninja says, I agree. Wizard says, wait, I acknowledge that Han Sungyun is ridiculously strong. However, the vampires are the size of a city. One single human cannot handle this. Sungyun is surrounded by a lot of vampires. They say, while there were many monster-like strong hunters before the appearance of the tower. Why did party hunting develop and become widespread? Because no matter how strong you are in a melee situation, to be able to face the many variables is impossible alone, right? Sungyun is fighting. They grab Sungyun's both hands. Vampires are about to cut Sungyun. Sungyun says, Hugh. Sungyun blow up his arms. Vampire goes flying. Sungyun uses ashen blood to heal his arms. Sungyun thinks, but if I keep using this method, I have to keep using restoration items. Body explosion is a good skill, but costs a lot of money. Vampires get scared and says, how can a mere human interfere with the authority that the god of battle has bestowed upon us? One of them gets really scared and says, disciple. They says, what? Disciple? Isa a disciple. The god that protects humans has sent a disciple. The god are angry that we killed all of the humans of this city. God of battle, please bestow your believers with thy salvation. Sungyun thinks, a disciple of a god. Is it your species, specialty to have delusions as you wish? Vampire says, weak bastard. Look carefully. He's breathing heavily. The human has grown weary. Vampire says, it's now. Attack. Sungyun make a really big blood ball at his hand. Vampire says, what's that? Sungyun says, this. Sungyun eats the blood balls. He says, your comrades. System says, using the spirits of vampires, you have recovered your stamina. Using the spirits of vampires, you have recovered your mana. Sungyun gets really excited and says, recovery complete. Let's start round 2. All the vampires gets really scared. Sungyun starts to kill them. Ninja and the others are watching him fight. Ninja says, wow, he's not ranked 1 in the world for nothing. It almost makes it seem like melee is his specialty. Tarkovsky says, I agree. He's not tired, and if anything, he seems to be getting even stronger. I'll go and help. Ninja says, although I believe in safety first. I, too, want to help Han. Sungyun. Using all of the retained spirits to supplement stamina. Strength has increased by 3. Agility has increased by 2. Stamina has increased by 4. Magic power has increased by 5. Sungyun thinks, wow, if you simply compare the scope of growth, it's even better than when I absorbed the replica's spirit. Sungyun says, and once I kill the vampire count, this trial will be pretty good. Administrator, the sole ruler of the deep sea, is showing interest in you. Administration leader of the traders is having a lot of fun thanks to you, and is cackling. Administrator Dark Demon is saying that you are a challenger who is more like a demon than a demon, and their body has begun shaking as if frightened. Administrator, Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years is smiling at you excellent and says that you have heroic qualities. Administrator Fallen Heir of the Blood Demon Cult, is sending a shock-filled compliment about your magic power use. Administrator Fallen World Soldier says that you have quite the investment value, and has a very satisfied smile on his face. Sungyun thinks, nice, the admins are still getting baited. There's nothing to lose from gaining a good impression of an admin. Sungyun says, I thought you went to find the clerics. Wizard says, we apologize, from now on, we'll follow your opinion, so give us the orders. Ninja says, I agree. Tarkovsky says, honestly, I was suspicious of your judgment, but that was foolish of me. Sungyun says, so all of you understand the effectiveness of Saint Fuak. Sungyun uses skill Sixth Sense activated. A really big wave of blood appears there. Sungyun says, the vampire count. Tarkovsky says, great magic. The vampire count can even use great magic. Wizard says, that's probably just a species trait. However, the problem is that he's strong enough to do something reminiscent of great magic. Ninja says, so what should we do? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we all die. Sungyun says, hunters that I once admired now seem to be those who I must protect. To think I have grown to this point already. Sungyun says, everyone, please get away from this place, and find the clerics and burying them here. Ninja says, pardon, the clerics. I thought there was no point to do that any. Sungyun says, I'll be frank. If you're here, I think you'll get in the way of our battle. There is the fact that I can't protect all three of them. But I need to hunt the vampire count alone to absorb his spirit. The higher the level of contribution from others, the more likely I'll be unable to absorb the spirit. Tarkovsky says, we'll follow your order. Even though I feel uncomfortable since it's been a while since I was just luggage. Wizard says, we'll bring the clerics, so wait. Sungyun gets ready and says, then, shall we get started? System says, skill fighting concentration activated. User's concentration has increased by 5x. Authority heavenly blood cultivation art activated. Skill truth seeker of blood activated strongly. Will interfere with all blood domination abilities within the scope of the skills area. Vampire count says, how dare a pathetic human resist against me? I tried to maintain the base of this city in order to use it. But I'll turn it all into hell. Sungyun thinks, the scale is way bigger than I expected. Sungyun says, I don't think I'll be able to block this. After that we see that a really big vampire. And normal vampires are feeding him. It is Cell Nair vampire count. Cell says, I don't know when it began. I just fought and fought. Higher. And higher. Fighting itself had become my life. As it often did for those who had thirst. When I finally came to my senses, I was standing atop countless corpses. And eventually, my thirst reached the sky. System says, the god of battle has chosen Cell Nair as a prospective disciple. The greatest wish of our species was to destroy the humans' impregnable 4 great allied nations. We killed countless humans and destroyed 3 of the nations. To the point that the root of the 4 great allied nations, the fountain of life, had become red with blood. And if we completely conquer this final nation, I can be acknowledged by the god of battle as a true disciple. And reach the peak by becoming king of the vampires. Vampire says, Count, there's trouble. Your forces are being murdered, no massacred by a human. They bring a really big mirror. They says, what are you? I'm sure I took care of anyone who asserted that they were a warrior. Which nation sent these bastards? A vampire says, they just suddenly appeared. Count says, suddenly. My precious forces were suddenly massacred. How does that make sense? Those useless bastards. How does it make sense that they suddenly plopped into the middle of the city, avoiding all of those eyes? Count, please calm down. Count says, I just need to perfectly conquer this city to be acknowledged as a true disciple. He messed everything up. How dare he? A mere pathetic human. I tried to maintain the base of this city in order to use it. But I'll turn it all into hell. Sungyun says, the scale is way bigger than I expected. I don't think I'll be able to block this. Sungyun starts to run. He thinks, I should forget the city and save my party members. Over there. Sungyun uses counter shield. He thinks just a bit more. His shield breaks. Sungyun is laying on the ground. They comes running toward him and says, Han Sungyun, are you okay? Sungyun says, how are you all? Wizard says, we're all okay. Ninja says, we're okay thanks to you taking the brunt of the attack up front. I thought we were going to die for a second. Count appears in front of them. Count thinks, surprising, to think they survived that attack. So it was no coincidence that they were able to massacre my kin. One naive weak-bodied person and Those three standing perfectly fine must be the main members. Count brings out a sword. And think insect-like human bastards. I'll rip you to shreds. Sungyun says, everyone step back. I'll face him myself. Tarkovsky says, then, we'll step back for a bit, so, if you need us, call us. Count says, with whose permission? I will not let you go. Count goes flying really fast and thinks, I think something just went B. He sees Sungyun and thinks, that who had been stuck. When? Sungyun sighs, have you heard of the term be careful what you wish for? I'll return all the words you said as you said them. Count says, crazy human bastard, how dare you act like some cool Vari. Sungyun says, first, I'll rip you to shreds. Sungyun throws the Count on the ground and says, everyone, please hurry and find the clerics. Ninja says, you killed the vampire Count, so is there a need for that? Sungyun says, doesn't something seem strange? The 13th floor trial's conclusion message should have popped up. The fact that it hasn't. Sungyun uses skill Flame Dragon Eye. System says, Vampire Count Selnir's body fragments with the authority of regeneration, he is currently recovering his body. Tarkovsky says, no, so he can regenerate in that state as well. That's so absurd. Ninja says, the city's in ruins, so the clerics must be dead. How about we just join the battle as well? Sungyun says, no, I'll block the vampire Count, so whether it's the clerics or some holy relics, please, go find something and bring it. Sungyun thinks, I'm sorry, but I need to kill the boss myself. Wizard says, if you go so far as to say that. Understood. Exploring is my expertise, so I'll do my best. Count starts to heal. Count is really angry and says, human bastard, how dare you? How dare you do that to me? He thinks, his regeneration truly is unbelievable. The recovery skill and blood domination skills he has are definitely higher in efficiency than the one I have. But when it comes to compatibility, I'm much more superior. Count starts to attack and Sungyun easily dodges the attack. Count says, rat-like bastard. Count uses a really strong blood attack. Sungyun tries to dodges the attack. But Count's attack follows him. Count gets really excited and says, how is it human? I am one step higher than you in blood manipulation. Sungyun smiles and says, yup, I acknowledge that. Thanks to you, I learned an application skill. Sungyun cuts Count into tiny pieces. Sungyun thinks, I cut him more thinly than last time, but he's still regenerating, this is actually giving me goosebumps. Sungyun thinks, no way. What if in this trial, it's actually impossible to kill him without a cleric? If the city is in this state, it would be even weirder for a cleric to have survived. Count is perfectly fine ready to attack Sungyun. And Sungyun is also ready to fight. Sungyun thinks this is so annoying. The 5th part of the Boundless Necromancer ends here. Please subscribe and like, and if you want me support financially you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting. Hello. Welcome to the 6th part of the Boundless Necromancer. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support you can join my Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Count says, did you think you could kill me? Not a chance. Sungyun says, curious. Sungyun gets really excited and says, I'm curious. How many times do I need to slaughter you before you really die? Count thinks, Selnir, I'm getting scared. He gets really angry and says, don't look down on me. I am the man who will become the vampire king. Sungyun cuts him to pieces and says, third. Count says, don't think you're winning just because you're inflicting pain on me. Sungyun kills him and says, Fouth. Count says, it's useless, you're not a real warrior. You have now way to kill me. Sungyun kills him again and says, fifth. Count says, as long as you're human, you will not be able to escape the physical laws. You will soon tires and collapse. Sungyun kills him again and says, sixth. And seventh. Count says, were you really that legendary warrior? How is it that you're using mana like this and not tiring? Sungyun cuts him to pieces and says, 8. System says, you have received the achievement Artist of the Battlefield. Activating skill torture technique rank D-. Shall I do sliced meat of ground meat? Count starts to run and thinks, he's a monster. Let's escape for now. Sungyun appears right beside him and says, I told you. I'll return all the words that you've said. Sungyun smiles and says, with whose permission? I will now let you go. Count says, you crazy. Devilish bastard. Stop. I'll negotiate. Yes, let's negotiate. No, let's make a deal. Sungyun kills him again and says, 9th. Count says, I'll do anything you want. He kills him again and says, 10th. Count says, I told you I'll give you anything. I'll give you all the wealth and honor you want. Sungyun kills him 11th time. He says, just kill me. I can't live like this. Sungyun kills him 12th time. Count says, you're not a warrior. You're just a rotten devilish murderer. System says, you have obtained the achievement beginning of lunacy. Skill amplified pain rank D- activated. Count starts to cry and says, stop, I give up. I will pledge everything to you. Sungyun says, can you just shut up and die? How many times are you gonna regenerate? Sungyun thinks of something and gives an evil smile. Sungyun says to Count, kid, come this way. Count come running toward him and says, yes sir. Sungyun says, there is one way for you to escape this pain. If you cooperate, I'll grant you the blessing of death. What do you think? Count says, what must I do? System says, skill counter shield activated. A transformed counter shield, aka counter scarecrow. Sungyun says, this. Until I tell to stop, hit it. Sungyun says, why aren't you hitting it yet? Do you want to live? Count starts to hit and says, I'll hit it. Count thinks, the series of events that happened today, from the beginning to the end, all of it. I can't understand them. There were no signs for this crazy human to suddenly appear and annihilate the strongest force in history, the vampires. No matter how I think of it, something's strange. Perhaps a trial of the gods. Yeah. In the first place, a human having a blood domination ability was strange. Because we vampires became lax, they wanted to tighten discipline. This must be the savior of the vampires who wanted to train us to be more on guard. System says, skill counter shield can now counter the accumulated damage. Sungyun says, okay enough. Then it's now time to die. Count sees him and thinks savior. As if. Sungyun says, if you live no matter how many times I kill you. Sungyun throws his sword toward him and System says, skill counter shield has released all absorbed damage at once. I can just vaporize you so not a piece of meat remains. Count says, I can finally die. A really big explosion happens. System says, congratulations, you have completed the 13th floor of the Tower of Trials. You pass reward random skill book rank A+. Has been transmitted to your inventory. You have obtained the pass reward of 90,000 points. You have obtained the pass reward of 4,000 SP. As an additional reward, 5,000 SP has been obtained. Please move to the waiting room. Sungyun smiles and thinks I succeeded in killing him. Then, I can now absorb the blood that Selnair has spilled. With blood consumption, if you designate and kill a target with Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword, you can absorb the target's blood with the blade and increase the abilities of the overall item as well as engrave a random skill. System says, True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's exclusive skill blood consumption activated. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Selnair, your item's rank has grown to a -300 by 1400. By absorbing the blood of Vampire Count Selnair, engraved skill strengthened blood rank C+. Has been engraved in blood consumption's exclusive slot. A skill window appears saying, blood consumption slot 1 by 3. Engraved skill strengthened blood C+. Engraved skill description, with the skill you absorbed from Vampire Count Selnair you can strengthen the blood within the blood domination domain. Engrabed skill effect, if you use mana and strengthen the blood within the blood domination domain, durability and control are strengthened. System says, True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword's Engrabed skill strengthened blood C+, activated. Sungyun thinks, Vampire Count, a blood domination skill that's greater than his. This is, as if I've become the Vampire King. Not bad. Although the downside is that I might receive some misunderstanding. System says, you have absorbed the Vampire Count Selnair's spirit and permanently increased your abilities. Strength has increased by 5. Agility has increased by 4. Stamina has increased by 6. Magic power has increased by 7. Durability has increased by 5. You have captured the divinity within Vampire Count Selnair's spirit. Conditions of authority divine power have been met and the ability is activating. Attempting divinity extraction. Sungyun sees that and thinks, divinity extraction. I saw this message once when absorbing the replica spirit. Divinity extraction succeeded. Authority divine power rank B- Oz risen in rank. When you accumulate myths through authority divine power rank B, the class will rapidly increase. I didn't know back then. But the condition of divinity extraction was whether or not the spirit possessed divine power. Judging from the fact that you can't extract divinity from normal vampires. Perhaps it only applies to those with divine power on the same level as mine. There are too many things that are ambiguous. Every time something related to divine power pops up, it's a damn headache. System says, absorbing one of the skills of vampire Count Selnair. You have absorbed skill charisma rank C-. He thinks charisma. System says, since you're absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, the authority extraction's adjudication will begin. Sungyun says, an enemy you can't handle, a strong enemy, just what's with these judgment standards? Are these judgments biased? Sungyun thinks, but it's not as if I don't have any idea. Spirits that are related to gods, or disciples are judged as high class. System says, adjudication success. It has been confirmed that vampire Count Selnair's spirit possesses authority. Extraction spirits. Authority. Authority harvest of faith rank C+ is engraved into user Han Sungyun's soul. Sungyun thinks, harvest of faith. Ninja comes to him and says, Han Sungyun. The clerics were using a protection authority to protect the people. More people are alive than we expected. To think he defeated the vampire count alone. So you were the hero. To think the hero would come himself. The gods have not forsaken us. Representative of the great God. Thank you for extending your saving hand to us. Authority harvest of faith has sensed a strong faith towards the user. A lot of people appears there and Sungyun sees them and says, the people are sending faith to me. So even faith that's sent through delusion is considered faith. I need to use this opportunity I've been given well. System says, skill charisma rank C- activated. System says, your presence has gotten greater, and the others are receiving a greater influence. But I didn't lie. System says, you have received the achievement I didn't lie. Your magic power has increased by 1. Authority harvest of faith has activated greatly. Harvesting the nearby faith towards you. Authority divine power has activated greatly. Calculating the myth based on the actual results compared to the believer's faith. Myth eradicator of vampires complete. System says, the effect recovery impossible will now adhere to divine attacks. The effect exorcism will now adhere to divine attacks. Because I ended the vampire count's cycle of infinite recovery, I earned the effect recovery impossible. And because I massacred the vampires of the city, I gained the effect exorcism. Sungyun says, interesting. Now I finally know what myth accumulation is actually like. The harvest of faith I earned in tandem with the authority divine power in the form of myths. New authorities are created within authorities. Seeing how the divine power, which I didn't use until now, is steadily being output. It seems that when I activate myths, the divine power which has taken place in my heart is consumed. System says, there are not enough fables and faith for base. The accumulated faith will be reserved for the next myth. I think it's finished harvesting the people's faith for now. System says, authority harvest of faith deactivated. Sungyun thinks, so this floor has ended safely too. Wizard and Sungyun stays behind and Wizard says, I thought you were an immature fool. But I overlooked your abilities. Will you accept my apology? Sungyun says, of course. System says, the god of battle has realized that his prospective disciple has died. The god of battle has sensed your existence. The god of battle he sensed your divine power and is bearing animosity. Sungyun feels a lot of pressure and falls to one of his knees. Wizard asks, what's wrong? Sungyun thinks, the god of battle. The ground starts to crumble. System says, you have entered the divine domain. Sungyun thinks, what is this situation? The trials are definitely over. Wizard sees his portal to the other side of Lava Lake. Wizard says, my portal. Sungyun says, British wizard a juicy. Let's shake hands once more. Sungyun throws him toward the portal. Wizard thinks, he's quite unsophisticated. But his solution definitely work. There's some people stuck. Sungyun gets to them and says, stand aside. And he activates counter shield. Wizard sees him and thinks, whether he's a soldier or not, I don't know. But in this heartless world, if a hero still exists, wouldn't he look like that? I hope you return safely as well. Earth's hero. Sungyun creates a bridge of people to walk over the lava lake. Sungyun says to them, I can't maintain this for long. Please cross the bridge quickly. I had been hoping, but they aren't releasing any more faith. I wasted time. I need to enter the portal too. The god of battle is feeling disgust at the fact that a mere mortal possesses divinity. Everyone's head starts to hurt really bad and their head explodes. System says, the god of battle is saying that a dog that the tower raised has crossed the line. Sungyun gets angry and says, crossed the line. Sungyun says, you're the one who crossed the line just now. As long as I have the tower's protection, if you interfere with me any further, you'll be in trouble, won't you? If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. The god of battle sends you a ferocious smile. I need to get even better. System says, the god of battle is saying that he can't wait for the soon coming mortal's end. So that even the gods won't be able to treat me recklessly. System says, you have entered the 14th floor's waiting room. System expanding. Items specific to floor invading added to contractor's exclusive store. Halo strengthening item added to contractor's exclusive store. Several wonder drug items added to contractor's exclusive store. Sungyun thinks, it's a space the tower created anyway. It's useless to get emotionally charged from something that I don't know is even real. The god of battle right. To think I have a bad relationship with a god of all people. Do not trust the other gods. They will now consider you their enemy. He thinks, so this was what would happen in the end. Let's stop thinking about stuff that I have no control over. And just do what I can. Sungyun takes of his coat. And opens contractor's exclusive store. SP 11,500. You have purchased authority, Path of the Blademaster rank S. Deducting 10,000 SP. An authority window appears saying, Authority, Path of the Blademaster rank S. Price 10,000 SP. Description, among those who fall under the contradiction of getting stronger to survive and living to get stronger, this is an authority that those who use swords occasionally get. You can develop an independent skill in regard to swords, and it becomes easier to manifest independent enlightenment. He enters the forest. Administrator is sitting there. She says, it's been a while Sungyun. Administrator says, I heard from that woman. That you have the Namgong clan's child as your enemy. Sungyun says, yes, somehow, that's what happened. Administrator says, it must be because of Namgong Hyuk that you used your special points to buy my authority. Correct. Administrator says, then you definitely made a good decision. Because, if we use a commonly used expression, you're a genius, Sungyun. Since without even knowing the proper enlightenment passages, you instinctually learned the forms of swordsmanship, and already exceeded the domain of imitation. Further, on the 12th floor's trial, you already identified the sword intent and even improved your swordsmanship itself to dual-blade swordsmanship. Sungyun thinks, I'm just a little good at copying. Administrator says, you already have Grandmaster material from the fact that you could improve by partially learning the Namgong clan's basic moves. Sungyun says, Grandmaster. Administrator says, I'm saying it wouldn't be strange if you were the first of the sects to establish a sword sect. Administrator says, to that degree. You made a good decision with the authority you chose this time. Since now everything you learn and realize will be certified by the tower. I'll teach you everything. But, I have a condition. You need to have a master-student relationship with me. Sungyun says, alright, I'll become your student, master. Administrator says, Sungyun, I'm not trying to coerce you into anything. You can think about it me. Sungyun says, no, I will become your student. Administrator says, if that's what you want, I won't refuse. Sungyun thinks, White Crane Swordmaster is a challenger who has climbed higher than the 40th floor. There's no reason to refuse the teachings of someone that's strong. Administrator says, but don't regret it later on. Sungyun says, are you planning on treating me so roughly I'll regret it later? Like with a whip. Administrator says, no. A master is usually something you only have once in your life. When it comes to Muram, so I'm telling you not to regret it. If you're worried about that, then I definitely won't regret it. Sungyun thinks, who in Muram would I even follow as a master? Administrator says, then according to procedure, I will officially introduce myself before you do your bows. I am the 17th lord of the Beck swordsmanship clan. The previous generation's strongest Muram fighter. Sungyun says, that is the description of the martial artist WH will become your master, Bexiolwa. Sungyun thinks, strongest Muram fighter. To briefly summarize the theory, it's like this. Martial arts is broadly divided into mental arts and bodily arts. Mental arts are techniques that refine the outward magic power to the inner parts of your body, and after that refinement process, the stored magic power is called internal energy. Bodily arts are techniques that utilize your body, and there are weightless body techniques and sword arts that correspond to how you move. All of this is what martial arts is. There are even martial arts that you can do by just using special mental arts energy. But, while listening to these explanations, a question formed. Is heavenly blood cultivation art also a mental art? Sungyun says, I have something I'm curious about. Is there no problem even if I have a different mental art I already learned? Administrator says, what did you just say? You have a mental art you know. Administrator says, explain in more detail. Quickly. Sungyun says, so, after listening to your explanation, I think I know something that's similar to a mental art. She says, similar. Perhaps. Did you learn aura training? From that woman, iron-blooded monarch. Sungyun thinks, aura training. Is that another world's concept of mental arts? Sungyun says, no, not that. Administrator says, she's not someone who would break a promise like this. I can't trust her, let me properly check. Administrator says, when? No, before that. Excuse me, master. Administrator says, be quiet for a moment. But there are no traces of you having learned any mental arts when I get rid of the pure magic power. Sungyun says, that, an authority that was sponsored by an admin called, Fallen Heir of the, something or other from the 12th floor. Sungyun says, there are 3 people ahead of you. And I've used it often since my combat senses are enhanced when heavenly blood cultivation art is activated. Administrator says, that's an authority, not a mental art. Of course, it seems that the mental art that you learned in your lifetime has mixed with the authority, but you can't consider that a mental art. Sungyun says, I see. But master, can we get out of this awkward position for now? She says, I apologize, I was so surprised that I checked it crudely. Sungyun says, but it's fine. She says, but I don't like it. That a mongrel of the blood cult would sponsor such a lowly mental art as an authority. Sungyun says, I think I need to adjust my assessment of White Crane's sword master. Now that I think of it, it might be better that you didn't learn a mental art. She says, you can accumulate magic power even without learning a mental art. And if you learn multiple mental arts through authorities, you can use them interchangeably. Sungyun says, is that okay? Administrator says, it's fine because my martial arts don't rely too heavily on mental arts. However, what happened just now is because mental arts are important when it comes to the master-student relationship. First, I'll teach you swordsmanship, so try to copy me. Sungyun says, okay. System says, skill fighting concentration activated. User's concentration has risen by 10x. She starts OT perform her sword technique. Sungyun thinks, I've only seen her being gentle, so I didn't know. Sungyun says, but she really is a martial artist, she was super combative earlier too. Administrator says, I will now show you the first basic move of my sword arts, White Sword 7 techniques, White Sword Flashing C. Sungyun is watching her. She says, you might not have seen it properly. I apologize, this is the minimum speed for White Sword Flashing C. Sungyun says, it's okay. I think I'll be able to copy it. Sungyun thinks, it feels like you can't avoid the space itself, so you pull it towards you and then cut it. Sungyun performs the technique and thinks, something like this. He says, I tried my best to copy it, did I get it right? She is really surprised and says, this makes no sense. There have been geniuses in every generation. These people have an innate ability to absorb information and can achieve much bigger accomplishments than other people. Geniuses show the peak of ability by understanding, judging, and absorbing other. However, a genius can only demonstrate their true ability after some practice. But, is this correct? She is really surprised and says, what in the, to see White Sword Flashing C just once and copy it. She says, Sungyun, it seems you don't understand how incredible this is. White Sword 7 Techniques is a martial art that uses harder principles. Then the Blue Heaven Sword forms, which Namgong Hyuk uses. Sungyun says, Blue Heaven Sword forms. She says, the two basic moves you copied from the Namgong clan, Blue Heaven Shining Sword and Blue Heaven Rain Sword, are a part of the Blue Heaven Sword forms. Sungyun says, is it a bundle of skills that Namgong Hyuk used to use? She says, not to mention, it surpasses the basic principles like fast and slow that the Blue Heaven Sword form uses. And is a bodily art that uses difficult principles that consider space itself. She says, but you immediately copied White Sword Flashing Sea like it was nothing. And after only seeing it once, and a standard quite similar to the original. Principles of fast and slow don't mean much to me. She says, you are a genius of intuition. I've never even heard of grasping skills based on seeing the essence itself, rather than through experience or judgment. Even if you says that, I don't really understand what you mean. One day. It means that you can learn the majority of martial arts in one day. Normally, martial arts are understood and recreated by having a book as the basis for each one. However, you don't need the book's analysis. You just need to watch and copy them. However, I will let you know how to use magic power. Bodily arts, fist techniques, weightless body techniques, and even grappling techniques. I learned all I could. And the most useful thing out of all of that was the sword arts, White Sword 7 techniques. White Sword Flashing Sea, where you hold space itself and cut, making it basically impossible to dodge. White Sword Piercing Sky, a strong stabbing technique that is specialized to penetrate shields. White Sword Folded Emptiness, a defense skill that distorts the space near the air. She starts to clap for him. He says, I've learned a lot thanks to you, Master. He says, Master. She says, ahem, what a relief that you think so. Sungyun says, then, I'll take my leave. Administrator says, already. He says, I'll come back again later. Stay safe until then, Master. She says, okay, you have strength too, Sungyun. If you devote yourself as much as you're talented, you'll quickly improve. System says, you have entered the 14th floor waiting room. He thinks I've learned a lot. He thinks, although it's a shame that I couldn't learn all 7 techniques at my current level. He gets Demon Slayer rank B+. He thinks, the Demon Slayer skill. Although it's a swordsmanship technique that I've used well and developed with thus far. It's now too lacking for Namgong Hyuk's Blue Heaven Sword forms or Master's White Sword 7 techniques. I'll make a skill using the Authority, Path of the Blade Master. He thinks, Authority, Path of the Blade Master rank S. Description, among those who fall under the contradiction of getting stronger to survive and living to get stronger. This is an authority that those who use swords occasionally get. You can develop an independent skill in regard to swords, and it becomes easier to manifest independent enlightenment. System says, Authority Iron-Blooded Sword, activated. Skill Fighting Concentration activated. Using Blue Heaven Sword forms and White Sword forms and White Sword 7 techniques as dual-blade swordsmanship. Has made it more complete than before. But it's still too lacking to be developed as a skill. Administrator says, to develop a skill, it needs to be a system that will be acknowledged as a skill. He thinks, okay. Using White Sword 7 techniques as the base and making it so that I can weave in the Blue Heaven Sword forms whenever I want. At the same time, I can't give up the concept that the attacks within dual-blade swordsmanship are the best defense. He thinks, countless cuts enter the air, and countless thoughts pass and repeat in your head. And, System says, Authority Path of the Blade Master, has strongly activated. Skill First Mixed Sword rank A- activated. A skill window appears saying, Skill First Mixed Sword rank A-. Proficiency 0%. Description, a sword art developed by combining the White Sword 7 techniques and the Blue Heaven Swords forms. Basic effect, when you use a sword, additional revisions will be stacked onto the basic moves of White Sword 7 techniques and Blue Heaven Sword forms, and the quality of the basic moves will increase. Detailed effect, when using dual-blade swordsmanship, a part of the White Sword 7 technique's basic moves attack speed and power will increase by 2x. Sungyun thinks, a skill really manifested. Sungyun says, but, while I like that there are several revisions, it's a bit lackluster. Inventory. The 13th floor trails reward. System says, random skill book A+. A skill book that allows you to obtain 1 B+ ranked skill randomly upon use. It is an item that only the challenger can use, and you cannot transfer it to someone else. Sungyun says, let's try using it. There's nothing to lose. System says, you have used random skill book rank A+ and acquired a random rank B+ ranked skill. Authority Hero's Blessing strongly activating. Your luck will temporarily increase strongly. Skill Blood Spirit Demon Sword rank B+. Activated. Skill Blood Spirit Demon Sword rank B+, proficiency 0%. Description: a secret sword art that only the heir of the Blood Demon cult can learn. Basic effect: when you use a sword, the demon attribute will be granted to the blade and it will have a harmful effect on all living creatures. Detailed effect: when using the basic moves of the skill, the exclusive effect 2 consecutive hits will activate and the basic moves will be 2x more effective. He thinks a bit more. System says, unique authority skill synthesis activated. Skill First Mixed Sword has started to synthesize as the center. Authority Hero's Blessing activated strongly. Your luck will temporarily increase strongly. Skill synthesis complete. You have manifested a new skill. System says, Skill First Mixed Demon Sword rank S- manifested. Sungyun goes through the gate and System says, beginning 14th floor trial. Difficulty hard. The current trial's topic is underwater warfare. Time remaining, 7 days. Trial pass conditions: hunt all of the monster inside of the lake within the given time. Trial fail conditions: death of the challenger or remaining time ending. Trial pass rewards: boots of the wind spirit rank A+. Trail fail penalty: death. Sungyun activates skill Indomitable will activated. Namgong says, how much longer are you planning on making this young lord wait? You didn't come looking for me even after I killed all these monsters, so I thought I came here by mistake. Namgong Hyuk. Namgong Hyuk gets really excited to see Sungyun. Sungyun also gets excited. And System says, skill Instant Acceleration activated. Skill Fighting Concentration activated. Skill Wind's Grace activated. All speed increased by 70%. Current skills: tack progress 7/7. The exclusive effect of Fast Boots rank C+ is increasing your instantaneous speed. The 6th part of the Boundless Necromancer ends here. Please subscribe and like. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 7th part of the Boundless Necromancer. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Sungyun smiles and activates Instant Acceleration. Fighting Concentration. Wind's Grace. System says, all speed increased by 70%. Current skill stack progress 7/7. The exclusive effect of Fast Boots rank C+, increasing your instantaneous speed. Sungyun and Namgong Hyuk hits each other with a really strong attack. A really big shock wave happens. Hyuk says, Sword Flame. How are you using Sword Flame? Hyuk is really angry. Sungyun says, why are you surprised already? I'm just getting started. Sungyun kick Hyuk. Hyuk goes flying really far. Sungyun uses splash attacks. Hyuk barely managed to block his attack. Sungyun says, what do you think? How's my newly made S-rank swordsmanship skill? His skill is First Mixed Demon skill rank S-. Sungyun says, dual consecutive hits. Can fire off 2 more attacks at the same time as the sword's original attack, and at the exact same power as the sword attacks performed. Sungyun thinks, this is already up, but on top of that. Sungyun smiles and says, that scar on your cheek will bother you until you die. Hyuk says, this much bleeding. Hyuk jumps toward Sungyun. Sungyun and Hyuk starts to fight. Hyuk sighs, what you're using right now, the swordsmanship, the Qinggong technique, it's definitely Muram. Why did you hide your martial arts before? Sungyun says, I didn't hide them, back then I was actually scared I might die. So I learned. All day yesterday. Hyuk says, you're still as rude as ever. Seeing as how you're saying such crazy nonsense like learning martial arts in 1 day. Sungyun says, believe me or not. But someone told me that I'm a genius. And I can do something like this too. Sungyun starts to attack him really fast and push him back. Hyuk is really surprised and says, this swordsmanship. He gets really angry and says, you bastard. How dare you steal the Namgong clan's swordsmanship without knowing your place? Sungyun says, then you should have made it harder to copy. Is it my fault that I could copy it after seeing it once? It's your fault for making the swordsmanship sloppy. Hyuk gets really angry, and starts to attack Sungyun. Sungyun smiles and thinks, incredible. His swordsmanship, Qinggong technique, and even his irregular movements. But you probably wouldn't even dream about it. About the fact that you're giving me a high-class lesson right now. I'll remember it well and use it all later. Sungyun easily dodging his attack really easily. Hyuk activates forceful battle. A lot of light swords surrounds them. System says, due to unique trait, forceful battle, a fighting domain has been established with a 30-meter radius. All people besides Han Sungyun and Namgong Hyuk are prohibited from entering the fighting domain. Hyuk gives an evil smile and says, I got you. After that Hyuk stops. He is really surprised. Jin Hyuk activates a blood attack. And says, do you know what people on Earth call situation like this? A disaster you called upon yourself. Hyuk gets surrounded by blood. And says, using witchcraft even after learning martial arts. Hyuk starts to get hit by attack. He hit the barrier that he made himself. System says, unique trait forceful battle will be forcefully released based on the user's while. Sungyun is hitting Hyuk with a really strong attack. Hyuk goes flying really far. Sungyun gets to him and says, even Marim's genius is such a state. Hyuk starts to act like a madman. Sungyun is surprised to see him and thinks, what the? Did he suddenly go crazy? Hyuk laughs and says, interesting. I don't know how you did it. But you learned martial arts and got strong in such a short period of time. It's so much fun. Even if you used the tower's witchcraft, it's incredible. I'll acknowledge that. Sungyun says, did you think I'd just let you? Hyuk breaks an item. A really big explosion happens. An item window appears saying, floor invading penalty relief stone rank A-. When this item is consumed, you can invalidate the lowered stats and skill limitations from the floor invading penalty. Hyuk releases full power and says, aren't you curious? About why I'm called the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. Hyuk surrounds his sword with sword chi and says, strengthened sword chi isn't something a bastard like you should get to see. Consider it an honor. After that we see a flashback where Administrator says, I'll talk about the use of chi, in other words, the concept of using magic power on your sword. Sword chi is a technique that adds properties that interfere with laws of the sword itself. While sword flame is a stage where you can add another one of those properties. And strengthened sword chi is the next stage. A type of ultimate essence that allows you to flexibly utilize the surrounding magic power as well. Hyuk uses a really strong attack. Sungyun thinks, to think I'd be able to see strengthened sword chi this quickly. I didn't know it'd be this strong when I heard the explanation. This is a really crazy skill. The sword's reach rapidly lengthens. And makes it difficult to even approach in the first place. Not to mention, the strengthened sword chi's strong yet flexible movements. All of them are irregular and threatening. As if the sword has really become a living dragon. Sungyun's hands starts to bleed. Sungyun is barely blocking the attacks. Sungyun thinks, I thought he'd be just a bit stronger than the vampire count. That was an idiotic assumption. Sword enlightenment. I felt it when listening to White Crane's Swordmaster's teachings. But I feel like Marim's masters get to skip a few growth stages throughout the enlightenment. OP bastards. Hyuk says, where did your ease from earlier go? Sungyun smiles and thinks, I should have finished this with full power as soon as I started, damn it. I was going easy wanting to get a lesson. And now things are going to be annoying. Sungyun activates Authority Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art. He says, prepare yourself. I'm going full force. Hyuk smiles and says, do you best. They bother jumps toward each other. Sungyun uses White Sword Fold Emptiness. Hyuk is surprised and says, where else did you steal martial arts from? All of those struggles are useless in front of strengthened sword chi. Hyuk uses some really big and strong sword attack. Sungyun activates Skill Fighting Concentration. User's concentration has risen by 20x. Sungyun appears behind Hyuk. Sungyun thinks, nice, I got behind him. Now, Hyuk hits him really quickly. Sungyun falls on the ground. He thinks, my intestines are a mess. They both starts to fight again. Sungyun is barely holding on. He thinks, did his strengthened sword chi adjust to White Sword Fold Emptiness? Sungyun activates Ashen Blood. Hyuk appears behind Sungyun. and hits him with a really strong attack. Sungyun goes bouncing on the water really far, hits the wall behind him and coughs out blood. Hyuk smiles and says, "Die." He hits Sungyun with a lot of powerful attack. Sungyun is not as able to stand. Hyuk says, "You withstood that." Hyuk says, "I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. I truly didn't think you'd be able to fight this evenly with me. But those struggles are over now too." Hyuk gets ready to attack again. Hyuk says, "It was fun, Han Sungyun." Sungyun is bleeding a lot and says, "After how hard I worked to get up here, you think I'll die that easily for you?" Sungyun releases all the absorbed damage at once from the counter shield. Hyuk tries to block the attack. Hyuk suddenly moves out of the way and cuts Sungyun's throat. Hyuk says, "Yes, that's the expression." Snarl. Hyuk cuts the head of Sungyun. Sungyun activates skill Last Stand. System says, nullifying you critical life-threatening wounds. All of your senses will be amplified for a short duration, and the effects of all other skills are perfected. This skill has a cooldown period of 1 week. Sungyun gets completely healed immediately. Sungyun thinks, "Last Stand, an additional reward I received for the 12th floor trial. The situation where I received a fatal injury was reversed. I didn't think it would actually nullify it like this." Hyuk is really surprised and says, "What?" Sungyun thinks, the 12th floor had one more reward. System says, Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown rank A- exclusive effect Ghost Magic rank B+ activated. While Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown rank A- is equipped, your mind will slowly be contaminated. Authority Serene Mind. Strongly activated. Sungyun thinks, "Let's use everything we can." An really big undead army appears and Sungyun says, "I command my servants. Crush him." The undead army attack Hyuk. Hyuk says, "You bastard, from an evil sect to necromancy. You can never beat me with witchcraft like this." Hyuk starts to kill the undead army. Hyuk grabs Sungyun by neck and says, "Let's see if you can revive again." Hyuk's sword stops right before hitting Sungyun. Some marks appears on Hyuk's face, and he can't move his body. And he says, "What are you doing to me?" Sungyun says, "I told you that scar would bother you until you died." The undead monster eat Hyuk. The 7th part of the Boundless Necromancer ends here. Please subscribe and like. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching.